hybrid age that we're talking about right now is something that happened once before. When Jesus in Matthew 24 says, as it was in the days of Noah, he's talking about when there was once a hybrid age. There is going to, at the end times, be another hybrid age that will be similar, in which humanity, as it was designed by God, will be corrupted, and so will animals and life, all of which we're seeing happening all over the world right now. Transgenic food, genetically modified organisms, human-animal chimeras, not just at the embryonic level, by the way, now being promoted by the Chinese government and others to be raised to full maturity for the purposes of harvesting organs, xenotransplantation.
I think you have a chance against us, Mr. Cowboy.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Yeah!
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
Welcome. It's Friday. Tonight we have a huge show. I am just back from the Vatican. The Pope gave me some paraphernalia to wear, some begolia, let's say. Yeah, it's the shit, really. Knight of Malta is back. So tonight, welcome all. We have a huge show. Sun is shining. We are streaming from the pirate ship. Let me turn that music down a little bit. So yeah, we have really a huge show tonight. I've been producing this all week with Sam and Jacob. Big up to both of them, and Martine. No doubt you'll be in the chat. Also, big thanks to Jon Levi and Wims. Yeah, amazing. This is going to be quite a journey. What we're going to be looking at tonight. Yeah, I'm just looking at the stream. Might have to change to hotspot. Anyway, enjoy.
Poetry, my mind, dot flex. Flip like Wilson. Fingers never lacking that finesse. What do I got to do to wake you up? To shake you up, to break the structure up. His blood still flows in the gutter. I'm like taking photos. Bad boy kicks open the shutter. Set the group, just thinking move like I was crashes. From the stutter, stepped in, bomber left upon the fascists. Yeah, the several federal men report schemes on the tree.
ready? So let's get into it. An introduction to an exploration of the Crater realm. Welcome peasants, welcome comrades, let's do it. Welcome Jon Levi to the journey.
Do we live in a simulation? How would we know? Some of the first signs to lend that we might be in a simulation is the maker of the simulation would spend more time on the present and the believability of it than the past. The past would be full of inconsistencies and anomalies. And currently I'm watching the show Westworld after so many recommendations. And is it possible that the first man and woman created were simply in a simulation and they were tested? Their program was tested. As long as they didn't question anything, they would have everything they need in this perfect environment. But of course, a creator would want to test his subject. And perhaps some kind of base programming is necessary. Something to anchor us and give us purpose in our new reality. But naturally, this would have to be tested, and a rule would have to be made to see if it would be broken. And perhaps breaking a rule is the first sign of consciousness. When I look back at the old photos, the earliest photos of the people, it seems as if they're dumb, running a program. And then of course there's the controllers, and we can tell the difference, especially in the old photos. Do we exist to serve? Is this all a big test? Are we the only ones in the realm that are becoming aware of this? Of course I don't know, just some thoughts.
We were talking about, sometimes when I do a live stream, she said she could hear frequencies during it, but it was spinning my head out, and like, I don't understand about this technology and how it's being used against us in a big way at the moment. Big way. AI, this artificial.
We get dependent on it.
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, that's what I'm going to say. Like, AI can be very good for humanity, but the intentions at the moment from the people from like Reka as well, a lot of Israeli universities, just their agenda, I believe, is coming from AI, but in a format which we don't understand yet. It's being pushed down to the top people, I think. So anyway, welcome everybody. We've got one of our guests on, one of the viewers of the channel and RiSE ABoVE channel, Conformista. Sorry, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good. So yeah. Anyway, so don't be nervous. It's fine. So this is a bit of an interactive show, as I've got some information from. Non-Conformista. Can't say your name very well. Anyway,
you can say my name, and that's okay.
Martin. Okay, cool. So Martin, I do like your other name though. It's good. It's very true. But yeah, let's start off with this clip. It's going to lead us into. Oh, I don't want to watch all of that actually. Here we go. Let me just get the right part of it. Okay, let's watch the clip, and we can.
Medieval knight's armor. Obviously, it was used to protect the body and to impress the crowds during festive activities. But sometimes the general rules have exceptions. Is it possible that full-body plate armor was used as an exoskeleton by creatures who didn't really have proper skeletons of their own? The Medici Chapel of Florence. Did the medieval sculptor frankly tell us what is lurking inside certain knights, or should we call them knights' armor exoskeletons? A blogger called Vladimir collected from various mainstream modern historic sources so-called strange, unexplainable things about certain medieval knights. The modern historians found such stories in old books and tried to find all kinds of weird explanations for them. But if we look at the Medici sculptures and numerous other historic depictions, there will be no need to come up with far-fetched explanations because everything falls into place. So the glamorous knights, cheered by the crowds, certainly shouldn't have had any problems on the ladies' side, so to say. Beautiful medieval damsels must have been flipping unconscious from the balconies, down on the street in front of the feet of the famous heroes. And what were the glorious heroes doing? There was a rule, at least for certain medieval knights, that their chosen lady, their dream lady, should be married to somebody else, of course. And then, since she's somebody else's wife, if the given knight wins a tournament or some sort of victory, the top level of closeness that he could get from his beloved would be a handkerchief soaked with her tears, and even that wouldn't be handed down directly to him, but delivered instead by Sancho Panza. Well, if the inside content of the knight's armor was indeed as shown on this Medici sculpture, then it certainly makes sense that they were not very comfortable in showing their real face to the beloved ladies. And yet, on the other hand, the genetic material in the tears on the napkin could also have been put into some use.
Story is always heard. When a foreign race wants to influence the outcome of earthly affairs, they create hybrids with the human race, who will always end up becoming, strangely enough, kings and queens or emperors.
As you can see, the form of the wings of the bride.
Okay, I'm just going to come in and have a little chat about what we think. That's brilliant. Just a second, I'll stop sharing the screen. We're back. How are you? So yeah, it's crazy. I mean, actually, I'll just share the screen. I'm just trying to get the right format for the video here. But yeah, second. Oh, sorry, I've got the Zoom on the wrong screen. So that doesn't help. Just a second. Technology, honest to God. All right. Just a second. Yeah, this story is fascinating, and it really reminds me of Wims and John Connor, even old JC, and how these how this figurehead, let's say Jesus Christ for a minute, or Julius Caesar. I think there was a story about Julius Caesar being killed by the population, wasn't it? Whatever the reason was behind that, but was it because he wasn't human? Look at the photo in the background with the dragon, with the princess. Crazy. What do you think, Martin?
I don't know. I think there are a lot of layers, and they're all mixed up, and it's very difficult to figure out how they're wrapped up. That's the search.
Yeah, for sure, no, for sure. But I mean, I think we'll watch some more of the video, but I just wanted to come in and chat because it's going to open up so many allegories and illusions in this world that we don't know about. But anyway, let's continue with the video.
or emperors.
As you can see, the form of the wings of the bridegroom is still present on the top of the queen or whatever princess statue. And interestingly enough, again we have knight's armor helmet. And by the way, look at what kind of preposterous paradigm we live in. Look at the cruel means by which we take the blood of the animals, and then we convince ourselves that they have actually donated it. This statue is kept in a historic museum in Lisbon and depicts, of course, the king and queen of Portugal. Just look at the scales, the row of scales on the back of the weird creature.
Also, if you look at the size of the statues, they look a lot
also
big.
that it is very difficult to make those rounds from the statue that it goes up, that it's twisted. That is very difficult to make in stone.
It links to Machu Picchu. I was talking about this in the last episode, and how there seems to be some sort of advanced technology in previous civilizations that can, and it links to this as well. And the statues in, I think it's Rome, you know, the marble statues with the fishnet, and it's all, you know, there was once, well, they probably still have it, domes, this technology where they can liquefy stone. Essentially, it's probably through a form of vibration, actually. Think about it. Sound, frequency, vibration, and they can manipulate the physical matter of rock to suit it however they want. I was in Machu Picchu, and these stones are, you can't even put a piece of paper through the gap, and they're all curved, they're perfect, you know. And it's like these statues, how
some old buildings, they look like melted. Maybe it's the same thing as what they did with the statues, but then with more force. With the same technique.
Yeah, it's crazy. And the detail in these statues, like that one there with the two heads, let's say, you know, we were talking about Janus earlier, weren't we? You know, look at the statue there. It looks exactly like Janus. And this is again, it was in the last episode, What the Flock TV. As we're recording this, I'm actually re-editing that last episode because it was taken down by YouTube. Lovely YouTube, thanks. Anyway, let's continue. So yeah, but this statue is amazing. So let's continue with the video.
Historic museum in Lisbon and depicts, of course, the king and queen of Portugal. Just look at the scales, the row of scales on the back of the weird creature.
And just we can talk over the video playing quietly, but these pictures, I'll just bring it back up. This picture coming up now, I'll pause it on it, where you see that what looked like a serpent tail coming out from the back of that dress. That was quite fascinating, wasn't it? You know, why do we see so much art like this depicting, look at the emblem on the guy's chest, Odin, the devil, whatever you want to make it, you know, but like in other scriptures, like on the GODVADGE channel, where he shows the castle from like, oh, I don't know, apparent 15th century, and they've got like bazookas, like rocket launchers on the castle walls, you know, but what's that all about? It's crazy. I'm trying to find this little picture. Come past it, sorry.
Yeah, how do
here
they
it
go
is.
to the toilet? How do they eat?
Yeah, exactly. Well, there's a picture I was talking about here. You know, they've got a sickle. That obviously links to Kronos, Saturn. But yeah, it's just crazy. Looks like the Tower of Babel in the background there. Look at that, or melted, charged up by the ether, by this mythological energy called chi. You know, the world worked, and how these old, let's say you owned a castle, that castle is going to harvest a lot more free energy than your typical farm hut for the peasants, you know. And what was that, how they used to feed themselves? Through free energy. I've heard that from another couple of people. Crazy.
I think that could be very plausible, and because I think it also has to do with the energy of the earth and the ley line, and that a lot of those buildings are on the ley centers, on strong ones, and that's maybe the way they harvest their energy also.
Yeah. Let's have a little look. Let's have a little look now at some of the photos you sent me. So what was the name of this castle? This beautiful, beautiful fairy tale Walt Adolf-like castle. Yeah.
It's called Kasteel de Haar, and it's located in Haarzuilen, near to Utrecht, and that's in the center of our country, Holland.
Yep.
And the first castle that was built there was in 1100. It was a wooden castle, and later they built this castle, but not in one time. They
in family, isn't it? It goes back to the Saxe-Coburg-Gotha bloodline, I think, doesn't it?
Yeah. Van Zuylen is also from Germany.
Yeah, Germanic. My family name is also Germanic, apparently. But anyway, I also find German really easy to learn, strangely. But anyway, but yeah, these pictures are great. So we've got a lot of them to go through. So I'll start skipping through them. But yeah, what do you think of the colours, the red and white on the shutters? Very powerful.
They're the colors from the family, and they married the Rotschild, Helene de Rotschild, and she had the money and he had the buildings, and together they renew it and made it like it is today. And I was wondering how they did it, because it was from 1890 till 1910 that they did the interior and they made everything new. So 20 years, I don't know. I think, and
some really interesting detail.
Also interesting. The Dutch architect, he also did the central station in Amsterdam.
Okay, sure. So some really fine detail in the glass, in the floor. I saw some pictures, some photos down the line. There was I think it's called parquet floor, but this parquet floor was like your Illuminati triangle shaped, like it was all triangles, but it was all geometric as well. It was beautiful. Oh, just whoever is skilled in laying that floor as well. That I don't imagine what they charge per hour, but it won't be cheap. Yeah, but fascinating.
Yeah,
like
this is interesting.
Yeah.
All around the building, there are faces. Some are human, some are not. Some are animals, some are beasts from other areas. I don't know. Strange. And there are a lot of mixed symbols, because you see human faces and I don't know, the other entities together all the time. They mix them. That's interesting, I think. Yeah,
Look,
you see
actually,
humans, and on the top you see the.
I've just picked up on something quite intricate there. See all three characters, especially the middle one, actually more so. The middle character. Look at the staff. If you've seen Prince Charles's, it's called the White Staff. I think it depicts the horns of Ares, of the ram. I can't remember the exact meaning behind it, but their staff looks very, very like Prince Charles's staff. I just noticed. But anyway,
I think also, I don't know the meaning, but I also see the way they stand, the way they keep hands and everything. These are symbols to keep, I think, for other generations.
Yeah, it passes along the secret message.
No writing, but it's secret information. They're telling stories. On the top you see the family weapon of the Rotschield on the with the gold and the red, and you see that everywhere in the castle. Not the other one on the.
This one.
That one, yes.
What is that?
It's 3, not 3 once, or I don't know.
Yeah, it's strange.
3 all the time. 3.
And the middle statue is holding a book. Looks like maybe a Bible or something.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's a book. You don't know. It's his Bible, but you don't know if it's the Bible.
Maybe it's the Codex Gigas.
Yeah, you don't know.
I think so. And you know, this photo here. We just talked about castles and how I believe personally that they harvest free energy on a massive scale.
Yeah, and then I think it's interesting. You see the old top, and then on the down you see that's for the lightning.
I see them. Yeah, I see them.
So that's interesting that it's a high top, but maybe extra signal to catch energy.
Well, that roof there. What you're talking about? These little these antennas. It was in a Jon Levi. It was in a Jon Levi video. In someone in Malaysia or Indonesia where there's like a kind of a cathedral on a beach or something maybe, and it's got the same roof as that, and he's got a video where you can see sparks of energy like from the ether charging and harnessing.
Yes, it was like going in circles.
Yeah, have you seen the video?
Yeah.
It's good, really good. Malaysia and Asia, why do they have the same design and nobody knows about it? How strange.
Same decoration. Yeah, that's strange.
It's just nuts.
This one was the same like the video you just said.
Yes, that's more like it. Yeah,
that was the same one.
It's quite intricate. The one in Asia, it's really pretty. It's like So yeah, crazy. So yeah, does anybody still live in this castle? No.
Not in the big building, but in a small building.
The cottages
next to the big one. There still lives family, and they are also all buried there. There is a little chapel, and they're all in the chapel. When they die, they go downstairs.
Yeah, really good. And I think you have a picture of the chapel where they're all buried, where the family's buried, don't you? What's the name of was it Elena de Rothschilds?
Yeah.
And what sort of age, what sort of period are we talking about? Was it the 19th century?
The end of 1800, the beginning of 1900. So it is a time of also big change.
So
with,
this was before
is coming up.
Yeah, this is the period we're talking about just before
the start 1840. The cars.
Yep, it's just before.
Cars.
It's just
Elena,
before.
Oh, that's interesting. Also, Elena, she did drive one of the first cars. She was really butch. They had 3 children, and one of them, a son, he died in a car accident. And then they separated, and she went with a woman.
Really? God,
yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
A little bit of 19th century inversion happening. Anyway,
maybe you don't know.
yeah. But
warming
yeah.
up in the starting of the 1900s, just
Yeah.
warming up.
My point was also that period of this age, let's say, this before electricity, but it's also just before 1847. What happened in 1847? We have a character called Maya Amstel. Was it Maya Amstel de Rothschild? That was the dad that started setting up the central banks all over Europe and the world. That's when that happened. So if you think about it, this castle, this period it's actually, I wonder who Maya de Rothschild is related to. It must be like Elena must be maybe his mum or grandmother or something.
I could look it up, but
I'll dig into
on the site of the castle there is the bloodline, and you can find everything about who the parents were. And
interesting. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? It's
wondering,
like that statue.
Is it a fireplace? Like
that's fireplace. Yeah, the detail.
Yeah, but I mean, is it really for fire or is it for something else?
Is it a portal?
I don't know. Maybe for the top of the roof for the energy. I really don't know.
That's strange.
It could be everything.
Wow.
It's for heating very big places because the ceilings are very high.
That bottom symbol there looks like the fleur de lis, but inverted, upside down.
It's one of the chairs. The table was in front of
the
fire.
Yeah. So it's strange, isn't it? Absolutely, just exquisite. It's beautiful. My parents are antique dealers, so this is quite familiar to me a little bit. All this sort of periodical stuff, like the Georgian period, and it's also like the Victorian period.
The horns on the corners.
Oh yeah. Crazy. And it's good. Yeah, I mean, history before this sort of. This is a weird time, this period of about 1847 to 1880, because it's also the time that our history, when you go back beyond that, it gets very skeptical, doesn't it? History after this period in time, and it's very hard to discern what's real or not. But it's also the time in the 19th century where all these babies come into the world, or from the this is a strange one as well.
Yeah, it's like more worlds are mixed up together or something. It's like things that were happening in the same time, they were pressed together and we see parts of it or something like that. It's very difficult to know what is what time. Big statues that you think that was for big people, for big human beings, more than 5 meters. But it's like the same buildings, but then smaller. So
what's she pointing at? What does that mean? That raised finger? I wonder what that means.
Well, they're all symbols. They're all holding stuff and keeping their hands on certain places.
It's so big
like this big. How did they heat this?
Yeah.
Because there is, it's like all the same symbol.
It's like that human head below the bird. Strange. The detail.
All the time you see those things together. It's like we belong together.
Yeah.
It's like they're trying to say something.
Yeah.
And you see also the prints on the top.
Yeah.
The details everywhere are details, and they're like trees or pyramids, or they're all symboled.
Mm.
Oh yeah, that's something else. That's
that was the little building.
Because I think that has something to do also with lost
history.
People. Lost history. It's very interesting. I think because it's all in here in this country, it is connected.
Yeah, it's like this picture here. What is
Yeah,
that?
it's not a
What is
monkey,
that?
but it looks a bit like a monkey, but
Do you know what?
it's
It looks like a high. Do you know what that looks like? Imagine a Mayan human, and imagine a
yeah,
monkey. That looks something like that, doesn't it? Hybrid, let's say.
yeah, yes.
I
I
wonder. I wonder if it's Julius Caesar's bastard brother or something like that. I'm not sure. Crazy, but very interesting pictures. Same again here.
Yeah.
And that
Yeah,
what's
you see
that?
the ear on the left. The ears.
Yeah, what's
They're
this?
strange. Also, but on top, the first statue is with strange ears. The middle one, you don't see ears really, but
Yeah,
it's a head like.
This is strange.
Yeah.
That looks like Queen Victoria or Albert Pike.
But that's also really strange. That's also not a normal face. The middle is a medieval normal face with a medieval head.
Strange, isn't it? Wow, strange. These are really good pictures. I'm really glad you sent me these photos. I'm glad we're doing this.
Oh, this is the entrance of the area. And first you enter the, how do you say, for the horses? The place for the horses?
The stables.
Yes, the stables, thank you. And they are very big and luxurious, but you did even want to make it more with a roof over it, but the architect said, no, we're not going to do that. That's too difficult, so they didn't do that. That was one of the few times that he couldn't put his ideas through.
Yeah, strange. Do you know what? This whole place, it's like a fairy tale, isn't it? It's like Walt Disneyland.
It's also, it's not a castle for fighting. It's a castle to show off.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
From the beginning, it was never a castle for fighting. It was just for, look at me.
For show. For show.
How important I am, the money I have.
God, strange. Yeah, it's crazy. Here we go.
This is this is at the beginning of the place.
Yeah, for the entrance.
Yeah. Oh. The entrance.
What is that for?
You see the chapel behind it.
Yeah, was that where they're buried? He said.
Yeah.
There's another bit. Yeah, this one.
Yeah, you see that there too. Yeah, there they are buried. You cannot go there. That's private.
Really? God. You might meet any evil spirit ghosting around the place.
Well, I had my rods with me for measuring energy, and it was very strong.
Really? God. Yeah, strange.
And I was trying to find which ley lines were centered there, and I couldn't find it, but I found interesting places in Utrecht and around Utrecht. So we look it up, and I think eventually I will find the ley lines, but they are hidden also for the normal public. Because I feel that, but you can never, the information is gone.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the picture here, okay? And like it looks like some engineer who is so scared of lightning has gone so overboard, like so over-engineered all of these lightning rods. Or are all these lightning rods actually not lightning rods? And I think it's to harvest free energy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look at the amount of them.
You do it on the highest top, and you do it on one side.
Even between the windows, not even just on the windows, like here, everywhere. There's loads of them.
But the little spots maybe are also to go on the roof for repairing things.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Strange, crazy, it's beautiful. Yeah, good. Yeah. Well, what's this place here? Is this the side of the castle?
Yeah, this is where the horses were.
Oh, the stables, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and it was all round and surrounded by walls
Really?
and buildings in the center.
Gotcha.
So that is the first entrance, this, to the stables, and then behind the stables is the castle.
Mm.
And you see the family weapons above the porch, the door.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
the colors on the door are also the family colors. It's a really beautiful door. I have some pictures.
Yeah,
of
I think there's another few pictures of the door. Yeah, they're beautiful, beautiful. It's big as well, isn't it?
This looks older. The bridge looks older.
It's like, yeah, it does. Like,
the water.
You're right. Yeah.
If it's water, I don't know, because the rest is in the water too.
It's like I work in construction, and I'm looking at the castle. It's actually in the previous photo, but to build that castle, they would have had to pump all the water out, and this is in a time when, you know, they didn't have these tools, so it makes me wonder how the castle was built and when it was built.
I don't know, but I think maybe first they they do the buildings, and then they do the water. Then they connect it to the water in the area.
Yeah, good
Because
point.
otherwise you cannot build like, hey, we Dutch people, we know how to work with water, right?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. No, definitely. I'm hearing quite a lot of things about our Queen, the lovely Queen Elizabeth II. I'm hearing a lot of rumors that I think her death's going to be announced fairly soon. It looks like.
Yeah. Our royal family went over to her to stay in the Second World War, and a lot of people say that because they left, they are not allowed to rule anymore, because that's one of the rules. You cannot leave the country as a king.
Yep.
And they did.
Look at that. Look at the door knocker.
Really nice.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Crazy. Yeah. I think things are definitely changing in the world at the moment, at quite a fast pace as well. Yeah, fascinating.
Yeah, that's the entrance for the stables.
Mm.
You can see the horse, or the photo before. You can see the horse above the entrance.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I got you. Yeah. It's beautiful. Whereabouts is this castle again?
Utrecht.
Utrecht. Okay.
Utrecht.
Yeah. Cool. So yeah, as a horse.
Yeah.
It's the detail is amazing. Yeah.
Oh, in the center it's all.
Yeah.
Oh, in the center it's all round, and in the center there's a well. And I'm also made picture of the well. Yeah, I don't know. It looks like a well, but it was damped. There was no water in it.
Mm. Smaller things, actually. And those there look like. Is that to walk up? I wonder.
I don't know. I can.
Strange
But
one.
not all, because then how do they go to the other side? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Strange. What's that? That looks like a hybrid, little hybrid.
Yeah, they
puma.
were just sticking out. You see that everywhere, just sticking out, strange creatures.
Yeah. Wow. It's beautiful out there as well. Let's see what we've got left. Well, what's that?
That was the knocking for the door.
Door knocker, right? Okay.
Yeah.
It looks like Mayan. It looks Mayan, like Aztec sort of design.
It's very difficult to make those kind of things out of metal.
Yeah,
I know,
for sure.
because my father does it, and it's really hard for making details in it, because it's one piece.
Sure. Yeah, it's the detail.
It's like, I have the feeling it is a dragon. You knock on
Yeah.
the door with the dragon
Yeah,
before
God.
coming in. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Crazy.
That's the well.
Is that the well? Yeah. Yeah. Good. Yeah.
And that is on the side of it. That's in the well. But that
Oh
was
yeah.
on the.
Yeah.
That was one of the.
Oh, is that a dragon? I thought a dragon.
I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
It's old.
Look, it is. Look, that's its eye. Is it a horse or a dragon?
Yeah, could be both. I don't know.
No, nose, mouth, eye, ear. Don't know.
But also,
it could be.
what is around it? I don't know.
Do you know what? That looks like. Let's go back to. Let's have a little. Well, we can have a little break ourselves, but we can keep recording. So we can stop the video. And that looks like to me. It looks like to me like the knight's the knight's armor, the helmet. Yeah. We can go back to the video now and have a look at this. It looks exactly like that, I think.
Try to find all kinds of weird explanations for them, but if we look at the Medici sculptures and numerous other historic depictions, there will be no need to come up with far-fetched explanations because everything falls into place. So the glamorous knights, cheered by the crowds, certainly shouldn't have had any problems. Who knows if this is the original statue as intended, or they glued on a head later on so that the visitors of the Medici chapel don't get horrified from what crawls out from inside the exoskeleton. Interesting stonework, by the way, on the collar. Those who take the penguins seriously, they have to believe that this was chiseled out. Yes, to remind you, chiseling out things involves brutal force on them, hits with a hammer. So maybe some of you think, come on, these were just armors for battles or parades. If the knights really looked that weird, how would they manage their daily lives when they don't wear armor? And here it gets even more interesting. First of all, these knights would never go out of their castle without wearing an armor, even if they needed to walk a week or more to reach a given battlefield. They would be in full armor all the time. When the knight was out on a mission, his servants had to pour water inside the armor at least few times per day. Modern historians try to explain these strange things. Like, you see, some of the full armor didn't really have toilet arrangements, so things were happening and they had to be washed with water. That's why they had to pour lots of water a few times per day. Look at this helmet. I don't know how one would survey the vicinity and fight with it if one can't see the enemy, but it's certainly very convenient for pouring water inside. Somehow the modern historians didn't finish their story, like for example how would the servants dry their master, because if you water him a few times per day and he has clothes on inside the armor, he would rot if you don't dry him up. Did they dry them on, like, grilling on bonfires? But on the other hand, if your master is some sort of worm, he would enjoy such moist environment. I also pour water regularly on my compost heap, and the worms love it. And when the knights were not on a tournament, they would simply stay hidden in their castles, which of course had plenty of dark and moist premises, exactly what the master likes. In that moist atmosphere, he would finally enjoy the sluggish handkerchief from his lady, which he obtained during the tournament. Of course, this type of creatures use sluggish substances to procreate.
And as far as the servants, they were not a problem. There were very strict rules in play here. First of all, the knight would be seen only in armor, even when he's only around people in the castle. Modern historians explain this as the knights were always being fearful of traitors, even while in their own castles. And that's why, even when they ate in public, they still ate food through this mesh of the helmet of the knight's armor.
And it gets even more weird. Some of them even slept in armor. If any of the servants would dare to touch his own master, his knight, the punishment was death on the spot. I wonder why on the spot. Maybe before he manages to tell around about the sluggish thing inside the armor. Here, a certain knight was even called Ivar the Boneless. Yet another medieval depiction, even with knight's helmet next to the creature. And when the knights were out for a tournament, the descriptions of the entire situation doesn't look human-like either. First of all, ordinary people didn't even stand the chance to fight with a knight. That was only in between their own race. Then the two knights would actually fight each other, and it says, days in line without interruption, non-stop, while their men would just stand by and watch. And then the one who loses the fight, in case he had to be killed, the right way to do it was to remove the helmet and then wound him with the sword, but the sword must be inserted specifically in the torso area of the knight's armor, because simply cutting off the head didn't work. It says in the medieval books that even with the cut head, the knights could go on, which of course makes perfect sense looking at the Medici statue. If somebody was cutting off the helmet, he would just retract in the torso area. And another strange rule, the army, the men of the defeated knight would be killed on the spot, unless the defeated party goes for a small ritual of officially and voluntarily handing over his own men to the other party, and that also applied to the castle. That also seems somewhat odd, because probably, at least as far as we know, the human tradition of war during those times is if you conquer something with military force, it's yours automatically.
How strange. What a great clip. Isn't it good? Yeah, that was really good. And I'll not do it right now. I'll try to put a marker in the video, but we'll just take this. Yeah, I'll leave it showing. I'm gonna play the Vikings are Jews from GODVADGE. You know, it's only like 6-minute clip, because he talks a lot about the Vikings and the knights. You know, and how did these beings or people come to this realm? And this is why I think Wims really onto something with. Yep. I'll keep talking. But it's really how did these beings come into our realm? And I think, let's put it back on the screen. I think they came into our realm via the Mary Serientatis. See. Anyway, so yeah, I think. I muted the wrong person. There we go. Are you back, Martin? Oh, I think I muted you by mistake. Well, not by mistake, but yeah. You back?
Yes, I'm back.
Cool. But yeah, it's crazy because it really rings true. This Julius Caesar, the knights, these beings. I mean, listen to the stories that woman was talking about. These people, these knights, did not sound human at all, do they? They really don't.
I also think the old medieval songs are very interesting because they also tell a lot about those times, and that's information from that time that is kept.
I mean, look at the helmet on the screen. That looks like the same helmet they pour water down a little bit. And if that is a dragon, so you've got a helmet and a dragon inside the helmet, let's say.
Yeah, and it is the well in the center where they kept the horses.
Yeah, that's true. You see the helmet there on the side. Crazy. I wonder if that's an entrance to something underground.
Because now there is no water in it, but I don't know. It's not deep now. You can stand in it.
Oh, really? It's been filled in. They filled it in.
Yeah.
I wonder why. Crazy, isn't it? So, yeah, it's a detail as well. That looks very like we say in England, Tudor style, from that period where it's the exact same.
Yeah, but a lot of stuff was later on rebuilt and restored. So I don't know. You have to look at the stones maybe to see from what time it is. Yeah. It's all different times. You really have to look carefully. What is what time? But that's also interesting that it's all mixed up. Yes.
Strange.
The one below, and on top there are children, but below there are strange.
That is a strange. Like if you just stand back and have a look at that picture and just think, it's like, is that a demon, a gargoyle, and the children on top playing?
Yeah.
Strange.
I didn't count them, but there were
a lot.
10, 12. I guess 12. I don't know.
Yeah, God. Crazy. Another one, God. Yeah, grapes. There's a lot here. I'm going to look into the shield more with the three.
Yeah, that's the family weapon.
That looks like a hybrid there. The lion,
the wings.
Beast. Yeah.
The wing.
Yeah. If you look, actually, the United Nations, it was about 2 months ago. What's it called? The beast. It's like a lion with wings, and the United Nations removed the statue of the beast they put out about 3 months ago. I think it was outside for a month.
There
and they
are
removed it.
Kind of lions with wings here too.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, so I'm just watching the clock.
They are protecting or guiding the weapon or something.
Yeah, that's good. It's beautiful there, isn't it? Could you imagine? This is what I was talking about in the last episode about this type of people and how their life must be, to wake up in the tower, get up, have your coffee after your morning ritual to Baal, to Chancellor Hellgates, etc.
There are bedrooms also, pictures from bedrooms also from Elena.
Yeah,
She
further down. Okay,
the
okay.
king.
Go.
And every bedroom had a bathroom with a bath and a separate room where you can sit and read. It was very
There,
luxurious.
there we see the inverted fleur-de-lis I picked up on before from the chair in front of the fireplace, and we got the helmets of the hybrids. Looks like a little SS symbol there as well. It's nuts, this world, isn't it? What we're living through right
It's
now.
red and it's with pyramids, everything, or it's like
Oh, yeah.
how do you say that? They're spinning, but yeah.
It's kind of like, not like the black sun, but like the similar rotation, isn't it? Similar
It's some
feeling.
rotation.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm. Or even the swastika. It's similar to how a swastika would but we know about the swastika being a symbol of good, but before the cabal
This is the entrance from the big building, and the beginning of the entrance. That is where the family still lives.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I wonder what these are. It's like some sort of ritual altar, or is that another well?
I don't know. It's the rose garden. They have a lot of roses, and this is the center of the rose garden. And there is a well, and I don't know what it means, but it's like 6.
That's good.
It's all very symmetric. It's like
yeah.
I have pictures, but it's in the book that I bought there when I went there from the garden when the roses are all that there are all flowers. It's really beautiful. Oh, that statue, that is the highest top of the building.
What's his name? What's his name?
Well, I don't know who it was before. It was a knight, I guess, one of the family, and it was removed, and it wasn't there for a few hundred years, and then
you can see the shield,
and then they made the face of the last Van Zuylen man in the face of the statue.
Okay.
But it's rebuilt from an old statue of an armor, a knight. I'm sure it was one of the family because they had a few who went fighting in that time.
You can see actually there's more than one shield on that. You got one. You got that's the 3 ones on the shield. There's another shield.
Maybe
here.
I don't know, but maybe it's because it's 2 families that it's 2 shields, and then maybe one together. I don't know.
Yeah, crazy. It's interesting. I think the story. We've got a bit more of the video to play, but I might play that at the end. Are you okay for time to keep recording, or?
I don't know what time it is.
It's 1:35 where you are, I think. But yeah, maybe we'll do like 20 more minutes because you sent me so many pictures. We've still got so many to look through.
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay.
I didn't know where to look and where to make a picture.
Yeah, this is one of the battles that I have, like doing what I do with YouTube. Is I've got so much pictures and photos, but it really takes the time to make them into a proper slideshow. It really does take quite a bit of time. You got to sit there.
Yeah, and you have to make a point, so you cannot show everything. Then you get distracted. It's
I think it's fine the way we're doing it anyway. So yeah, but we can keep going. We might not be able to get through all of the pictures, but we can see we get through as many as we can. Yeah. What was the feeling like when you were there? Did you feel energy? That
was interesting because I'm not one of the fancy guys. I like simple and easy, and it was very overwhelming. So normally you have the feeling, oh, I'm afraid I will break something. Don't touch anything. But it felt very like home. It was a very nice vibe,
like
really
warm,
warm.
yeah.
Yeah, you can understand that people would love to
Positive.
live on. It was really a good vibe, and the energy was so strong. That was so interesting too. So it must be a strong positive vibe. Maybe you reload, get your energy.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You got 2 pyramids inverted. It's fascinating, really is. That do you know what that reminds me of? I'm going to put the.
I thought that was a nice picture with that one eye.
No, I'll tell you who that reminds me of. I'm just popping it up on screen. Where is he? Just a second. Here we go. That reminds me of this character, Odin, doesn't it? Looks like Odin.
Yes.
It's that left eye, and you know, I wonder what Odin's connection with Janus is actually. I don't know if Paul's done anything on that. He probably has, but anyway, yeah. I'll put the link to What the Flock TV in the description as well for this episode. But yeah.
I think Odin is really very, very interesting.
Yeah, it's like
also with the AI from this time and getting information from everybody, because he did that too with his 2 ravens. It's a bit like
it's like
going around the world, knowing everything about everybody.
It's like the more I learn in my personal journey and what we're living through right now, the apocalypse, whatever. But this character Odin. And the more I learn, the more I am feeling and seeing that this character Odin seems to be at the top of a lot of things in mythologies.
It's like you give
Freemasonry
to get knowledge. That's what he did. He gave us to get knowledge.
Well, it links to the tree of life. He's hanging from the tree of life. It's like even I think GODVADGE talked about, Wim talked about how. This character that was crucified, Jesus Christ. What if it was Odin, and we're all worshipping Odin through Christianity?
It's very interesting how all the old stories.
You want answers?
And they have all connections.
Yeah.
Because maybe the stories are even older, and they were mixed up then.
What symbol do you see there? Is that flower again? You know, the flower from the geometric window earlier, and you got the helmet of the hybrid above. This is fascinating. It really is. Yeah.
That was the other side, but the statue was gone. So on that, that is also strange faces.
It's like a hybrid. What is that?
I thought it was a sheep.
What? A sheep? Could well be, but it's strange, isn't it? It's just strange. I remember I used to live in Austria. I speak German, but we used to go to Munich to München sometimes, and you know the clock tower with the it's in a square. It's got a big statue of a gold. Is it the Pope on a gold? It's a gold Pope on a big column outside the square. But the gargoyles, I remember the gargoyles on the building. Do you know what? I'll try to bring up a picture of it. It's the gargoyles are so evil, like they're really horrendous looking. Oops.
In Berlin there is a school library, and there is a how do you say that, a garden in the center of the building with walls around it, and it's all grown with plants, and in between the plants you see all the faces of the scary creatures. It's really scary because they get out of the green,
Yeah. No, I mean, look at this creature here. I mean, what on earth is that?
It's like they have human soul eyes.
Hybrid,
It's not from here.
Yeah. Fascinating. I'll show that. I'll show you some more, because this is what I was just talking about. So it's called Marienplatz, I think it is. But the amount of gargoyles, dragons, look at this stuff. They're also protected by nets everywhere because of the danger of fallen parts from them, you know. But I mean, look at the intricacies. Look at the battle. There's a kid being protected. You got a dragon terrorizing people.
Yeah.
What's that telling you? You know, it's crazy. It's wow, next level, really. Here we go again. Some sort of strangeness. This is just, what's this? What is that? That looks like the guy from Chronicles of Narnia. Have you watched is it the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe? Mr. What's the creature that comes? He's like a goat. It looks like that guy. I can't remember the name of him, but strange. That looks like the flower a bit again. A rose, maybe. But yeah, so
the rose is also a center, right?
Center point sort of thing. Look at this. Jesus Christ. What is that? I mean,
that doesn't really look so friendly.
No, I just, yeah, crazy. These hybrids look terrorized, and it goes back to
that's what I want to say. They look scared.
Yeah. And it goes back to the times of Babylon, technological Babylon, also Sumeria and Egypt, where we seem to see through myths, these fake stories, that obviously aren't real, but if you believe it, but you seem to see all these creatures like hybrids, unicorns, just I see dead people. 2017. Watch that movie. It's brilliant. But yeah, it links to back. I keep thinking about the times we're living through now and what they're doing to humans, and how I think they're making the general population the Nephilim. And it's like the days of Noah with this geoengineering at the moment. You know, I woke up this morning, like the strange clouds this morning. I'm just like, it's just pathetic. Anyway.
Yeah, and I still don't know what I see them doing it, but I still don't know what they're doing. I have a strong feeling it's all about weather, because when it's something that's making us sick, then they're making themselves sick too. So I think when they make the weather, they can go to certain areas, and they made all those stuff underground to keep them safe.
Yeah, I think so. And it also goes back to like these sort of clones that we're looking at the moment. Why do we see that clone? Where's the real person? You know, is a person safe underground or somewhere else on the outside the crater, in another crater in Tomorrowland? So I think
maybe there is a way out from downstairs where they hide.
Portal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's like Elon Musk. I think he sort of meant, and I don't like Elon Musk. I've got no time for him. I think he's playing the good cop, isn't he? I think he's sort of playing good cop. And some people, Musk, this guy is a total. I think he's AI, personally.
Yeah, that's what I
think. Do you know what? Actually, let's just we'll finish with this clip actually, because we've still got a lot. We could probably do a second episode if you want, Martin. Time, but I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll leave this on a good note. So I'm gonna play. I watched this last night. Let me just sort my stuff out here. Just give me 2 seconds. Right, we're back on screen. So, I just want to check that. I just want to play you a clip of what I watched last night. This little episode, and it's talking about. So I just got to find it. Just 2 seconds. It's talking about. Elon Musk, Ray Kurzweil, and AI and immortality. I'll play this clip and then we can do. Have you got a bit of time to chat about it, or do you want to finish up?
Well, I have a bit of time, but it's my
last day off. We'll finish up soon.
I have to go early, so.
Yeah, for sure. We'll finish up soon. Here we go.
Enjoy nature a little. Go outside.
Yeah, no, for sure. Right, here we go.
Despite the fact that it's literally $1 trillion of computation and communication circa 1965. billion circa 1980. It has millions of dollars of free information apps. Just
documents is really interesting to me. Do you think there's some sort of conscious effort, or will there be some sort of effort on behalf of the engineers to, I don't know, create an algorithm or something such that the... You started this session by saying you were an optimist, and do you feel that you kind of get a bad rap for being an optimist? Well,
the world does have a pessimistic view. There was a poll taken of 24,000 people in 26 countries, and they were asked a number of questions. Poverty is a typical one, and people were very pessimistic. They were asked, has poverty gotten better or worse in the world over the last 20 years? 90% said incorrectly that it's gotten worse. Only 1% identified correctly that it's fallen by 50% over the last 20 years. So people really feel that on all these measures, literacy, poverty, health, things are getting worse when they're actually getting dramatically better every year, and exponentially so. But we don't...
Right, that's not the part of the video I wanted to play. But what I'll do, I can read it.
He didn't exist.
The video won't be in it. I'll re-edit that and replace it with the section I want to replace it with. So anyway, but right. Do you want to finish up now? Actually, sort of soon, because I could do with a break and walk as well. But that's cool. So I'll do that bit. I'll finish with well, I can actually. Do you want to watch? You don't want to watch. You don't want to watch the rest of this video, do you? The episode. Shall I add? Yeah, exactly right. So cool. Well, we can finish up now then. So yeah, no, but it's been great having you on, and we can show the rest of the photos hopefully in the second part. Maybe we can do sometime.
Yeah, I'm very curious what everybody thinks of the strange creatures.
Yeah,
and,
these strange.
If they match with things they see themselves.
Yeah, no, for sure. Cool.
Okay.
Right, so that will do us for now. But thanks a lot for coming on, Martin. You've been great.
Okay.
Thank you. Ciao for now.
Bye.
It's their fault, all the people have gone.
Turns to me and he says, "Why so serious?"
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
house is a system, Neil. That system is our enemy. But when you're inside, you look around, what do you see? Businessmen, teachers, lawyers, carpenters, the very minds of the people we are trying to save. But until we do, these people are still a part of that system. That makes them. Have you understand?
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
So, I hope you enjoyed the first part of the special this evening. And we can see, you know, from this red and white, how this color, this ancient bloodline, seems to be linked to the next episode we're going to watch. Get ready for some GODVADGE. Empire of the False Christ. The link will be in the description below. And we're going to watch this now. And we're going to come in and comment after. So, yeah. Hope you all enjoy it, and let's go.
The falsification of our history. History onto the New World map. Let's go back to the moment where it all started. In 800 AD, a big tsunami is hitting crater Earth and is flooding the whole crater. People of crater Earth are fleeing to higher ground, taking their possessions and main artifacts of their culture. In Northern Europe, parts of the refugees, or Vikings, are setting foot ashore. Here I will resume my story where I ended it in a previous video, and I will tell the story the way I think it all happened. Main line in the story is that you have two histories. Everything that happened before 800 AD is happening on crater Earth. Everything after is happening on the New World map. So let's take the map of Europe and erase all known names. To begin, I will take myself as an example because I live in the area where I think the refugees first landed. So I live in Belgium, Belgica, in the region of Flanders, Flandria. Born in the city of Ghent, the old name is Ganda. Belgica. Belgium was founded in 1830 and was named after a quote of Julius Caesar in De Bello Gallico, where he claimed the Belgae were the bravest fighters of them all. Our area coincided with the area historians think was once Belgica. So the story of Julius Caesar happens before 800 AD. Therefore, we have to look at the map of Crater Earth. So the real Belgica has nothing to do with the current Belgium. Flandria. The history of Flanders is a medieval one, happening after 800 AD. Symbol of Flanders is the lion of Judah, the Ari. Suddenly, in the swamps of Flanders, a very high standard culture is erupting. The Flemish primitive painters, Flemish polyphony, old Flemish tales, Gothic cathedrals are popping up out of nowhere. This knowledge was imported by the refugees. In my view, they also imported Christianity. Why is this area called Flanders? Let's look at the crater map. There you see Flandria. Maybe it reminded them of the Flandria of Crater Earth. Ganda. Ghent was a fortification of the Scythians, plundered by the Vikings around 870 and used as a base to plunder the rest of the territory. Here you see the castle built by the Vikings. So this city around the fortification was captured and renamed Ganda after a city on Crater Earth. Let's recapitulate. You have two main forces. You have the invading white race, the Christians, with the lion symbol, the Ari, the phoenix of the resurrected Christ, and their language is Rune, Hebrew, Yiddish. Next, you have the Saracens, Moors, Mayans, Mazarians, Etruscs. All those people can be brought back to one root people, the Scythians or the Turanians. Some Turkish viewers drew my attention to Polat Kaya, a Turkish investigator. He came to the conclusion that every known culture and language has an origin in the Turkish language. Turanians were believers of the sky god, sun god and the moon god. For that, they were labeled as pagans and persecuted by the Aryans, Christians and the Semites. So the Scythians were brown-skinned, they were nature worshippers, the pagans, and they worshipped the sun eye and the moon eye. Let's concentrate now on the center point of the falsification, namely the Crusades and Jerusalem. To understand the Crusades, we have to go back to the Roman Empire and the conquest of the whole crater. The only people they could not conquer were the German tribes. Later in time, the German tribes attacked the Roman Empire, and it collapsed. The only part they could not conquer was the part on the other side of the Mediterranean Sea, and that became the East Roman Empire. Capital was Byzantium. 500 years later, the Eastern Roman Empire had become Muslim, and the Western Roman Empire had become Christian. So now the Christians decide they have to liberate Jerusalem, the land of their Savior, Jesus Christ. The first thing they do is attack Constantinople, that is still under the influence of Byzantium. And here you can clearly see that Byzantium and Constantinople are two different cities. Here you see the location on an old miniature. Here another one, flipped vertically. Here you see a battle taking place, and you see that Constantinople is completely fortified in a Gothic style. And in the city you see a lot of big churches. And what do you think of this one? Fire weapons? So what are the history books telling us about Constantinople?
Okay guys, I'm actually gonna bit of a change of plan. Let's come in and chat now, because Sam, I was also thinking about it's going to be very hard to I can't see the timestamps because the video's playing.
No, same here. I can't do it because it's on your screen, and you.
Yeah, so it's a bit.
So, yeah.
I am a bit big up to Wim as well. Your work's exemplary, but I really wanted to point out and talk about these weapons of fire, these bazookas. This is a long time ago, apparently, you know, and this just like Wim is next level researcher, and how he puts all this together. Wow, just an immense brain, really to do this. But yeah, anyway, I mean, to find, I'd love to know where this came from. But it just fascinates me. What are your thoughts, Sam? And then Jacob can follow if you want.
Yeah, well, as we were talking about this earlier, it's like nothing seems to fit anymore in our realm, does it? Nothing. Not that nothing they've told us fits in with the narrative. And well, we was talking earlier about the fact that they've been making cannonballs for a long time. So who's to say that they didn't have even better technology back then that has been lost over the time with all the battles that have gone on, you know? And that's the other thing I thought of is, you know, like we were talking about, which comes into Jon Levi later, about this 1,000 years that possibly going the opposite way. From that video, all the way from the beginning to where we are now, all it's been is pain and death, hasn't it?
Mm. Well, it's exactly, Sam, it's exactly what you said about, can you mention the point you said, was it yesterday, the day before, you talked about the 1,000 years of hell, and what if the Bible is actually, let's say, inverted? And yeah, can you elaborate? Yeah.
And so this old antiquitech and antique past that we can see everywhere, and to be honest with you, it looks more like paradise than what we've got now, doesn't it? Much more simpler life, but all it would have been a lot cleaner. The air would have been perfect to breathe because you wouldn't have so many pollutants because they were using literally energy from Gaia to power everything. So even though they weren't living in the woods and forests anymore, they were using what Gaia has got to offer by the minerals in the ground, but in a way that is in tune with life and the planet. And now we've got, that all seems to have been destroyed by something that's came in, like Wims says about the parasite, which seems to be anything tied to the red and white flag, and that they've been in control. Sorry about that. They've been in control for 1,000 years almost. Are we coming to the end of that? Is this where we are? Possibly his 1,000-year reign is coming to an end.
That's what it. When he said it to me, that's it. Immediately felt true to me when he said it. You know what I mean? It's weird.
Well, you see, like the red and white ties in now to where. So what's got the grip of us the most? It's money, yeah. Currency, where they have played around with our words, and when you look at what red and white depicts now with the dragon, with all the different things that they're using, this is the City of London.
Yeah.
One of the things I find amazing, not just with the red and white, if you actually look at their symbols are red and white. Well, they're still in control and has been for more than 1,000 years, because he's talking about around the time frame of just before 800 AD and right after 800 AD, right? Well, we've seen the guy with that, that looks like a boomstick or whatever, like a cannon or a bazooka. Well, bazookas weren't invented till 1930, supposedly. And then cannons weren't invented until the 12th to 13th century. And back then when they were first developed, they were called fire lances. Okay, so that's 12th to 13th century. I mean, we're talking about hundreds of years difference here. And then when it comes to that red and white symbol, Washington, D.C.'s flag is 2 lines like this and then 3 stars on it. It's red and white. In fact, isn't London's flag red and white as well?
Well,
yeah, go on, Rob.
No, carry on, Sam, because I'm actually just bringing up some pictures of the first segment.
So when you look at the red and white flag of England, the king actually, we rent that. We first rented it off Genoa to be able to sail the seas properly, because they were basically they ruled the maritime. But we've kept it because, well, for instance, you got this ties in lovely with. Is it? I don't want to get the lady's name wrong. Monica, who you did the interview. Monica.
Martine.
Martine. Sorry, Martine.
Hello, Martine, as well.
Yeah, great interview.
Yeah.
Really good interview, Martine. So the red and white that you'll see in that interview, when we tie this back into the City of London, for instance, so you had the Rotschiilds that were the Rotschiilds, and in the City of London, the English family that runs that is called the Hoare family. H-O-U-R-E, I believe it's spelled. But they were named as the White Shield family. So is some of the depicted art and flags and what have you on that video got to do with them 2 banking families coming together, the red and white, which depicts perfectly into keeping that colour scheme going, doesn't it? Of the red and white all the time.
I'm just going to bring up one photo that I've got here, but it's not actually the correct photo that I want to share, but I will anyway. This was in the first segment, this photo, and you can see you can see the red and white, yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, but there was another picture. It was in the first. We will have watched it already. It's right. I can't find it in my pictures right now, but it's a square, okay, and it really reminded me of the Black Sun. It's the feeling I got from looking at it. It's like a square. It's divided into, I think, 8 parts. Obviously, like alternately red and white. I wish I could find it, but yeah, it's just red and white. It's just everywhere. Here again, yeah. But
if you add up the letters if you add up how many letters there are, white, red, there's 8 letters. White has 5, red has 3. But it actually kind of, if you want to go on a little deeper, this is also right around the time when we were talking about the Vikings and stuff, where that big one was found, like all that stuff. Well, So if you want to express your people and that you're dominating, think about the Vikings. Very white skin, light skin, and then red hair. White and red flag. This is your people.
Well, I'm just going to interject, and we can move on to carry on watching the video. But the photo you can see on screen now, okay, this is going to come up later as we are doing a huge special. But yeah, so this Viking ship here, it's going to be a video a bit later on. But this should I play it now? So it's only a short video. No, let's finish it, sorry. This Viking ship was found in Death Valley. And I think it was on top of a mountain. It was quite high up. You know, I'm going to leave you with those thoughts. And yeah, let's actually carry on watching the video. Yeah, okay. But again, is this before 800 AD and after 800 AD? And Wims talking about whatever happened after 800 AD is on the New World map, and before it is on the Hereford map. This map, the Hereford map, it was found under floorboards in the Hereford monastery, I think, in England, and it was hidden by monks apparently. Think of it what you will. Why were they hiding it? You know,
you're gonna need a bigger boat.
So yeah. So let's carry on with the video. I've got to find the right point now as well. 10 minutes. Some more Vikings. Okay, here we go.
This one, fire weapons. So what are the history books telling us about Constantinople? Well, they try to tell us that the original name was Byzantium. In 330, the name was changed into Constantinople, and in 1453 the name was changed into Istanbul. Sure, so that would be the same like saying Brussels used to be called Madrid, and then 200 years later they changed their name into Paris, and now they call Brussels again. Sure. So this is our first piece of evidence of the falsification of history, Constantinople. So what happened to Constantinople and Byzantium? Well, both were flooded, and Istanbul was the victim and got the two names. From there, the Crusaders decide to attack by land, and they make a circular movement. There they attack the city Antiochia. Here you see a picture of the crater map, and you see that Antiochia is a very big castle. Next to it is a big mountain. Here is a medieval painting of it. You see the mountain in the background. Here you see another one. You see the mountain in the background, the fortified castle. And if you look carefully, in the front you see the Crusaders have cannons. Strange, I didn't know the Crusaders had cannons. And of course, Antiochia is situated in Turkey, and this is Antiochia. Where are the walls? Is that all that is left from this gigantic city? So, when they have taken the castle of Antiochia, it's very easy to attack Jerusalem. In case you think, well, why don't they attack from the water? The whole coastline is fortified by cities. You have Tripoli, Beirut, Acres, Tyre, Jaffa, Ascalon. For people who know the history of the Crusades, these names will sound familiar. Later in the Crusades, they will attack Egypt, and they attack Cairo through the Nile. And now, of course, the most important piece of the Crusades, Jerusalem. Well, we have the same old story again. So Jerusalem is a fortified city, Gothic style, and in the center you have the Temple of Solomon. In many of the cases, the Temple of Solomon is an octagonal temple. (1356), the travels of John Mandeville. For if a man were to go from Scotland or England to Jerusalem, he would be going upwards all the way, for our land is in the lowest part of the west. The cause is that the earth and sea is round, for it is commonplace that Jerusalem is in the middle of the earth. Let's take a look at some different explanations from Palatkaya. All seems to be referring to the position of the sun. What happened to Jerusalem? There was a flood, and after that it flash froze, together with some other holy places like Mecca and Byzantium. Now the ice is melting and maybe the holy places are defrosting. Is that the reason why Patriarch Kirill, head of the Orthodox Church, visited Antarctica? Well, we're almost at the scene of the crime. Let's recapitulate. The Vikings, Templars, Crusades, and now 1400 to 1500, the Renaissance. The resurrection of the Phoenix. You conquer some Etruscan territory. You take their main city and you call it Rome. You take the Etruscan buildings and you call them Roman. You take their history and replace it with the crater history of Rome. Now, of course, you think this is the Roman culture. But let's take a look at some Roman emperors, how they are depicted in the Middle Ages. Julius Caesar,
Okay, we're back. I want to comment on, where's Zoom gone? I'll stop sharing. So I want to comment on Julius Caesar, okay? Change my lighting, sorry, it's getting dark now. Anyway, I want to comment on Julius Caesar and Jesus Christ, John Connor. They've all got the same initials, right? Not so much John Connor, but same initials. And it was when I first watched Wims, just that, not long before I did the episode on RiSE ABoVE, which we will be watching some of later on, the Hybrid Age. But it was when Wims commented on Julius Caesar and how the public did revolt against him, and also, sorry, move this, and it was also how his theory about Julius Caesar being a hybrid. And I think this it felt very true to me, what he was talking about, you know. What are your thoughts, guys?
Well, I'm not sure if it's on this episode or not, but one of the ones that he shows, the busts of heads, and they look nothing like depictions that we've got now, the person, because he looks a bit like Putin, doesn't he, if you think of what Julius Caesar looks like, that we're shown now.
Yeah.
And
also,
apparently didn't look anything like that. Sorry, go on, mate.
Yeah, it's also, and I got this from Wim's work. Like watching his channel, it's like what you say, Sam, about it kind of connects like the flat Earth theory and the Jesuit 666 flying through space globe model. It's both. I'm not saying both are wrong. I'm not set on any theory ever, because nobody actually knows, and we're never going to know for don't know when. But Wim's work connects, and it just makes sense. And it's always the thought. I always think of the movie Alien versus Predator, right? And if you think about the public, right? So if we are on a huge Earth, let's say, and every world that we could imagine, not even know about, is actually on our planet, right? How would the public feel about that? They would freak the F out, wouldn't they? You know what I mean? They're big time. Like, and I think he's right. I think Wim is right. I really do. You know.
Well, there's some other channels that don't go into depth like Wim does on the different subjects, but are on the same sort of lines, explaining that the moon's reflection is a reflection of Earth. But I can't think of the channel's name. I'll dig it out.
Is it Vibes of Cosmos? Vibes of the Cosmos?
I'll have to find it. It's just gone right out of my head. I wouldn't remember if you told me the right name. But he shows it that how he sort of done a map himself where there are more continents out there, if you understand what I mean. It's huge. The land mass is huge. And just to jump back, so you can imagine back to that image of where it was saying that Constantinople would can't attack Israel across the water.
Yeah,
So Constantinople being Istanbul. Now, where we was talking about biblical bit, there you go, the biblical bits before. This image now. So we was talking about possibility that we're actually in the end times already. We've been experiencing it. And like Nigel explains that 1,000 years isn't actually 1,000 years. It said 1,000 years in the Bible, but it's actually more time than 1,000 years. It's longer. Now, that image there ties in with the Quran and the story of Gog and Magog, the end times. Because
that's weird, Sam, because I think I heard it from you. So is Gog and Magog, are they characters in the Quran?
Well, Gog, Gog is the Zionist, basically. If I get have I got them right way around?
Well, it's funny because all I know about Gog and Magog is they were actually giants in Albion, which was Britain before it was renamed after Brutus, the giant. Anyway, continue, Sam. Sorry, just strange how they're in both stories, you know.
Yeah, the same. And so one is, which is basically when they show you on maps that they've drawn and whatever. One is the Ukraine, which is the Zionists, which is the Kavarians, yeah, and then the other is the Eastern Christian Church, Orthodox Church, which is situated in Russia, and they will go at war with each other. But it says in those stories that the Orthodox Church basically retakes Hagia Sophia, which is a massive, used to be a Christian church, a huge church, probably the biggest in the world. It's been turned into sort of half of a museum and half a temple full of Muslims. And the story says that at the end times, a huge Muslim army goes against Istanbul and retakes Hagia Sophia and gives it back to the Christians. So that sort of ties in, and then they attack Jerusalem because they can get into, which is probably Russia's navy, into that waterway, because the only thing stopping it is Turkey. Basically.
Yeah. Gog and Magog are definitely in the Hebrew and Christian Bible. It's in Ezekiel.
Okay, right. Thanks, Jacob. Yeah.
So I just thought of it while it was there, and I just wanted to come back to it because it's really quite prophetic where we are today.
It's actually what. Bear in mind, I've only been away 2 years, but one subject that I need to look up on is Constantinople. I've heard a lot about it. Do you know anything about that, Jacob, or anything?
Very, very little.
Yeah, it's the same.
Which Hagia Sophia that is the most precious thing there. That
right.
Yeah, it's very important. That where in the Quran story, it has to be retaken for the end times to finish.
Yeah. One of the things tying back to what we were talking about with like Sam, what you were saying with the Bible of being like 1,000 years, and we know that it's more. It's actually 2,160 years. You know, live in the end times. We are in the end times of Pisces, and we're entering into the
exactly.
Yeah, I was actually looking at the word Jerusalem. I was thinking about it just watching the start of GODVADGE, and if split the words, okay, from Jeru to Salem. So I don't know the name of, I don't know what the meaning is of Salem, but I think it's got something to do with witches, hasn't it? Something to do with
Salem. Well, there were Salem witches, weren't there?
Salem witches. That's what I heard. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
But it could also be a play on words. I mean, how many times do you hear Jewish people saying shalom? You know, Jerusalem.
True. So let's get back in.
That could be where they started to perfect this play on words and the spellotymology that we're under the spell of at the moment.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, mate.
Right. So we got that.
Salem, what we were just talking about. Salem in Hebrew actually means peace.
Is it?
Yeah. I just looked it up right now. Salem, meaning in Hebrew, is actually is a word for peace.
Okay.
So like we are Salem. You know, we are peaceful. You know.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Right. So we got 10 minutes left, and we will catch up after the episode. Also, we have also big up to Lance, Andy PG, Master Lee, and of course Oma Beats, who is going to be playing a DJ set in a little bit. So let's continue.
You call it Rome. You take the Etruscan buildings and you call them Roman. You take their history and replace it with the greater history of Rome. Now, of course, you think this is the Roman culture. But let's take a look at some Roman emperors, how they are depicted in the Middle Ages. Julius Caesar, Titus, Caesar Augustus. Look at their heads. That is the same crown like the popes. Three kings are gathering at a strange building. That would be the Temple of Solomon. Three kingdoms and one crown for him who rules them all. Now the three kings are paying tribute to their new Lord, Jesus Christ. Or was it Julius Caesar? Let's take a look at the list of popes. On Christmas Day of the year 800, Leo III is crowning Charlemagne as Holy Roman Emperor. So we have the first list, put the remaining 800 years next to it. That brings us to the year 33, the death of Jesus Christ. That made Peter the first pope appointed by Christ. Now Leo III, as lawful descendant of Jesus Christ, can crown Charlemagne as Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. Let's return to the list of the popes. But let's put the second list on the other timeline. That brings us to the year 450. So in 476 you have the fall of the Roman Empire. That means you have 450 years of Roman emperors. And that brings us to Julius Caesar. In the first timeline, the year 0 is Jesus Christ. In the other timeline, the year 0 is Julius Caesar. What happened here? Let me give you an example. So you have Mao, psychopathic killer, responsible for millions of deaths. But to hide all this, you create a propaganda Mao, the completely opposite of the real Mao. Now let's presume you want to make two different people out of this Mao. What would you do? You take the propaganda Mao and you call him Lao. You take the real Mao, but you give him a different face. Now you have Mao and Lao. So let's turn this equation. You have Julius Caesar with the wrong face. And you have Jesus Christ with the wrong name. I already showed you that in the Middle Ages, Julius Caesar was depicted with a beard. So I think there might be some evidence in the Shroud of Turin. Some people have made a 3D replica. Let's take a look at the body wounds. For every body wound of Caesar, they have found a Christian explanation. There goes the Spear of Destiny. So Julius Caesar is not the short-haired, grey old man, but a long-haired, bearded young man. Something like this, except for the nose maybe. Julius Caesar had an arched nose with a tip curved downwards at the end.
Right, I'm just going to come in because we all see the number 33 so many times, and I know Lance will be just chuckling because he loves that number. Anyway, so this is my point about JC, Julius Caesar, and it was my point about Julius Caesar.
There goes the Spear of Destiny.
Right, so you got Julius Caesar on the right, and you got Jesus Christ on the left. Okay, they both died at 33, and I think Wim is on point with his theory about everything about how they have. Even when Wim talked about the Roman ages, and I've been to a couple of Roman forts up in North England, but for me personally, there is not enough, or I don't know about it, but I think he's right about the Romans being their time was not nearly as long enough as we are told. What are your thoughts, Jacob?
Well, one of the things that I like to think about, I mean, we know about them dying at the age of 33, and there's a lot of things and some stuff that I wanted to talk about. I can tie into 33. It's amazing, but when you do the comparisons, Julius Caesar was what? He was like a king, right?
He was an emperor. Emperor.
So, in a sense, he would have some form of a crown, right? And what did Christ have on his head?
Yeah,
crown
same.
of thorns. You know, just it's like,
But also again, right, this is what I want to point out to people, right? So, and this is where I think he's bang on the money, and we're going to get into gargoyles and hybrids and the hybrid age, days of Noah, right? So let's get back, and this is where I think Wim is on point. I think so. So Jesus Christ was pretty much, let's say, Julius Caesar, and Julius Caesar may have been a hybrid. So, after watching the first segment of this video with the exo knights, with these exoskeletons, you know, what and when came here to take over this realm? I think we're all on that sort of thought, you know. Yeah. But it's fascinating. What are your thoughts, Sam? Or Jacob? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Sam.
Well, yeah, it's, whatever. So another 33. Is it the Mount Herald? Is it not? Get that
Mount Helena, I think it is.
It's where the fallen angels apparently fell, which is on the 33rd parallel. So it's again, there's 33 just ties in all over the place, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. Ties in with Egypt, ties in with Disney World, 33rd parallel. There's a lot of it.
And if you're saying these might be hybrids, like just getting back to what we were saying earlier, something needed to come here to allow for all this pain and death for the last, what you're saying, 2,600 years, Jacob, yeah?
Because 2,160.
Right. So because we weren't capable of it, but for some reason we've had to go through this experience in this realm for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why.
Wait, my camera's just stopped working for some reason. Sorry, don't know why.
One of the other things that I found to be interesting is that when we were just kind of breaking down names and breaking down words, and we're talking about the Roman Empire, right? Now break down Roman, Rome, man,
ramen, ramen.
Or Rome to Rome, and the Roman Empire spread all over. They have roamed all the earth, and the man has roamed and taking over everything. There's so many breakdowns, like what we were just talking about earlier with like Jerusalem. We were saying Salem, and it means peace. Well, in Hebrew or in the Jewish language, you would say shalom. You hear them saying shalom, and it means peace. So Jeru or Yeru, which would be you'd say properly with no J, it'd be a Y sound. Yerushalayim, which is peaceful city, peace, or yeah, basically. But then when you look at it, there's another way of looking at it. In etymology, the name Yerushalayim is variously etymologized to mean foundation, or to found or lay a cornerstone. What is that tied to? Cornerstones?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. Actually, so that actually ties us quite well to the end of the video. Actually, so at the end of this video, I'm going to play the Benben Stone video. It's only 2 minutes long, but this is where I think Wim is again on point with what the Knights Templar found, moved, and the flood happened at again. Anyway, so let's watch the end of the video.
Milk was a bad choice. rock was a bad choice.
Way more technologically advanced society back then.
Part 2. So, this is the Benben stone. I came across it at the Old Egyptian Museum, and it is not made of anything from this planet. Yes, it is a stone from space. They could not find any of the materials that made up the stone on Earth. So that is mystery number 1. Check out mystery number 2 in this clip.
Try to cut it. Never happened. Use a laser cut. Never happened. Okay, now I have to shut up for a minute. If we can do that today, look at the hieroglyphic that being carved on that pyramid. And number 2, it is not even looking at the hieroglyphic. Somebody tried to chop this hieroglyphic, and he managed to do a little bit of it. We can do that today. So, it looks like a pressing machine, burning machine, being added there. If laser can do it today, so what the hell they use to make it with that perfection? Look, even polished and glazed, lift rough. The eye of Horus, the lung of Osiris, Ra, duck and a circle, reeds and a honeybee, and then the names of the pharaoh and hieroglyphic. Perfection of the size. Same precision, depth, width, it is mind-blowing.
Okay, so stone is not from this planet. We don't know how old it is. We don't know really what it's made out of. And we don't know how they carved the hieroglyphs in here. We can't even do this today with our modern technology. We can't even etch in there. We can't even take the hieroglyphs off. So I'll just leave you with that, okay? You can come to your own conclusions. But there was technology used here, okay? Whether it was ours or someone else's, don't know. But this needs some explanation.
Okay, we're back. So I want to continue with with what we're looking at, and this is part of my. Sorry, Sam.
So the beginning of that just blended perfectly with what I was saying with Rome, man, and then you could just see it just kind of taking over. That was perfect. And then the very next part, you're showing moon cult and then sun cult and how it's going to the different cults. That actually goes to the calendars that I've seen, because when you actually go by the moon, it just blows your mind. The moon calendar, you want to know when the first actual day of the year is? It's on April 1st.
April
because
1st,
when you look at the April Fool's Day, fooled you, stole your time, stole your calendar, messed it up. But you look at October. October is actually the 8th month. Think about it. Octagon, oct is 8-sided. Oct, it's the 8th month, not the 10th, which means January and February belong. You know what I mean? That's like they belong. The others belong at the bottom. So there, and when you take, and according to the moon cycle, which is what the Mayans used, which is an exact calendar of events, of things that happened, there's 13 zodiacs. You take 13 and you multiply that times 28 days exactly. There's exactly 364 days, but April 1st is the reset day for the rest of the 364.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it's funny. The reason I bring up this slide on PowerPoint is because we have the Benben stone in the bottom right. We have this Pope holding the Codex Gigas. No, it's the Bible. Anyway, and we got the Parasite and P3 Quim Masons. We got the Ark of the Covenant, and I do think, I don't know. Wim talks about, so the Knights Templars find the Ark of the Covenant, and what if the Benben stone was inside it, and the radiation, etc., etc. Yeah, it goes into many subjects, but also the Parasite, and what Wim said about, he mentioned, and I think he's right. It came from Atlantis. We hear a lot about Atlantis, and I think that is the next. What's the name of the crater? It's the next one over. It's over that sea, the Mare Serenitatis. But what if the Parasite took Atlantis and then moved on to the next closest crater. That's what I think. What are your thoughts, Sam?
Well, is that possibly? How can I explain? So, if that this parasite is a negative energy, it's obviously needed here for some reasons, or is it just here to take over? Like, what? This leads on to stuff that is in your videos later, which gets quite far out there and really alien-y, doesn't it? Where but it also ties into stuff that they're shoving down our throats at this current stage in films and gaming. But we'll talk about that at the time.
Yeah. One thing I do want to bring up, right? And we can spend no more than 3 to 4 or 5 minutes on it. So reptilians, okay. Now, about a year ago, I have a lot of knowledge about reptilians, etc., right? But the more I've learned along my own personal journey, of about 6 months ago, I like looking at space stuff and reptilians and stuff. Like for me, I just got to the point where nobody can really prove it. Has anybody actually ever seen one, etc., and so to finish. But for me, it feels like the reptilians may be like some sort of psyop almost, to take the attention away from this insectoid parasite. Think Starship Troopers. What are your thoughts?
I see it more as a dimensional thing rather than actually physical, if that makes sense. That comes in and takes over. We call it parasites because that's really the closest words or description we can come up with, but I think it's a lot deeper than that.
Yeah.
One of the other things that we know with the dimensions and between 3D, 4D, and knowing that there's transitioning happening in that veil between 3D and 4D, 5D, and it's getting thinner for our transition. We're going to start seeing them theoretically. But it's kind of funny you mentioned that, because I was actually on a channel in a live chat just this morning with a gentleman who is a Planet X with Dr. Albers and stuff like that. And this guy is swearing, on his, to everything, that he has seen the draconians, seen them, and they're like a grayish green, and they're like 8-9 foot tall. He has seen not just one, but multiples of them near where he lives. Did
he get a picture? Did he get a photo?
No. I asked him. I was like, "Hey, do you have any photos?" My email. And I told him, I said, "My email is in my channel under the About section. I'd like to see a photo if you got one." So
it's a tricky one. It really is a tricky one. That's when my Twitter account was absolutely flying. Yeah, and I got erased. I even had a YouTube live stream taken down. It was actually funny. It was Easter Monday last year, and I'm not going to talk about it, but yeah, I was talking about the vulnerable parts of these reptiles, let's say, and it stopped working. Anyway, but yeah.
Think about it. We're 3D, and we can control the energies that are within here. If you were higher dimensions, you'd probably be able to control the energies of the dimensions below you, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You'll be much more powerful in lots of many ways, just in your consciousness. And this, are the blue bloods, as they call them, needed as the hybrids for these people to be able to come into, or for this parasite to be able to come into? It tries with us, but doesn't actually take over full well, it might do with some people. You get these people that say that they do crazy things like killing people or whatever, and they actually say they were controlled by something else, a demon, they call it.
Yeah.
Well, some people are actually, we know that they have to tell us things, and I've done a lot of movie connections over on my channel, like where I'm showing, like they're telling us truths in movies because they have to put it in our face, right? Well, there's a TV show, V, and it's about reptilians wearing silicone skins that look like humans, but it's actually a reptilian or a draconian underneath that. And there's several different movies out there that fall in line with that kind of a theme. So have I physically seen one? No, because I'd probably myself, to be honest with you, 8-9 foot. So, but it wouldn't it's possible. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. All right. So our time is up on reptilians because it's not something, but it's interesting. It's a tricky one. It really is a tricky one, you know. So. Just 2 seconds, guys. If you can talk for a second, just I'll find this video.
Yeah, well, with UFOs, it was about 2 years ago now. Me and my mate Darren saw 3 UFOs. Never seen anything like it before. The sun was rising, and they were metallic. It was only because the sun was rising that you could actually. We first spotted one over our town, and then we noticed 2 more, literally right above my house. And then the sun rose really quite high, so you could really see them well. And then all 3 of them just went poof, vanished, it's gone.
Really?
And they were sort of like a teardrop shape.
Yeah. Like orbs, like a circle or a bit teardrop.
No, more like the shape of a teardrop, and you could tell they were metallic because the sun was shining off of it. And then all 3 of them just vanished at the same time. I've never ever seen anything like that before.
Yeah. So can you see the video below? Yeah. On the screen. Sorry. Yeah. So apparently, the video is titled "An Ancient Tree Stump Found in Antarctica." Let's just watch it. It's only a little bit. That does look like a tree a little bit, doesn't it?
You know what it reminds me of? Hit pause real quick. The Devil's Tower.
Yeah,
in Wyoming.
I've got it in the slide coming up next, Jacob. Right, so can you imagine? So their polar station is right on top in the center. What if they were drilling down, straight down the center of that tree stump? How far would it go under? You know what I mean? Crazy.
Yeah.
I have a theory on that because of the Native Americans' tales of Devil's Tower, and that is that those were the ancient trees of life, and that when the last cataclysm of the passing of Nemesis and everybody went underground, they stayed underground until they could see the roots of the tree and see that there was life, and so then they returned to the surface. Well, they were also cut down, and that when there was this gigantic bear, and that was going to be attacking this village, well, God had lifted all of the tribesmen up and put them on top of the stump so that the bear couldn't get them. And that's what the sides of Devil's Tower are. All those lines is from the clawing of the bear trying to get up to get him.
Really?
Yeah.
I've actually got a slide here. Just 2 secs. So this was a presentation from the RiSE ABoVE show. Yeah. So I mean, this is so the explanation I can't really zoom in too much, but so each strand vertically you see is actually each strand is a hexagon. Oh, wait a sec, sorry. Each strand is a hexagon, and what they say say it's basalt, same as Benben stone. They call the Benben stone basalt because they don't know what other rock to describe that. That's mainstream narrative, but we know it's not from here. Anyway, but it's the explanations they give for these, you know, just like. Yeah, just not, and they also say that it was formed by a volcanic eruption. So you got these perfectly vertical, geometrical, like, oh, it's just nuts. You have to be batshit crazy to believe that, you know, personally. But yeah. So.
Well, I'm actually looking at, as you said, basalt. I'm looking it up, and basalt is a dark-colored, fine-grained, igneous rock. And that doesn't sound right at all. It's not dark colored at all. But if you take the BA and there's something else on the end of it with an AL.
Yeah.
Read the mind.
Right. Are you there, guys?
Yep, oh, mate.
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to play. So the next video is another GODVADGE video, and it's only a short one. It's actually Lance's favorite video. So yeah, let's have a watch. And it's called "The Vikings Were Jews."
Where we're going, we don't need roads.
Let's go back to the old story of Moses. Moses and the Israelites were expelled from Egypt. They traveled to the promised land, to the land of Eden, situated in the Holy Land. There they became the people of Eden. Later, the symbol of their people became the cross on which their former king, Yeshua, died. In the year 800, they had to leave the Holy Land because of massive floods. After a while, the people of Eden land with their boats in Northern Europe. There, they set foot on ground and call it Eden Land, after their lost homeland. When the locals ask who they are, they say they are Vikings, possible meaning refugees. In the year 1000, suddenly a new language is popping up. Dietz, the root language of the so-called German languages and of English. Dietz, Dutch, Dietsland, Deutschland. So where is this Dietz coming from? Well, what language were the Vikings speaking? Coming from the Holy Land, they were talking Judean, Yiddish, Dish, Dietz, Dutch. That's why they were calling themselves Vikings.
To eat, to eat in Yiddish is essen, essen. So to say, they eat the meat. They essen das Fleisch. They essen das Fleisch. We eat the meat. Wir essen das Fleisch. Wir essen das Fleisch. The word for fruit in Yiddish is Frucht, also similar to English, Frucht. So to say, they eat the fruit. They essen die Frucht. They essen die Frucht. He has the book is hat das Buch. Hat das Buch. The woman has the book. Die Frau hat das Buch.
The Scandinavian, German, Anglo-Saxon languages did not originate in Europe, but were imported by the Vikings, the refugees. So Deutschland actually means Ditsland, Yiddishland, land of the Yiddish, land of the Jews. So now you have suddenly Northern Europe being Christianized. Cities are being founded by saints. The Gnostics of the Jewish tribe were spreading the faith of their Savior Jesus Christ. So the Vikings were not pagans, they were Christians, importing Christianity. The priests were followed by the Viking soldiers that morphed into the Crusaders. The red-white colors with the cross. On their shield was the symbol of their mythical lion. The Lion of Judah, the Ari. So they became the Aryans. Soon medieval Europe was flooded with the lion symbol. Another name for the Vikings was the sons of Noah, the Ashkenazi. So in World War II, the Aryans, the Ashkenazi of Yiddishland, were killing off the Jews. Soon the Templars were conquering Europe. Building castles and cathedrals for their Viking high priests, the Gothi cathedrals. Later, they conquered the Americas. They started ruling the waves. And now, the Viking flag is still ruling land and sea. Are you still wondering why the US, England, Switzerland, Europe are so close with the Israelites? That is because they are one and the same. the falsification of our history. How they transplanted the old world history.
Oh, yep. It kind of went back to the first video. So welcome back, guys. And that is just amazing for me, that episode. There's so much information and different ways you can go down, different links. It's just fascinating. What do you guys think of that episode?
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You.
Well, it definitely kind of got my attention when he was mentioning the word deets. In the town of Belding, Michigan, which is for a while, I actually lived on Dietz Road, but it was spelled D-E-I-T-Z, and it's a German town. And so as he was talking, I'm like, holy cow, that's pretty crazy. The high school colors and stuff, and just the way that everything goes, like, holy crap, they're like, it really spread. And when you look at the flags in the very beginning of the episode, where it shows the Viking ship kind of going over, and there was the cross, and there was red and white in almost every one of them. But then they get to Iceland, and then all of a sudden it's red, white, and blue. That's Britain's flag, red, white, and blue. The United States flag, red, white, and blue. The blue is symbolizing water. They conquered the water.
It's also the conquering of the tourist field, red, white, and blue.
Yeah.
And then you see Sweden there with the same colours of Ukraine, which is the Khazarian colours, basically.
I saw that, mate. I saw that.
Do you know what I mean? It's the...
it makes you wonder why does everybody want a Swedish offshore account?
Yeah, it's nuts, honestly. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to find something. But yeah, I mean that video, so yeah, I actually maybe I'll do it tomorrow. So I've got an outfit to wear that my dad bought me from an auction, Sam. It links to my name on YouTube. Yeah, you can guess what it is. So I may wear that peculiar tomorrow. I think probably, yeah, it'll be good.
Nice.
Anyway, yeah, I've not worn it yet, but it's yeah. Anyway, but yeah, I mean, the Knights of Malta, the Knights Templar, and even the Vatican. I guess my point is really, okay, so all of the history, especially the medieval period, but personally, it's a hard question, sorry. So really what I'm saying is, how many resets have we had? How many resets, and also when? And it's kind of what I'm talking about with history, his story. It's just, we can't rely on it, can we? It's just, it's always written by the victors, but by the Knights of Malta, by the Vikings,
Yeah, all of it. It's
it's
just all a lie. That's why we're trying to. In fact, it's because you can't really know where you're going until you know where you've been. So it's an even bigger cover up, if you understand what I mean. It's difficult to understand what's going on in the world now, but to get a bigger grasp from 3,600 feet, you can't work it out, can you? Because you don't know. And it's like on the one of the videos from the last show, the guy was talking about past, present, and future all occurring at once. If they can completely cover up the past like that, even though we're going along on that motion of how time space works, how much control have they got over us now? Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, it almost if you think about it with these resets, how many have we had? And also, if you go into think about it, why are we having these resets and what entails it, like the details? For me, in thought, I've thought on this. Perhaps every world war, or like Civil War, or all these different wars are about population control.
Yeah.
The Georgia Guidestones are actually like whether now you can look at it from two ways. Like they're putting out there, this is what we're going to do, or putting it out there for, hey guys, this is what they're going to do or trying to do as a warning. You can look at it from both sides of that coin, but either way, that we know that this is the agenda of it. Yeah. So that would be a resetting the population down to whatever. So it's like, wait a minute.
Right.
Like I said on the last show with the if you think of story in the Bible of like paradise, and then now we're in whoever's got control of it, Satan or Lucifer, whatever, something's got control of it, and we're going through this dark time. Now,
it's not dark time if you're a Satanist.
No, exactly. They're in control, and with the Georgia Guidestones going on the conclusion that we make our own, us being consciousness and making our own reality by putting that Guidestones there, and the amount of people in the truth movement, let's call us, have seen it. Has that helped them to create the time loop to get to where they want to be?
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's kind of like because the reason I like Max Igan is because he's very much a realist, and quite a lot of people don't watch his stuff because it's quite heavy or whatever. But personally, and it links to what I research, and it links to the movie documentary I'm making now about AI and robots and stuff. It is quite a dark subject, and I have thought about what you said about like if I'm like producing something, making something about it, and definitely giving it my attention, am I helping this to manifest? Yeah. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't say we're helping it manifest.
I wouldn't. I think it's the intent. Yeah.
Well, the thing is that if with them, with that evil part, they're wanting to shine, so to speak, with this darkness, but because so many people are aware of what's going on, it's actually working against them, because more people that wake up to what's happening, it's just going to shut them all down. And that's why I've rethought about those Georgia Guidestones, and I'm like, and they actually, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but they actually removed them. They're gone. They were vandalized and painted all and broken stuff. Yeah, and they removed them. They're gone. They're no longer in place.
Good.
So people are well aware of what's going on with that, and so to me, that's why I was saying there's two sides of that coin. You can either look at it like, they're telling you what they're going to do, or it was a warning to let everyone else know publicly, written in stone, hey, this is what's going on, this is what's happening, watch out. You know what I mean?
So on that note, you talk about a warning. This cartoon is only about 1.5 minutes long. It's Disney. I think it's from 1920s, okay? Check it out. It's nuts.
The falsification of...
Okay, so that was...
I don't know if you've seen Max Egan's latest video today. He
I haven't.
he
No.
he put out a video, yeah, which is the total opposite to that. So I'll dig it out and timestamp it for you, mate. You might be able to add it on, which is the total opposite that was going on in America, which was being played in schools and libraries from the 1940s to about 1967. Wasn't a cartoon, but it was a video just showing you how the government could try to take over schooling and indoctrinate young minds.
God. Really?
And then the late 60s, they stopped showing it in libraries, and it was shown all the time in schools. So that would be a nice little. Go on, mate. What are you going to say?
I have seen that video. Yeah, I did see it. Yeah, it was yesterday. I think I watched it yesterday. Yesterday. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, it was interesting though. Yeah.
Hell is about the only thing I can say about that. I mean, holy crap! That's
what's your words? What's your words?
Yeah. But the other thing is that if you really think about this, though, I forgot to turn my camera on. Sorry. If you look at it, if you go back and you re-listen to that, if you go back and listen in that deep voice, however it was talking, I could have swore I heard that guy say Ben Stone 3 times.
Really? God.
Yeah. Like I was listening and I was like, wait, what? And so I started listening like really intently, and I swear I heard it the other 2 times. I was like, holy crap! It sounds like he's saying Ben Stone.
Good.
That's right. A cartoon, though.
Yeah, it's just strange, you know. So now, actually, I'm going to play you guys a 4-minute video here, okay? And come in with your comments.
You're going to need a bigger boat
first, actually, okay? So have a watch. I love this video.
We were talking about sometimes when I do a live stream, she said she could hear frequencies during it, but it was spinning my head out.
I was talking to Sam about this technology and how it's being used again. This a lot
at the medieval.
Okay, cool. So Martin, I do like your other name though. It's good. It's very true. But yeah, let's start off with this clip. It's going to lead us into
Obviously, it was used to protect the body and to impress the crowds during festive activities. But sometimes the general rules have exceptions. Is it possible that full-body plate armor was used as an exoskeleton by creatures who didn't really have proper skeletons of their own? The Medici Chapel of Florence. Did the medieval sculptor frankly tell us what is lurking inside certain knights, or should we call them knights' armor exoskeletons? A blogger called Pro Vladimir collected from various mainstream modern historic sources so-called strange, unexplainable things about certain medieval knights. The modern historians found such stories in old books and tried to find all kinds of weird explanations for them. But if we look at the Medici sculptures and numerous other historic depictions, there will be no need to come up with far-fetched explanations because everything falls into place. So the glamorous knights, cheered by the crowds, certainly shouldn't have had any problems on the ladies' side, so to say. Beautiful medieval damsels must have been flipping unconscious from the balconies, down on the street in front of the feet of the famous heroes. And what were the glorious heroes doing? There was a rule, at least for certain medieval knights, that their chosen lady, their dream lady, should be married to somebody else, of course, And then, since she's somebody else's wife, if the given knight wins a tournament or some sort of victory, the top level of closeness that he could get from his beloved would be a handkerchief soaked with her tears, and even that wouldn't be handed down directly to him, but delivered instead by Sancho Panza. Well, if the inside content of the knight's armor was indeed as shown on this Medici sculpture, then it certainly makes sense that they were not very comfortable in showing their real face to the beloved ladies. And yet, on the other hand, the genetic material in the tears on the napkin could also have been put into some use. Is it really by chance that the idiomatic expression of blue blood was used to imply that somebody was born in an aristocratic family? Creatures of the same world as those lurking from the exoskeletons of the Medici statues really have blue blood.
And on top of all this, in legends we see across multiple continents, the same story is always heard. When a foreign race wants to influence the outcome of earthly affairs, they create hybrids with the human race, who will always end up becoming, strangely enough, kings and queens or emperors.
As you can see, the form of the wings of the bride.
Okay, so we're back, and yeah, I just picked up something now actually in the scripture. So what can you see around the mouse now?
The sun?
Or is it the all-seeing eye?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder. Just interesting.
Like pyramids.
But yeah, I mean, look, this painting, drawing, scripture, like, why would they put a big dragon in bed with a human female princess? Well, what's that all about? You know?
Hybridization.
Yeah, the hybrid age. But also, you know, the earlier part, when you look at these exo knights, and well, we'll have already watched it in the first segment, but like the story of them, like at least having water poured down their suits 3 times a day. Strange, just strange.
Are we gonna play any more of this video? Because I've actually got something to tell you what I'm seeing when I see this photo.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking actually we should do, because I would like us to comment on this segment. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the picture you just showed, if you go back to it, where it shows the like that snake-like thing coming out of that one there. Yep. Perfect. Now, does anybody remember a movie where they actually have this depiction, but sort of different, but they're kind of telling you? Do you remember the Wolverine that came out in 2013? The samurai, the guy looked like he was in armor, looked like chain armor where it could move around and stuff. And then what happened? He cut the head off, but the guy was still inside of it. And then he had to cut it, but the body armor looked just like chainmail. I mean, we're literally seeing this, but instead of a man in there, you're looking at a worm or some kind of like a dragonoid or some kind of a weird creature, whatever that is.
What are your thoughts, Sam?
Well, we were talking about this the other day, weren't we? Where at the moment, anyone that is into gaming will remember a game called Halo, come out years ago, and they've just released the game again and a new like series on it. But when you break that down, that is basically what that is. It's an exoskeleton with a hybrid inside it that is you can't destroy them, sort of thing. Spartan, and they call them Spartans.
They're telling us in movies and video games, everything. They put it in our faces, man.
Okay, it's a human this time, but it's a human that's been hybridized from a child very quickly up to a adult to be like superhuman, basically, and in an exoskeleton suit that you can't destroy.
Yeah.
And I don't know, the other thing as well that popped into my mind. So I don't know if you've ever seen the sword fighting version of MMA that they've got out. You can see on YouTube. So when you see these guys without the armor on, they've got all the original armor, like proper armor. Some use axes and shield, others would use a long sword. Yeah, and they fight in the ring. But when you see them without the gear on, they're massive. These guys are massive, really big guys. But they can only do this for a certain amount of time because they're knackered. And what usually happens is they keep tackling each other to the floor because they're so tired. So this is the other thing. How did they? And not be funny, the training techniques that these guys have got now are probably much better than what they had back then. Yet they could supposedly fight for hours and hours on end. How does that work? Where like you've got superhuman, like what we would know of now, that can do it for about 5 or 6 minutes, and then they're just so shattered they can barely lift the sword up.
Well, it almost makes you wonder, you know, like when, like I was just mentioning the Wolverine with that bodysuit that guy was wearing. It was all mechanic. It was all machine, like a robot. That maybe all the knights, the exoskeleton. The only way that it was depicted back then, it would be, you know, in that suit to protect the. But actually, maybe that knight that was actually a robot as well.
Yeah.
Because they had their face shields on the whole time. You couldn't see the person. And all you saw was that. So that could have just been the protecting of a machine going to battle.
Yeah.
And with the
Robot Wars or something like that, Robot Wars that you can watch, and people would design it. I mean, it could just be a higher level of that, but way back then.
And hybridization has got to take quite a while to perfect. So we don't even know how old this is, do we? This armor. Just look at that armor. Christ almighty.
Look at his shoulder. Look at his shoulder and look at the eye. It kind of looks like some sort of bulldog, but.
Well, look in the middle. That looks like it's got two sort of like
two serpents
noses.
Yeah, like almost things like alien type things, aren't they? Well, I can't think.
Yeah, and then if you look at the lion, you can actually see individual teeth in between his left and right lip. There, you can see that's some grave detail.
So so let's come back to this video, but just after looking at some pictures of these gargoyles, because these are weird, honest to God. So yeah.
Look at that.
yeah, really. Watch.
Faces of the scary creatures. It's really scary because they get out of the green, you know.
Yeah. No, I mean, look at this creature here. I mean, what on earth is that? You know.
It's like they have human soul eyes.
Hybrid,
It's not from here.
Yeah. Fascinating. I'll show that. I'll show you some more because this is what I was just talking about. So I started talking about gargoyles. We will have already watched this, but something Martine mentioned is they all look scared except the dragon. Do you know what I mean?
Like the lion crops up all the time with these people. Is it a lion or is it one of those things, a hybrid of some kind?
Have you seen a video of that griffin on Telegram? It's an apparent griffin. Have you seen that video, Sam?
I'm not sure.
Have you not?
Oh, wait. Yeah, the guy in Iran or something like that has one.
I think it's Saudi Arabia, but apparently, Sam, it's. I think I saved it to my phone, but this is a young baby griffin, and apparently it's owned by a prince of Saudi Arabia. It looked real. But yeah. Anyway, if I find the video, I'll drop it in.
That I noticed with a lot of the gargoyles and the lion statues, and of course I've seen videos that connect the lion statues where it comes from, and we know that this is a lot ties to Tartarian, influence. And you think about lion and how everything, Tartarian is about the stars, star worship, that kind of sun worship. Well, it could have been the time when we were living in the star constellation of Leo, when the sun was lined up with Leo, so everything was about the lion as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
which would make it very old. It would make it 12,960 years old at that point, right? Like today. That's way older than what we know of.
But
that ties in with the
Pisces and Atlantis.
Egypt. That was probably a lion to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
which is pointing to the constellation of Leo.
Yep. Yeah, because as we get into Aquarius, directly across from it is Leo, and if you're 2,160 years in one constant, for us to get back to Leo was literally 12,960 years ago.
Right. Yeah.
So that's old.
These things are way older than we're told.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Right. So I'm gonna play the next part of the video, and we can comment on this. And guys, we'll probably end the recording soon because I'm getting pretty tired now, and I've got work. I've got my last day of work tomorrow. But we can we can do a bigger session tomorrow. So yeah.
No worries.
Okie dokie.
Original statue as intended, or they glued on a head later on so that explanations, because everything falls into place. So the glamorous knights, cheered by the crowds, certainly shouldn't have had any problems. Who knows if this is the original statue as intended, or they glued on a head later on so that the visitors of the Medici chapel don't get horrified from what crawls out from inside the exoskeleton. Interesting stonework, by the way, on the collar. Those who take the penguins seriously, they have to believe that this was chiseled out. Yes, to remind you, chiseling out things involves brutal force on them, hits with a hammer. So maybe some of you on these were just armors for battles or parades. If the knights really looked that weird, how would they manage their daily lives when they don't wear armor? And here it gets even more interesting. First of all, these knights would never go out of their castle without wearing an armor, even if they needed to walk a week or more to reach a given battlefield. They would be in full armor all the time. When the knight was out on a mission, his servants had to pour water inside the armor at least few times per day. Modern historians try to explain these strange things. Like, you see, some of the full armor didn't really have toilet arrangements, so things were happening. They had to be washed with water. That's why they had to pour lots of water a few times per day. Look at this helmet. I don't know how one would survey the vicinity and fight with it if one can't see the enemy, but it's certainly very convenient for pouring water inside. Somehow the modern historians didn't finish their story, like, for example, how would the servants dry their master, because if you water him a few times per day and he has clothes on inside the armor, he would rot if you don't dry him up. Did they dry them on, like, grilling on bonfires? But on the other hand, if your master is some sort of worm, he would enjoy such moist environment. I also pour water regularly on my compost heap, and the worms love it. And when the knights were not on a tournament, they would simply stay hidden in their castles, which of course had plenty of dark and moist premises. Exactly what the master likes. In that moist atmosphere, he would finally enjoy the sluggish handkerchief from his lady, which he obtained during the tournament. Of course, this type of creatures use sluggish substances to procreate.
And as far as the servants, they were not a problem. There were very strict rules in play here. First of all, the knight would be seen only in armor. even when he's only around people in the castle. Modern historians explain this as the knights were always being fearful of traitors, even while in their own castles. And that's why, even when they ate in public, they still ate food through this mesh of the helmet of the knight's armor.
And it gets even more weird. Some of them even slept in armor. If any of the servants would dare to touch his own master, his knight, the punishment was death on the spot. I wonder why on the spot. Maybe before he manages to tell around about the sluggish thing inside the armor. Here, a certain...
So that is interesting, isn't it? What she just talked about. When Sylvia from the New Earth channel is talking, it sounds so logical. Like everything she just described about everything. And on that note, due to some requests, and yeah, let's play some Oma beats and a little bit of the Rise Above Live from a little while ago. Just let me find... There we go. Enjoy.
Welcome back, comrades. It's Friday night, and you know what that means tonight. It's Rise Above Pirate Radio Sessions. Oma Beats is in the studio. Let's get straight down to business. Run the track. Welcome everybody. It's Friday night. We're broadcasting all across the crater. This is Rise Above. Hang tight, Andy PG. Big shout to In the Guardians. Let us know how we're sounding. Get those flashy lights on, Omar.
Let me show you what the signal strength
Yo,
looks like.
I was told to change my ways, but now I learn to embrace to be an individual. You live criminal or invisible. Set pace, subliminal messages tell we comply, consume, cooperate, never fight. Follow the rules, have a nice life. The flames of rebellion burn me inside. Pass the petrol, I'll ignite. More gas hit the pedal, we're leaving tonight. You rusted it with metal when powers collide. Souls can't settle when we're facing a fight. Moving the shadows in attempts to evade. The all-seeing eye with the all-seeing gaze. A route to the gallows is easily made when your debt to the beast ain't easily paid. Yes, Omar.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
Oma Beats on the fader. And PG. Double LMC, we're here.
Let me show you what the signal strength looks like.
Yo, it's like Clash of the Titans, blood splash, fantasy violence, run from the harpy, the siren, the werewolf, the lichen. Dash for the silence. The way that I build up a lyric is the same way a psychic summon up a spirit, spelling out words from the letters on the Ouija board. From the demons you're reaching for, evil force from a greasy horde, speaking life from the other side. There's a mid-state move with a force, there's a few points to clarify. Then want me to turn to the dark side and make a deal with the life force parasite. That's a burning appetite, observing the herd from the left. Yo, them are serving the serpent, further the birth our purpose is working, under the watchful guise of the all-seeing eye. Yo, agents are lurking. Omar. Come with that, Omar.
This one shows that the
Yo, bear witness to this phenomenon. A clear sickness as it's coming on. That's their business, so I carry on. Beating my fist on the walls of Babylon. And it's vicious if you're a vagabond. In the British Isles, it's not Avalon. The ambitious escape to the Amazon. Life is malicious, climbing the echelon. We gotta break them chains, speak personal best, and make them dangers a hurtful mess. So abstain from eternal threats in a long campaign. Enough stress, so we're gonna maintain. Yeah, and I can't complain on a global flex, so we're gonna maintain. Oh, my beats, yo. Inside the Leviathan, catch wind on the ice conspiring. Yo, sound of the firing, fuel to the flames of the furnace is firing. Not expiring, expanding, inquiring to gain understanding. The fall from the top equals a crash landing. You got fooled by the devil's rebranding. Yeah, rise above, extinguish fear when we generate. We rise above and extinguish fear when we generate love. That's right, rise above, extinguish fear when we generate love. A single candle lights up the darkness, that is the power that we all harness. Holy shit, oh my beats. It's Friday night, it's Rise Above. Big up Sabah Jassal, big up Ross Holt. Dangerous statements. Third degree burns and hospital patients. Far-reaching increased engagement. Fast-speaking procedure replacements. Unleashing a verbal wordplay. Leave them seething, gasping, barely breathing, fasting. No more eating, no more 8-bar repeating. You can't greet me with season's greetings. Not when we've got preachers teaching kids. Satan's teachings, degrading heathens. Concrete beliefs with no reasons. False idols, them in league with a demon. Across our secular region. Imam, rabbi, pastor and deacon. From the studio to the stadium. Your basic levels, I'm raising them. I drop knowledge to expand the cranium. Free your mind, bruv, never enslaving them. No games, I don't play with them. I make a sound boy sweat gymnasium. Under the radar, subterranean. Bars made hard like a forged titanium. From the booth to the bleachers, install the truth in the mouth of the teachers. Elevate the youth from Babylon's reaches. Yeah, the disfiguring features purge inconsiderate creatures. From the earth to the love increases urge. All illiterate leaders learn my word, give birth through the speakers. Yes. Yeah, big up Lucidity, big up Team Robbo, big up Paul Fleming, everyone tuned in all across the Crater realm. This is Rise Above, and I tell you one thing, yo. Study the timeless hypothesis, fare better in the greatest apocalypse. Some pilgrimage to where a prophet lives, but a polymath place where the knowledge is. Same place where the demons and gods exist. Tread the path of a syncretist. Since Master Lee taught me the synthesis, I feel powerful, I was made for this. Unallowable, hidden and infamous, unaccountable, wickedest impetus. They illuminate pyramids with reverse occult photosynthesis. Wave your banners of war, purse my lips and I'm hammering more. NPC's what you're stammering for when I grip on the mic like the hammer of Thor. Slap Hermes and grip the Caduceus, burn his hand with the flames of Lucius. I'm the messenger now, eternal recurrence, nothing ain't new to us. We move in the shadows, we move in the shadows, in attempts to evade. We move in the shadows, we move in the shadows, move in the shadows. Big up Ardman, yes, Thomas Young. Wakey, Andy PD jump bars.
We'll be having a mix though.
Cohesion, together, resist their lesion. I never stop it when I'm still breathing. Forever hot on the topic, I'm steaming. Forever seen psychotically reading. Documenting their plotting and scheming. Their illogical teaching, leave a yearning for a topical preaching. Peeling back the layers of deception. Mirror traps, untrue directions. Peer through the cracks in perception. I say my prayers and face my reflection. Oh, my beats, man. Bradley Golden hangs like the Texas posse. Fuck a lateral flow. I come with a multi-dimensional lyrical blow. Straight to the dome. Any code for your weasel, let it be known. Right above your parasite roars. You could come with a tank or a horse, you could drive with me at 33 miles per hour in Bill Gates' Porsche. You will get bunned and torched. Judgment Day, natural law. Lord Schwab and your global cause gonna put your plans on a total pause. We remain tougher than leather. Do your worst, I'll be catalyzed better. Don't survive at the end of your tether. Thrive in the greatest apocalypse ever. I said, don't survive at the end of your tether. Don't survive at the end of your tether. Thrive in the greatest apocalypse ever. Big up Master Lee. Big up Helen. In the Guardians. Yo, listen, I'm a lifelong student of the occult. Searching for verses locked in a vault. Yearning for scriptures buried in a tomb. Burning pictures in deep catacombs. Yeah. It's Rise Above Pirate Radio. Big up Sabah. I'm a lifelong student of the occult. Searching for verses locked in a vault. Yearning for scriptures buried in a tomb. And I'm burning pictures in deep catacombs. Learn the prophecy buried in dirt. That's why double L's heavy with words. Draw for the sword and I bury them first in the samurai tongue. Severing nerves, focus, intent, remember.
execute, manifesta. Fires the system that we presented from. Inner guardians, inner protector. Inner guardians hidden within. Deeper than flesh, deeper than skin. The room goes quiet when the drop of a pin comes loud in your ear, bruv. Now we begin. Let me break it down to the first principle. Apply trivium, analytical, quadrivium, metaphysical, never horizontal or literal. We're ascending, not traversing, in a standing without rehearsing. Protect your soul from eternal thirsting. Why is that? Cause a brand new earth is emerging, while the evil energy surging. The demiurge is determined to drain your soul with guilt and burden. Cruel nursing, no reversing, a sack of moon fertilizer bursting. You've got to put the work in away from this message, MCs are shirking. Nowadays everybody wanna chat, nowadays everybody wanna spit, nowadays everybody bum wax, nowadays everybody, yo, it's double L, you've heard of me. The flow's poisonous liquid mercury. Hear my voice when I curse this beat, I let it wash it up and then it's surgery. Guilty as charged, repeat offender, revealing elitist agenda. Still at large, delete the data, success or defeat, no retreat or surrender. And I can't let go. A killer artist, Charlie Hebdo. A false flag with actors in tow. Blame Islam for the media show. 2 weeks later, Copenhagen couldn't be baited these global pagans. These traitors feed off people hating, so nothing's changing. Guilty of charge, repeat offence. Again, my arse is back on the bench. The prosecution speaks my offensive views and my form of defence, so hence, sort the wheat from the chaff. Covert conflicts, rearrange maps. Government funded hidden bloodbaths. Misinformation is way off the graph. Seek out multiple sources. Be beware of malevolent forces. They steer clear minds of courses. Hold your aura strong like a fortress. Operate in a lawless state. The internet's like an open gate. I gain knowledge at a raucous rate, then I disseminate with a flawless pace. Weapons of mass distraction. Fired by war in faction. Fearful thoughts gain traction. Step one in a chain reaction. Weapons of mass distraction. Fired by war in factions. Step one in the chain reaction, breaking down your human attraction. A war going on for our minds, for our attention, for our lives, and it keeps going on because we remain blind. The system is shoving in shit in our eyes. Consume this, watch that. Anything on the big screen that's flat. Distractions come in a many format, but your time is one thing you never claw back. Playing GTA, no, you're flushing your focus away. I'm cruising for a 3D illusion. Why do I need your game to play? This is real. Are you feeling me? It's all vice in the city, no liberty. Put down the Xbox controller. Let me bust my verbal soliloquy. Woo. Yeah, feeling good in the studio tonight. Rise above family. How you lot feeling? I oppose all covert forces. They can come with their tanks and horses, driving 33 of Bill Gates' Porsches. Rise above is a mental fortress, the most deep and the walls are enormous. You can't storm us, not flying with a power of glorious corpses. Don't come with the eye of Horus. You still couldn't see our auras. We hunt rabbit way across the borders with the vertical rising forces. The third force installers. The fourth force installers contrive the miniature tour right inside the Taurus. Please, you can't stall us. Rise above. Rachel McCaskill, Bradley Golden, all the family. Shout to an eye for an eye. Hold on, ha! Hold on when I draw for the force. A Jedi, rebel, Star Wars, and then sling metaphors while fools just lay down foes in temprates drawers, spraying out flows in a lyrical war. Well, that's old quick draw McGraw. Fuck that, back to the forces. The power that binds us together, of course, is why the masses rave together in hordes, feed off the energy source. A crowd of people move to the music in sync, emits an aura beyond what you think. The body is a vehicle, more than flesh, just the first stage of the next step. Don't be afraid to pass the last test. Life is another part of death, and I'm done. I can't steal the rest. After this, it's a mad complex. Quantum mechanics and shaman flex. Physicists don't know where the spirit is. Scanning brains, running tests. No explanation from mainstream section or any religious sector. I'm never gonna lie, it's a big concept from the grave to the cradle. Willing and able, I won't conform to the norm of a label. Gotta be the genuine article, every single molecular particle. It's double L, you've heard of me. Yeah, it's double L, you've heard of him. Flame griller soundboy like Burger King. Listen, yo, revitalize, more fresh than before, so blessed. Better reach for a call, no stress. Put a foot to the floor. Double L, come and settle the score, never acquiesce. We break from the source, unique with a natural force. So sleep, no time for a pause, but I bet there's time for a round of applause. Stop, freeze, pause. Throw up your hands if you're really down for the cause. Bass, brace, jaws. Hit the floor, get down on all fours. We rewrite laws. Spit it, that's down, back and wait for applause. Styles come forth. Take it in, let me hear your thoughts. Let me hear your thoughts, rise above family. Remember, the original metaphysical MC, I told you. Since 2012, I tried to...
Yo, brothers, sisters, join the resistance. I said, brothers, sisters, join the resistance. Brothers, sisters, join the resistance. This is big, we need the assistance. Hard work and a lot of persistence to stop their plans, gonna end our existence. Listen, this is Rise Above. We want to allow the reset? No, not in a million years. They've shed a million tears. I promoted a million fears. Yeah, my reptilian senses, my mammalian brain. I'm combating the Schwabian forces. I'm bringing them ultimate pain. Why? I'm an agent of the awakening. Transcendental 5D changeling. I chose to manifest now. Right now, 3D straightening. I remember 1,000 before it. I battled these demons 100 times, so I come on and settle this score tip.
Reebok black backpack with the goods in it. Big body flow on the road as if I should get it. Back and forth from Peppertoy to Tana to the hood, get it. I can spy your bitch and make her listen why I should hit it. Reebok black backpack with the goods in it. Big body flow.
We're still waiting for Magic to arrive as well, you know.
Back and forth from Peppertoy to Tana to the hood, get it. I can spy your bitch and make her listen why I should hit it. Like the hottest in town. Party pill pop right now. Float like a goblin now. She gobble it down. Need some goggles right now.
Losers always whine about their best. Winners go home and fuck the prom queen.
We up in this bitch so back, but I had no whip. Yeah, I was so making a trip, never calling the quits. I just call up the click, them boys are all with the shit, still moving it low. She wanna ride in my cockpit, put it in cruise control for some peace of mind. She wanna get high, so I tell her go reach inside my.
Okay, listen. Ready for a new one? This is World War 33. Big up Spitter. This is World War 33. I said, this is World War 33. They crawl on hands and dirty knees. And again, this is World War 33. They crawl on hands with dirty knees, climbing dirty trees with more than 32 degrees. Tell Kissinger, tell Zabrinsky, silent weapons ain't hurting me. My name is Double LMC, you can't make me a refugee. Release you from your earthly needs, spilling beans on dirty beats. Listen as the world proceeds, this is World War 33. No more pilgrim journey east, survivors will have sturdy genes. Refuse all of their dirty deeds, victims screaming, mercy please. In asymmetrical warfare, we don't fire missiles land to air, and no projectiles air to land. Let me elucidate and expand. Silent weapons for quiet wars, epic violence will silence yours. Invasive procedures, Brian Doors, violating your bio clause. Schwabian tech permeates your pores, severing souls straight from their source. Violating all natural laws. You're a fourth industrial whore, and the slaves of the forum. Social credit point scoring that protein block from yesterday morning. It came with a carbon reduction warning. The carbon is you, fourth industrial biofuel. The moon is hungry, he's gotta eat too. We can't deny him of his gruel. That's food for the moon, I explained that literally on this tune. It's gotta be too much for the room, but they're gonna learn soon. This is World War 33, and I'm a general, double LMC. Salute and march with me. First we end them all, then we ascend. This is World War 33, and I'm a general, double LMC. Salute and march with me. First we, then we ascend. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, live in the booth with the truth. Thank you very much for the letter today, Eye for an Eye. I will feature that on the next customer services. All about the interaction, Stuart Rogers, Richard Alvis, man empowered, yes, yes. Everybody tuned in. Welcome to the Soviet Union, where human rights, you're losing them. Welcome to the Soviet Union, human rights, you're losing them. Young minds, we're abusing them, grooming them with that toxic pollution. Poisonous airborne aluminum, a precursor, transhumium. Our ethics, attack eugenics, it's all Schwabian and Malthusian. Problem, reaction, solution, no questions, no conclusions. Fourth industrial brain transfusion. I said since day one, let's do it. Yo, Omar, since day one we've been going in militant, not same, bruv, oh so different. Abstract sonance, no equivalent. Omar beats, no equivalent. MC double L coming on militant. Yo, since day one, we rides above. Yo, this is more than 232s in the hook. You want lyrics? I write books where you heard double L overtook with a statement you can't overlook, and I write rhymes you can't unhear. Bloodlines never unclear, and I tell them direct to your ear. I doubt the signs that guided us here, and these lies from lost puppeteers who cut through throats like Schwartz buccaneers. Call to arms, don't volunteer, don't take orders from brigadier. From war and carnage they disappear. The march goes on till we disappear. It's my duty to interfere, smash them system like chandelier. MCs chat about whips and cars. I write bars about pyramids on Mars, other weird subjects, hidden figures.
Milk was a
cars. Strap your protective mask, inform your collective that war will start. It's a harrowing task, and I'm swimming in fears on a narrowing path. I'm swimming in fears on a
It sounds real to me. What are your thoughts, Jacob?
Yeah, well, absolutely. There's a lot of things that kind of make you go, because if it is some kind of like a worm or like some kind of a lizard-like, reptilians would like to be watered as well, to be washed off. In the desert, they go out at night so they could absorb the moisture because they want cold and damp, and they have the fireplaces maybe just for a reference, like, oh yeah, we have this to heat the castle, but really they didn't care because they were cold-blooded. One or two little fireplaces isn't going to heat that big old room that you've got there. It's not going to do it sufficiently for us. No way. And all castles are known to be cold and damp places. So,
What do you reckon, Sam?
It's way out there, isn't it? But God, it like Jacob said, none of it really. When you really think about it, it doesn't make sense. And these old stories of like were they sort of giant people to be able to wear that heavy armor continuously and do the battles that you hear that they did? But then, it's way out there, isn't it? But who knows? It's I don't really know what else to say about that, really, because it's so bizarre, basically, isn't it?
Yeah.
With
you know what else kind of? Oh, sorry, Sam. Go ahead.
Go on, Jacob. Go on.
You know what else makes sense though? If those were actually indeed robots, okay, let's go back to the whole Wolverine thing, and they were robots, and there was somebody inside of it. Maybe they didn't have a radiator system in a way to cool the machine down, so they were pouring water on it to cool the thing down so it wouldn't overheat on the battlefield or whatever when it's marching. Think about that.
Or then, like the picture that they showed earlier. So blue-blooded creatures are usually either like reptilian or in the sea. Like Robert Sefer talks about the people coming out from the sea. The Vikings were sea bears.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
Entering our field of view is the growing center of our solar system.
So DJ, yo, get ready to turn it up 2 notches higher. Put your people them desire. Check this one, yo. Man, I get dark. Watch your move. Mind that talk. Better mind, man, over. Can you like dog? Boy start run, the boy start look. The whole pressure, everything get much. Better mind, everything don't get dangerous. Self-destruction till you can't function. Check this one, you must understand. Baseline, they lick it down like a back on. Baseline, they lick it down like a back on. Baseline, they lick it down like a back on. Baseline, they lick it down like a back on. Baseline, they lick it down like a back on. Baseline, lick it down like a back on. Everything
He turns to me and he says, "Why so serious?"
No question, no one like your bad, no act like you tough. School of hard knocks, don't try call me bluff. Check this one, you must understand. Baseline, they lick it down like a back on. Baseline, they lick it down like a back on. Baseline, they lick it down like a back on. Baseline, they lick it down like a back on. Baseline, they lick it down like a back on.
Dark and dangerous, very, very dark, and we be very, 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 very darker. very, very dangerous, very darker, very, very dangerous. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The most explosive matter is the sound you can't touch. Double check the measurement, write that shit on testament. Laced with untold relevance, my lyrical intelligence. A new stage, a new development. In the everlasting race, I've identified death elements. It's named with the drum and the bass, we're checking the pace. The tempo, never heard before. Flagship rubber baby culture busting up the floor once more. From this day until the end of time, your own beat, spin the rhythm, double L will speak and rhyme. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, dust. Big up everybody tuned in. It's Friday night, it's the last Rise Above of 2021. We've got more. We got more from Rob. Esoteric Night of Malta coming very, very soon. Oma Beats on selection. Listen up, my brethren. Checking out the session. People tell me what you reckon. First things first, vinyl on the slip mat. A side or B side, which way's he gonna flip that? Second of all, I'm saying finger dab in the fader. Micing out of the mixer, tell me what you gonna give them flavour. Alright, it's Friday night, we're getting wavy. We're getting wavy. Sound of Oma Beats, MC Double L, and I'm coming live and unique. Live from the Rise Above HQ, 9 PM GMT. Yo, we're live from the streets, huh? What on, Omar? Wait, I know we're having fun. I know we're getting mashups tonight, but still, come on. That's right, it's Armageddon. Yo, yo. Has everyone seen Oma Beats' Satan Tree jumper? How we sign in the comments?
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
Reject the Soviet Union, comrade. The t-shirts are available right now. Get on the website. riseabove.news/shop. T-shirts are available right now, comrade. These aren't available right now. You've got to keep watching for these ones.
Águila del monte.
Sound of Oma Beats. Andy PG stepping up.
Águila del monte será, se le oye la voz. Como el pavo real, se le oye la voz. Como el pavo real, se le oye la voz. Como el pavo real. Siéntelo. Siéntelo.
This one that's circle around. Ministers.
You must see grunting Andy PG. Listen. Sound of Rise Above on your Friday night, wherever you're tuned in from the Crater realm, north, south, east and west, even if you don't believe in the compass. What can we believe anymore? Wherever you're tuned in, all across the crater. We're all on the same frequency tonight, it's Rise Above. Extinguish fear when we generate love. My name's MC Double L, welcome. Welcome to the Rabbit Table. Let me sip my anti-cobiate lemonade, comrade. Listen. Allow me to elucidate. Allow me to elucidate.
Águila del monte.
Static Harrow and Grouping. Featuring Mefjus.
Águila del monte será, se le oye la voz como el pavo real, se le oye la voz como el pavo real, se le oye la voz como el pavo real. Águila
really take them along to just conquer everything, and they weren't just going into places where people weren't battle ready already, but they seemed to conquer so very, very easy.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, on a hunch, when we were talking about this with machines and possibly being inside of that suit, I actually just looked up Terminator and was looking at the skull of the the exoskeleton thing, and there's holes all over the top of it for cooling.
Yeah, it's nuts. So, okay, on that note, I think we're also going to... So, sorry, let me just stop sharing the screen. I think we're going to switch subject now as well. So, what we're going to do now is we're going to switch and leave the Vikings for a little bit. We will come back to them. But yeah... So we're going to look at, so guys, if you want to watch this video with me, and we can comment when we come back, okay? It is Jon Levi, and this is one of my favorite videos. So much evidence. Have a little bit of imagination and enjoy.
Today we're going to talk about a starfort in New Mexico, and also talk about solutions to our modern predicament pertaining to the law. But first, let's look at 5 melted building pics. And here I want to look at a few examples of melted buildings as we open. Here is a classic Native American narrative. We're told they carved into the rock and yet built this kind of stuff. And here what I want to show are these sections. Section, again, you can clearly see these vertical lines and these blocks seeming like concrete, long rectangular sections. And here we see a horizontal line of where they've fused together, and this one was popped open, perhaps originally a door. And if we look down here, we have an opening, and we can see other such areas, thin rock curtains waiting to be popped out, and a lot of signs of the remains of a building. Now this one, similar and clearly melted. Absolutely amazing, and we can see how the dripping, and this is a great example on how a rock curtain would form. Any more, and this seals itself off, similar as seen here, and this too could just be popped out. A very thin rock curtain, and this is in New Mexico at the Bandelier National Monument. And here a beautiful wonder. This one is in Colorado, the Garden of the Gods, and at a first glance maybe seeming like rock, but when we look carefully we see very odd things, like this piece resting on this column, and perhaps this was a little skyscraper, and these little blobs were windows or openings, and this place got hit real hard, and perhaps it was made of something metallic. We see chunks that have just turned into blobs and re-solidified, and absolutely amazing. In Colorado, true cathedral-like spires revealing a story of the past. And real quick, I Thought I saw a massive bird over on this side, but my eye playing tricks on me, looking like some hawk gazing into the distance. And let's move on to our final two picks. These are melted stairs. Same place in New Mexico, Bandelier. And the narrative actually tells us that they're stairs and that the Native Americans wore these grooves into the rock with their bare feet. And lastly, these stairs, found in Egypt, and again displaying melting. And when zoomed into these stairs, in a better photograph than this, we can clearly see the swirling and melting of this material and flowing right down the center. And that was 5 picks. Welcome. And what do I mean when I talk about the sanitizers of history? Here we go. Fort Union National Monument. I've shown it before. This is the monument in which we can find this old world star fort. Off to the side, just a little trail here leading to it. No mention of this star fort in the narrative here, because this star fort doesn't fit in the narrative. This is clearly something from the old world, and we've seen thousands of examples of this exact star fort. Of course, there were so many different patterns, and typically having giant walls and buildings and waterways flowing all around them. And to see this out here in the desert, and again with no mention, even at the very monument in which it sits, only hinting of some primitive Old West, and really doing a poor job trying to make it look like some old adobe, some mud. And really these are all bricks, and they're trying to disguise the beautiful brick with this clumpy mud. And let's have a little look at this city that they're trying to portray as a mud city. What do we see over here? We see a perfect layout of a city. And today I'm proposing that this may have looked like the World's Fair, and we're simply seeing the foundation and some walls, and this place has been completely wiped out. Take this spot for example. Perhaps there were 2 massive buildings with 2 courtyards with access out of the courtyard on each side, and here we see some plug holes which must have been some glorious fountains and ultimately part of the tech. And so when I do go visit this star fort very soon, I'm going to want to pay particular attention to these spots that still show up pretty clearly, and not just some random holes, clearly some plumbing, and we can see a few other examples of that. Here again, a very faded one, very faded, even less remaining. We can tell by the shadows, just a few pieces of wall, but nevertheless we see the outline of the 2 buildings, 2 courtyards, access out on either side, and once again a plug hole for a fountain, and another one, and it looks like someone's been digging on this one, and this one is going to be close to the visitor center, almost seeming like we can access it without going to the visitor center, possibly bypassing the fee. And what's going on here? Again, it looks like there were some fountains, and I do propose that these were massive buildings, and they have cleaned everything up, and we're just seeing the faintest husk of what actually existed out here. We can also see signs, as I've shown before, what looks like raking of the earth. And with the condition that this star fort is in, totally buried, I imagine that much of what was up here as well is also buried. And perhaps these are just the tops of the walls. And I look forward to bringing a little small shovel and digging a little corner of this star fort out. That will be the key is revealing some of this ancient block work. And I encourage everyone to go out and send me pictures if you get there before me. And was this a building? Perhaps a block or two fused together, almost unrecognizable. And this is in New Mexico. I thought we'd look at a few others. This is El Morro National Monument. And again, I think all national parks and monuments are concealing something. Here's some petroglyphs that they would tell us are thousands of years old, when they really look like a few hundred years old, if that. But here as a refresher, I wanted to check out Bandelier Monument. We've looked at this in the past, and very much seeming like a melted building. Here we can see that. Pretty obvious that this was not carved by the Native Americans. Absolutely beautiful picture, strange as that is. And here we can see a great face of a building, and everything in front of the building seems like fused bricks. Uncertain, but I look forward to going to this one. But today what I want to show you is one very similar called, here we go, Pouillet Ruins. Let's have a little look at the Pouillet Ruins. Again, all this in New Mexico, and here we go. All of this is said to have been carved by a people. And if anybody had the ability to carve into this stone, imagining we took the narrative seriously, why carve it to look like it's a melted building? And here typically they put ladders just in case the mind gets any ideas contrary to the accepted story. Of course they're able to carve into a mountain, but must rely on a primitive wooden ladder. And this is mind-blowing. Located in the northern part of the state. And here is a good example of something I'm always talking about. How this stuff in front of it is actually just junk, not impressive, and very possibly just built by the WPA to detract the eye from this obvious building behind it. And once again, if you could carve into a mountain and procure dwellings, why would you even bother with something like this? This junk. And here's some petros, possibly made by the WPA as well. And here's the picture I wanted to show you. And let us read their caption. Steps worn into the rock. Oh yes. What kind of feet did these people have wearing such grooves? No. This again is a great evidence that this rock or stone or at one point concrete has now turned to putty before re-solidifying. This looking like the cart ruts of Malta or even Kingman, Arizona that I showed once. Very fascinating. Do we live in a simulation? How would we know? Some of the first signs to lend that we might be in a simulation is the maker of the simulation would spend more time on the present and the believability of it than the past. The past would be full of inconsistencies and anomalies. And currently I'm watching the show Westworld after so many recommendations. And is it possible that the first man and woman created were simply in a simulation and they were tested? Their program was tested. As long as they didn't question anything, they would have everything they need in this perfect environment. But of course, a creator would want to test his subject. And perhaps some kind of base programming is necessary. Something to anchor us and give us purpose in our new reality. But naturally, this would have to be tested, and a rule would have to be made to see if it would be broken. And perhaps breaking a rule is the first sign of consciousness. When I look back at the old photos, the earliest photos of the people, it seems as if they're dumb, running a program. And then of course there's the controllers, and we can tell the difference, especially in the old photos. Do we exist to serve? Is this all a big test? Are we the only ones in the realm that are becoming aware of this? Of course I don't know, just some thoughts I thought I would share. It's said that it's better not to begin, but once begun, it's better to finish. And where is all this research leading us? I think to understand our false history is very important, but ultimately that brings us to our false present, which is even more important. But I think one step lends to the other, and perhaps an important prerequisite before we can consider how we should really live. And how should we really live? A lot of people will spend a lifetime blaming others, especially in this case, blaming the controllers it might be. Oh, look what they've done to us. And they have. But complaining about it is only good to a certain point. We have to consider our next step. And if we don't take the next step, there's no one to blame. Yes, when you realize the system is completely backwards, and we're no better off than slaves living in this glorified feedlot, full of amusements, but also unnecessary burdens placed on life. Burdens that even the wild animals don't share. Certainly when you realize history is false, you wouldn't pay for a false education and indoctrination. Some people spending hundreds of thousands on such a worthless piece of paper. And time. But how would you live if it was completely up to you? If nobody was stopping you? Some would enjoy to continue the rat race, such as my family, even if presented with this knowledge. But personally I would choose to live as naturally as possible. I'd want to eliminate the high expenditure and cost of living wherever possible, and mostly this is housing, power, and food. Nothing mysterious about it, and anyone can jump off grid and eliminate at least 50% of the madness that we are conditioned to accept as normal. But even if you were to do that, how free are you? What's left? I typically preach independence and not fighting with others. But in this case, it's the very same system that will come after you. We, of course, have God-given rights in most presumed free nations, but the lawmakers create new laws which seem to directly oppose our God-given rights and our most foundational documents of law, including the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. And suddenly we might receive a nasty letter and feel drawn into the system. And we are. And what do? Comply? And we're taught in law that we must comply. This is an honorable position. We must respond. And this idea of law and freedom is the heaviest research in my life. And I think the most important, because it will teach us to navigate these treacherous waters that we seem to be drawn into every now and then. And so recently I was sent a nasty letter threatening taxes, jail time, fines, tearing down of my house, and all kinds of other things. But all threats, all assumptions, followed by accusations. And at first, being like most of us, I thought I would just pay, and was more than happy to just pay and be left alone. But upon reading the letter further, there were all kinds of suspicious words, questionable words, threats backed with no facts, and very simply things that I didn't understand. I did not understand their position, and my natural inclination again would have been to pay, but I also realized upon further contemplation that this paying would also be an admittance to anything in this vague letter I was sent, opening the door for many other subsequential issues. And I don't know much. I wish I would have spent years researching the law. Instead, I've devoted my time to history, and yet I can clearly see that one, in a practical sense, is more important than the other, once we've woken up. So I decided to use what little knowledge I have and apply it. My conviction rooted in my God-given rights. And I wrote a letter, and I thought I would share it. It's not everything I wish I could have said, and as always, I wish I could have said it better, but I said something. And maybe we'll discuss that in another time. Right now I want to look at a Starfort in Buffalo. And I think I'll post that whole video on my off-topic channel. I just want to conclude with a new Starfort that was shared once again with Dustin Berserker Bear. And here, tucked away in the corner of Lake Erie, we have a Starfort. And this one is new to me, and perhaps it will be to you as well. And here we go. Really looking like she's taken a beating, and the faintest outline remaining, but nevertheless, here it appears to have a little entrance, and this wall is still in really good shape, seeming to have some grass growing over it, but I think a lot can be explored, and very exciting. And what else is absolutely fascinating right around this region is this complete yin-yang of terrain. Here a fully built out city like a circuit board, like a grid, absolute skill in engineering and abilities for such an early time period. But what a stark contrast when we jump across here. We would think that this is somewhat primitive. So this would be on the northern side of Lake Erie, and this old civilization found. And let's just put all preconceived ideas aside. Observe this canal. And this baby's massive. I mean, you can see it from way up here. Not just some small canal, but this thing is major. And we start out with just ruins, mining, once again. In the most pristine and choice part of this city, the city planners found it appropriate to essentially have a dump right here. And I don't think so. I think that this is the erasing of history right here. And just this little end piece or pier gives us an idea of how advanced this was. And I believe all down here will be ruins. Probably massive blocks, and most of it being cleared out already. Just seeing the slightest imprint. But again, back to our canal. Let's just follow this little canal, or this massive canal, and here you go. And again, this is just what would seem like an uninteresting part of Canada, and really absolutely fascinating. This canal, and I'm sure we're told it was built in a very early time period, is right up there with any natural wonder. To conceive of such a feat of engineering is completely overwhelming, even in this time period. And I think a lot of these roads have simply been filled in. These may have also been canals leading in all different directions. Here we can see how all of this has been carefully planned. Take an area like this. There's no reason for running this canal through this bit of landmass. Or even here, cutting a small access, not for commercial applications. And yet, that's exactly what we see, even here. Absolutely advanced engineering. And we know all about swamplands by now. A dead giveaway. And it goes on, and I think you can hide a lot of our history, but these canals are smoking guns. And this is the end of the video, and I think we'll just scratch the surface today.
And we're going to go back into that, and I want to show you this Starfort that's, again, red and white, the Das Rotschild colours. So yeah, check it out, and I hope you all enjoyed it as well. Big up to Jon Levi. Thanks for letting me show you stuff as well. I really think it's all about collaboration as well. Like, you know the way people are coming together, like we're like RiSE, ABoVE, Sheep Farm, all of us lot. I think, yeah, we have to create communities, don't we? So let's watch a video
of this exact Starfort. Of course, there were so many different patterns. And typically, having giant walls and buildings and waterways flowing all around them. And to see this out here in the desert, and again with no mention, even at the very monument in which it sits, only hinting of some primitive Old West, and really doing a poor job trying to make it look like some old adobe, some mud. And really, these are all bricks, and they're trying to disguise the beautiful brick with this clumpy mud. And let's have a little look at this city that they're trying to portray as a mud city. What do we see over here? We see a perfect layout of a city. And today I'm proposing that this may have looked like the World's Fair, and we're simply seeing the foundation and some walls, and this place has been completely wiped out. Take this spot for example. Perhaps there were 2 massive buildings with 2 courtyards with access out of the courtyard on each side, and here we see some plug holes.
Sorry, I've actually gone a little bit too far. So let's get back to the Starfort with the red and white floor, let's say, outside of the... Here we go. And these... I was looking at it closely, and I can't really tell whether it's tiles on the floor, but it is red and white terracotta roof tiles and white again. And I want to ask you guys what you think about what if the Vikings brought this Starfort technology with them?
Yeah,
it's possible.
Yeah, very possible.
I just thought about that now. Interesting. Also outside the Crater realm, because I didn't know it yesterday, Atlantis is the crater called Linne, L-I-N-N-E. Anyway, so yeah.
Well, with the cymatic energies that we know that come from these.
Yeah, actually, Sam, shall I play that video you sent me with the oscillator?
That would be perfect at this spot,
Yeah,
mate.
I thought that, yeah. You can carry on talking, mate. I'll just find it, okay?
So they've worked out that this shape, it sucks free energy, basically, from the ether, from Gaia. And this video will explain perfectly how that happens. And so if you can imagine Tartarian buildings, for instance, with the antennas, let's call them, that they have, they're somehow doing the same thing. Now, this you'll see is on a massive scale, but were these patterns arranged around these cities to make this influx of energy that you'll see, so that then the antennas could pick that up? Or is this an earlier version of it from a different copy or a different time? Because this looks more antique than the actual Tartarian timeline, doesn't it? Much more older.
Yeah, it does. And it's funny when we think that, like,
it's gonna make you wonder.
Sorry.
These starforts, how close are they in relevance to ley lines for crossings and crossing points, to where they're sitting and what are they doing? We know that they're drawing in energy. I mean, on my channel, I've even sent you. I sent you that screenshot of the torus fields where it's actually sucking in energy from the ionosphere that Michael Tillinger and I've talked about. And so they're pulling it from a direction. So and there's tons of them everywhere. So are they all on crossings of ley lines for power points to draw energy in to get that free energy? That's one thing I've tested.
Like we were just talking about the Yugas. Is our technology from possibly the Satya or the Treta Yuga, the early versions where we were much more advanced, where the Dwapara Yuga, which is the version that we can see the most of at the moment, that hasn't been destroyed, Tartarian stuff, was at the last Yuga that we were in. And now we've got to this Kali Yuga, and we've literally lost all of the knowledge of the free energy and how to live with Gaia properly.
One thing I got this from Jon Levi. I think he says it's almost too funny as well, really. You know, what we're living through right now, it's like our technology we have, it's like bric-a-brac Lego. It feels like, you know, well, Jon Levi said, what we're watching is the decline of our species, isn't it? It really is.
We've hit rock bottom at the moment.
Yeah, it's scraping the bottom of the barrel. The pub's closed. We're, it's nuts. I mean, Jacob actually, Jacob, I'm tempted. Yeah, let's go back. I want to mention that picture of the glove you dropped in the Telegram group. Shall I put it on screen? Actually,
yeah,
I'll do it now.
Yeah,
do you remember the glove? Because it's like technology. It's like technology. And I just thought it was quite interesting because of the exonite in the first segment with Martine. Yeah, and Martine also. Let's do a second episode. I think we should carry that on because we only got through half the photos that she took in that episode. Half, not even half, I think. So anyway,
if you look at those gloves, the fingers, they come right to a sharp point.
Yeah,
how are you going to hold on to your sword with that?
And I was interested in, if you could turn them over and see if there's actually anything in there for you to hold on to it with your fingers, because there's nothing underneath, is there?
They're not made for human.
Doesn't look like it, does it?
Think about it, right? For number one, where the forefinger of I'm looking at the left-hand glove, right hand glove on your screen, right side glove. Anyway, the index finger where the forefinger is, that doesn't look wide enough for your finger to sit in. But also think about having, like Sylvia said from the New Earth channel, the link is in the description to the first episode. She was talking about how these knights stayed in their costumes for days, if not weeks. And you think of the hygiene. Think of how wrinkled would a human's hand be after being in the suit for even a couple of hours like that?
What we just said about the Uyghurs, if everything gets worse each time, maybe the sorcery back then was even greater, if that makes sense. So this is why we see it in all the games and the TV shows and the films, the fact that they could literally bring skeletons back to life. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
I know it sounds bizarre.
Yeah, think of Osiris.
If you look at the knuckles on that, not just up on your actual hand, but on down as well, they're all sharp and pointy. Well, what kind of animal do we know that has sharp, pointy, horns or thorns like that?
I mean,
bearded dragons.
Do you know what it looks like to me? Do you know what that looks like to me? Look at the inside of the thumb there. That isn't a proper glove. That's an outer. That looks like an outer skin. It doesn't look like it's got a palm. Like it's not a glove. It's just an outer shell, let's say, doesn't it?
Yeah, look at where the knuckles overlap and where the fingers come out. It almost looks like skin is almost like a skin. Like it's shedding skin, like the fingers are coming out and shedding from the skin right there. That's
looks
really
like skeleton's hands in metal, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder, imagine, like you say, right? Imagine if that is actually the arm, the hands and wrists that have been taken off an ancient robot. Powered by free energy.
Yeah.
That's a strange topic. I've got a good imagination. Anyway, listen, guys, let's get back to
what's that video of the
the Starforts? Yeah. Should we watch all of this? Not all of it, or some of it, or it's quite good actually, isn't it?
It's a pretty good one. It shows
watch up to. I want to show the oscillating.
It's really the oscillating frequencies that you really need to see.
So I think
it starts back at like the 2-minute mark.
We got 6 minutes to watch, I think. Yeah. Cool. Right.
Normally, I mean, many people have seen oscilloscopes in laboratories, right? Here's an oscilloscope.
Sorry, I'm just going to normal speed.
No big deal, right? We've seen them a million times. But he's doing something quite unusual with an oscilloscope. He's getting oscilloscopes to produce three-dimensional, visually, they look like three-dimensional structures. Now, I found this fascinating. I'm just going to click through the video here to show you the type of thing that was happening, and I found this fascinating. But I believe the saying is, I nearly dropped my lunch when I saw this happen. Now, the tones you're hearing in the background, if you were to play that tone, folks, the oscilloscope set up the same way. This is a bog standard oscilloscope. You can buy any oscilloscope in the junk shop, right? Set it up. He tells you how to set the settings, and then just play this sound, and this will appear on the oscilloscope screen. Now I'm going to tell you why I think this is something to do with Starforts and why it's important in a moment. Here we go. We are about to see the structure of Starforts, boom, start to emanate from the sound and the frequency on the screen. Can you see it? Do you see what I'm seeing? Is this not bizarre?
So we go back to...
It's nuts, isn't it?
I don't know if you noticed in that, it was making a seashell pie as well at one point.
What?
Yeah, the golden ratio, I saw that.
The golden ratio's in there, yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what? It's something I wouldn't mind getting one of them just to do it. Because it's quite interesting, isn't it? Watching it.
Oh, I'd be playing with it big time.
Let's get past what he's shown us Starfort wise. Let's just watch the second segment of the clip. Amazing patterns.
Can you see the structures I'm seeing with the Starforts that I pointed out to you earlier in Antwerp, around Antwerp? Was that not the shape of the Starforts around Antwerp? Or something I mean, I'm trying to pause on at the right moment here. Is anybody seeing this? I mean, like, let me know what you think here, folks.
I see dead people.
That one's brilliant.
It's fascinating, isn't it?
Oh, I was muted. Sorry, I said that was good. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I actually remember this one. He goes through one frequency, and it's actually a freaking hemp leaf, and it's like, what?
Right. So
that ought to tell you something.
What we're gonna go next?
Oh,
is,
I'm just gonna say, show the name of that channel so other people can see it, find it, and give him a shout out. Can't
yeah, well, I will do. Actually, sorry, I'm actually getting not lost, but we've actually got to comment on the introduction to this special episode by Jon Levi. So I'm gonna I'll skip forward. So we watched this already, but so we had the Viking red and white Starfort. I wanted to watch this, and we're gonna comment after, aren't we, Sam and Jacob?
Yep. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. So it's only a few minutes long.
In a simulation, how would we know? Some of the first signs to lend that we might be in a simulation is the
It's stopped, Rob. You might want to start it again.
Yeah, we can't see or hear anything.
Milk was a bad choice.
God, sorry. There we go. I always forget to share the screen. Right, can you see the screen now? Yeah.
Yeah, we're good.
Cool. Sorry about that, guys. There had to be one mistake. I'll probably chop that out. Maybe I won't. Maybe I will. Depends if I can find it in the 5 hour, 6 hour thing. Right.
Just think about right after the patterns. Watching the oscillator.
Yeah, good shout. Yeah, good shout. I'll watch the timestamp now. I'll make a note of it. Cool. Right.
In a simulation, how would we know? Some of the first signs to lend that we might be in a simulation is the maker of the simulation would spend more time on the present and the believability of it than the past. The past would be full of inconsistencies and anomalies. And currently I'm watching the show Westworld after so many recommendations. And is it possible that the first man and woman created were simply in a simulation and they were tested? Their program was tested. As long as they didn't question anything, they would have everything they need in this perfect environment. But of course, a creator would want to test his subject. And perhaps some kind of base programming is necessary. Something to anchor us and give us purpose in our new reality. But naturally, this would have to be tested, and a rule would have to be made to see if it would be broken. And perhaps breaking a rule is the first sign of consciousness. When I look back at the old photos, the earliest photos of the people, it seems as if they're dumb, running a program. And then of course there's the controllers, and we can tell the difference, especially in the old photos. Do we exist to serve? Is this all a big test? Are we the only ones in the realm that are becoming aware of this?
Okay, so Sam, you can go first, mate, if you want, because I know you wanted to comment. So,
well, yeah, like we spoke earlier about the Yugas. So, are we basically, like many Asian masters believe, we're at the beginning of the Kali Yuga, which is a 3,000-year cycle of, which is the Dark Ages, basically. So we've got to go back through the Bronze, Silver, and Golden Ages of the Yugas, and like you're saying about the NPCs. This is what these pictures. How old are they? How do you reckon some of those pictures are about 200 years old almost?
What, these ones here now, the one on screen?
Well, the one with the cowboys and things like that.
I can't remember the cowboy one now, but I think the one on. Sorry, the one
that had the guy on the roller.
But 1900. Well,
yeah, it was a 1967 Corvette Stingray.
Right. Well, there was ones with that seemed to be out in the West, Wild West or something, where the people look simple, don't they? And this is what I've always thought about. Not only do people seem to get more attractive over time, if that makes sense.
Thanks.
But you know, with the pictures from old, the people are very they're bland, aren't they? If it makes sense.
It's like, I tell you what I pick up from, especially from that picture and a couple other pictures as well. I think Jon Levi's pointing it out. Like these people, like at the World's Fairs, where they're all just looking, like they all seem,
they seem gormless, don't they?
Like they've just arrived, like they're dumb, like they're gorm, like not. Yeah, like they've just arrived here, uneducated, don't really know where they are. And like I say, you know, they arrived, and there's these massive Jon Levi points his best YouTuber at it, isn't he? Pointing out the hypocrisy behind the stories behind these world fairs, etc., etc.
And
brilliant,
just the imagery you have from back then. For instance, this has always fascinated me. Now, before these computer programs came out where you could make faces, it always used to fascinate me that you'd get people that looked really similar to somebody else but slightly different, almost like the program, the simulation that we're in, there's only got a certain amount of face types it can do, but it copies and pastes them together, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Tell you what, actually, I've just had a really good idea. I don't know if I can find the clip or not. Yeah, I can actually. I'm going to play. Just got to find it.
But then if I could just follow on from that. See,
yeah.
So this sort of comes to non-duality, where it talks about awareness. So more people are becoming aware of where they are over time, which takes a spiritual journey, basically. Like you could start with meditation. Well, you could start to be aware that there's something else going on in your environment that doesn't make sense, which usually takes you down sort of like a spiritual journey. They wouldn't have had conspiracy theories back then. So you would have found your inner self, which is awareness. That moves on to like advanced meditations, which then allow you to become aware that there's something else, a higher self, but it's only you and that higher self. Then you can move on to like a Kundalini experience with a man and a woman, which is you both having a high experience together, and realizing there's a high experience. But then you come back into this consciousness, realizing that you've experienced it together. If that makes sense, that's even more awareness.
Yeah, and experienced it within the other, like experiencing it in her, and then her in you.
Exactly, together as the one. But that takes a spiritual journey, which has obviously only taken us 200 odd years, or however long this Kali Yuga that we're in has been running, to start to pick this up already. Do you see what I mean? And even where, so some people say we're at the end of this Yuga, but well, people that I'd go with say they're at the beginning. but we're awakening quickly.
Well, what it is, both are correct, because you have the end of one cycle and the beginning of another. So yeah, we're beginning another or ending another. Yes, and that's like the mergence between the constellations. You know, you're going from one Pisces, you know, from Pisces to Aquarius. I mean, it's ending one, or like the end of times, the end of time of Pisces and beginning of Aquarius. So we're in that phase of transition. So one is ending and one is beginning. So they're both correct.
Exactly. The clockwork twilight above us is.
I just want to take us back to talking what Sam was talking about with the NPCs, and this was my introduction to the last video. It's Free Guy, and if you watch Free Guy, the story goes this. Right, what's his name? I can't remember his name.
Ryan Reynolds.
Right, Ryan Reynolds. Yeah. So he's right now. He puts the glasses on. So people in the movie that wear glasses are essentially free thinkers, like us. Let's say they have the superpowers. They do what they want. They override the system. Let's say, and I'll play this in a minute, but it links to and all the other characters that don't wear glasses are total NPC programmable. Very, very important, this word programmable. And how, people, we watch television, you get programmed. It's literally what do you watch on TV? You watch television programming. But anyway, I'll just play the clip because it's quite a good little bit of music as well. So I'll only play a little tiny bit of it though.
Yeah.
So that's enough. But yeah, but the movie's great. It also reminds me of that movie. You've probably watched it, guys. The movie where the guy keeps waking up day after day in his bed, and he starts to work.
Day.
What? No, not Groundhog Day. It's let me take this off screen. It's a mod. It's like in the last year or two, it's been released, and it's kind of like Free Guy in a way. The guy wakes up, and these assassins keep coming from every day. Within he wakes up and he's getting attacked, and he starts to become conscious of this, and every day is like the same, and he starts to wriggle out of it and find the way. He's actually being tracked by a chip in his tooth, and after 100 times dying every day, he realizes to take his tooth out. And he starts to win. But anyway, just an interesting movie. Can't remember the name of it.
It's a good concept, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just interesting. And it goes, even the Truman Show, same with, I was thinking about this today, actually. It dawned on me. Artificial intelligence. And I thought about, replace the word artificial with alien. And that's exactly right. Because it's not from this planet, or it's been brought here or whatever, And there's not just one type of AI either. I think there's thousands. So that's something to think about. Or definitely hundreds. I've heard DARPA say there's hundreds, a guy from DARPA. Anyway, so what do you reckon, guys? I'm just going to sort of load up the next video and see where we're going to go next with the.
Well, like what you're talking about, like with the non-character players, it kind of goes in like with the Matrix, really is where that all comes from. And you can see it. And if you've ever, and I know that you guys have all experienced this, where you're talking to a normie, to a sheeple, and you're sitting there talking to them about truth, and you see the switch. You hit that switch, you're telling them about truth of things, whatever, and they hit that switch. Oh, you're crazy, you're conspiracy, blah, blah. And that's Agent Smith just jumping right in and taking over their subconscious and conscious mind to spit out whatever is programmed for them to say.
Yeah, we've all encountered that, haven't we?
Mm-hmm.
I'm afraid so. We were going to go over the what's it, Jon Levi with the melting material and whatever. Rob.
You got to unmute yourself, bud.
Fuck's sake. Oh my God. Jesus. Right, okay.
There's a laugh at number 2.
What I was saying was big up to Rise Above as well. Was it Sagehead that, yeah, you know the meme? Can you still see? No, you can't see my screen. Well, I'll show it anyway. But you can see the meme on screen. I support the current thing, and it was on a James Delingpole podcast yesterday with germ warfare from South Africa. You know, Jeremy, and they were commenting on it, and they were saying about Elon Musk. But yeah, anyway, it's a great meme though. Anyway, I'm getting digressed. So yeah, yes, and what I was saying, we've got one more Jon Levi episode, Melted Cities of the Past. And then we can watch that's the last Jon Levi episode. Then we can watch the one you wanted to show with the timestamps.
Right, yeah, sure thing.
Cool. So, but first of all, what I actually said before when I was muted, we're going into the catacombs. So brace yourself. Let's go. Yeah, this is a good video.
Hold on tight, people.
That's it.
A darker world. Below the city lies a labyrinth of ancient tunnels and mass graves known as the Catacombs. Dangerous and largely unmapped, the Catacombs have been sealed off to the public for decades. It is down here that a video camera containing mysterious footage was discovered.
This video camera was found deep in the catacombs. It was picked up by a catacomb explorer, some of the people who wandered down there. It was given to me. I looked at the tape. It's very bizarre. It's a point of view shot. Point of view shot is somebody just walking forwards with the camera. So basically he's filming what he's seeing very deep inside the catacombs. Other than the point of view shots are pictures of bones. Human bones.
In 1785, millions of bodies were exhumed from Paris cemeteries and dumped into the catacombs.
This person occasionally stops and he photographs bones, often in the shape of an arrow. These arrows point in a direction. Occasionally also he stops to photograph roomfuls of bones, which means that he's very, very deep inside the catacombs. What happened to him? Nobody knows.
Filmmaker Francis Friedland was determined to solve the mystery of the lost catacombs explorer.
I mean, there are 400 miles of tunnels like this. So I brought the tape to a cataphile, an urban explorer. Cataphiles are strange people. They're people who have this passion for the catacombs. These people go down there to find new passages, new entries, new bones. Lézard is probably the person in Paris who knows the catacombs better than anyone. So according to Lézard, the person was not someone who knew his way around. My intention right now is to go down with a still photographer, Vincent, a friend. I'm also going to take an excellent sound man, Francis, to spend some time in the catacombs and try to solve the mystery. There are ways to match things up, to try to identify where this person was in the catacombs. At times you'll see there's signs, painted signs on the wall, which is not uncommon. People have been painting in the catacombs for centuries. So it is possible with these paintings that we may be able to retrace an itinerary to some extent. After about 40 minutes of these point-of-view shots and these pictures of bones, the person begins to walk faster and faster. Then he begins to run. We hear his breathing get louder and louder, as though something was scaring him. He's frightened, he's frightened. Occasionally he stops, perhaps to try to decide which way to run among all the many different corridors. He's running faster and faster and faster, deeper and deeper into the catacombs. And all of a sudden, he drops the camera. He just dropped. The camera just drops on the ground and keeps rolling. And you see his feet just run away. And it keeps rolling until it runs out of tape. Francis and I are going to now meet the director of the Catacombs Museum, who has nothing to do with the cataphiles, doesn't even want to know about the cataphiles, but he may have some information, and hopefully he can let us look at some maps of the catacombs.
In Paris, you have as many miles of tunnels underground as there are streets above ground. No one knows just how many passageways exist in the catacombs, but we believe that they go down over 300 feet. Some are filled with water, and many tunnels have collapsed over the years. It's an enormous maze. We think there are as many as 7 levels to it, spreading under the entire city.
How do you get into the catacombs? Illegally, of course, and the idea is to find an entrance. The problem is that the authorities keep shutting them down. Apparently, Lizard has found a new way to get in, but it's way out from the center of town. It's actually on the edge of the city, through the railroad tracks for about a mile, and then this little hole in the ground. We have to crawl through it, and we'll try to solve the mystery if we can.
This anonymous videotape was discovered deep in the catacombs beneath the streets of Paris.
This videographer, he could still be down there. Maybe he found his way out. Nobody knows. My intentions now, as I've seen the tape, is to go down there, to try to find out what happened. So we'll try to solve the mystery if we can. So the trick is to watch not only your feet, but your head. I have never been very deep into the catacombs before. Very few people have. Already when you enter the catacombs, the first few hundred yards are already scary. You have to crawl. You can bump your head. It's pitch black. You trip upon rocks, holes. You can fall pretty deep.
There are 400 miles of tunnels within the catacombs. Many of these passages lead to lower levels.
Really, the tunnels are so incredibly vast, our chances of finding the lost man are probably very slim. But we do know by looking at his video that he got as far as these lower levels, where we are now.
Anybody can get lost in here. I mean, imagine just running out of batteries on your flashlight. You're dead. You're dead. It's true. I mean, just look at this. You lose your flashlight. What happens? We're finished. We're dead.
The explorers traveled 6 miles into the catacombs with no sign of the lost man.
This is my own opinion, but this is far too deep for an amateur to be messing around. He must have lost his way down some passage and died.
After 6 hours, the group was exhausted and running low on batteries. Francis decided to abandon the search.
There's a manhole up there, which is supposed to be open to get out, but apparently it's locked, or Lizard's having a difficult time opening it up. We're gonna have to backtrack and walk back the 5 or 6 miles that we had coming here. That would be hours and hours and hours. And let's hope our batteries don't die on us in the meantime. So close, yet so far. We're 10 feet from freezer and we can't get out. It's about 60 feet from here to the street. Well, it looks like a manhole. There's no way to get out of there. It's a mountain climber to get out of it. I think I saw this on the tape. I think I saw this on the tape. This figure with the arms outstretched, the legs outstretched. And then I think after this, the camera turns right.
Donc là, on va passer sur un passage de espace.
This is really the limit. That's a lot of bones. I'm standing on dozens of corpses just walking on them. You can't see the bottom. I don't even know how deep this is. We could be walking on thousands of corpses here. Look how deep this thing is. It looks like the killing fields. According to les art, if you search through these catacombs, you could find the gate to hell. Perhaps this person found it by accident. This is the gate to hell. I see dead people. "12 hours underground. I'm sorry that I got my buddies involved in this. Very tough. We didn't solve the mystery. I don't think anyone ever will. There's too many miles of tunnels in there. But we'll never understand what frightened whoever it was that dropped the stake.
Today we're going to talk.
Could you imagine being trapped down there?
That's all I've got to
Dude,
say.
Let me tell you something. Like, I
Scared the
literally,
life out of you.
when I heard that lady, that's the same lady. She played Tangina in that. Her real name is Zelda Rubinstein. She's German. She played the midget psychic from Poltergeist.
Poltergeist, yeah, that's who. Yeah,
That lady. When I heard her voice, I literally went and grabbed myself a little thing. I'm like, I'm gonna hold on. You know, somebody pull me out of these catacombs. that stuff scares. That her voice just scares the hell out of me. I saw Poltergeist when I was a kid. That left an impression, man. Oh.
Well, what I'd say, are you playing the second part? Are you?
No, I actually, sorry, just a second. I actually blended. That was both parts. I downloaded both episodes and put them both together.
What I would say,
honestly, thank God.
So, that's the second time I'm watching it now. No, he's a filmmaker, and these catacombs are all over, everywhere. Yeah,
Yeah. Asia. I've got
Ukraine.
I've got one more video of the Ukrainian one.
Yeah,
biggest one.
We've got
them in DC. They got them under all major cities. New York. Whoa, New York. Bad.
You've got them in Kent here, but they lead a lot of them into industrial places, underground train networks that just don't seem to go anywhere. And there's also stories of people following them for ages and ages and ages, and getting to a point where they get escorted out by armed military, basically.
Yeah, I've heard a story. I think it was actually. Oh yeah, it was a story. What was it? I think it was, it's Heathrow Airport, okay? An air hostess, or some sort of, maybe it was a stripper or something, or I don't know, some sort of girl, right? There's a story, I think it's Heathrow, it's the end of the line, and apparently the train ends because it's near Windsor. And the story, I can't remember it exactly, but the story goes, I think it was an air hostess or something, brought a friend, and she said, "Oh, we got to get off the train now. It's the last stop." She said, "No, you wait. You come with me." And apparently, the train, if you stay on the train, it goes through this secret door into another, another tunnel, and it's where the so-called elites, the parasites, that's where they have parties underground, rituals, sacrificial sort of stuff. And apparently they got invited. Yeah, that's what it pretty much was. But you can imagine, can't you? And the unsuspecting girl, even the air hostess, must have thought it was a party, but they were actually the menu, I think. Two girls.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Well, if you think about it, to touch back on those catacombs, all those bodies, what really happened? Were they drugged down there by some kind of a creature?
It said at the beginning that they freed up all the cemeteries in Paris and just dragged them and dropped them down there, all the dead bodies.
That's what their story is, but what really happened? Think about the narrative of stories that they'll tell you. I bet you a lot of those have been getting drugged down, like people that have been disappearing, and that's just where they've been going for decades and decades.
I've got I've got another really short video. This is actually Camden Catacombs.
Yeah, so they're everywhere.
Yeah.
See, one of my best mates has got one of the oldest pubs in Kent, and that's got pirate smuggling tunnels leading all the way up to a hill near where we live. But then from there, they go into really older tunnels that lead elsewhere. So these things, and people just keep adding to them. And what used to happen, because I'm on the Kent coast, was people in the pubs would get drunk. The Navy would turn up, smash you around the head, basically knock you out, and then you'd wake up halfway across the ocean to work for the Navy for the rest of your life. You know what I mean? So when they saw the Navy coming, they'd use these tunnels to escape.
I've got a story. It was my great-grandfather was called up. What's it called when the military call you up to fight in World War II? Conscription. Yeah. He was conscripted, and he went on the run. And bless him, I probably would too, knowing what I know now about militaries. But listen, Jacob, he's he ran away, and they eventually got him, and then he was sent to the front line. And obviously, if you're in the front line, you're gone. I think it was World War I, actually. World War I, sorry. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah, here in America, they call it the draft.
Drafts, yeah. Cool. Right, let's watch this small, it's only 2 minutes long, but it's the example of the catacombs, Camden Lock, under the market. But these aren't very deep catacombs, but again, this is what they tell us.
The Camden Catacombs are a system of underground passages in Camden Town in North London, underneath part of the Camden Markets, constructed in the 19th century, and as of 2012 are owned by Network Rail. They are not true catacombs, as they were never used as repositories for dead bodies, instead being an underground area originally used as stables for horses and pit ponies working along the railways. The catacombs also included an underground pool for canal boats operating on the nearby Regent's Canal. They are not open to visitors owing to the danger of flooding. So let's go!
So, underneath London, there are these catacombs, and there are also tunnels. Thank you very much to Truth Seekers for making the video they did. That's the one I watched, and then I went and looked up some photographs. They had a great time down there. I think I've watched quite a few of their videos. I think they've been to Starforts, and not Starforts, the Spitforts, etc, etc. But down there, all these tunnels, look at them. I can find it myself in photographs. I don't think they're quite as big as the train tunnel ones, but there are all these tunnels down there. There's loads of them. They just went into some of them. There you go. I was following some videos and they were showing the speed. You're doing about 35 miles an hour, which isn't the slowest, but you know, it makes you feel like you're doing a lot faster than that. Whoosh go the tubes, but you're not. But anyway, let's carry on with the video. And all these tunnels belongs to the rail, the trains, whoever they are, because they're all separated out into different companies now. But they, British Underground, whatever it is, the rail, they own this place. Anyway, I did find parts of it with catacombs and tombs in them. There you go. They are there, but that might be another part of it. But it's just underneath the ground. It's just absolutely amazing that they could. I truly believe that if we just had horses and carts, how did we build all this?
Exactly.
Right, interesting story leading into that. Yeah, my uncle, I don't think he does it anymore, but he used to work on the London Underground as a night repairman, where they'd go in once it was shut down and you repaired everything.
I've worked on the airports like that. You go on like 11 o'clock after the last plane lands.
The night shift.
Yeah, it's always
So he got to walk up and down the railways while it was shut off, and I wish I'd known he was playing that, because I could have got some photos off of him. He's got photos of pristine, because they haven't been touched. They're covered in dust, but they've got the old Victorian carts still there, and you're not allowed to get into them because you can still see all of the old pictures and artwork and whatever up on the, which is almost price. It's worth a fortune. Do you know what I mean? Because people would pay a fortune for it. All the old signs are still there, and there's hundreds of these still underneath London on the old network. It's all been cut off.
Yeah,
and they're beautiful. It's just like he's not into sort of thing we are, but there's pictures, and even he's amazed by how, like, he'd say to me, this is a man that would look up we'd be on a roof, he'd look up and wouldn't be able to see the chemtrails, but you could see the pristineness in that and realise that we can't do that now. Why can't we make things like that anymore?
Yeah. Well, here in America, there's, I mean, we all know about the catacombs and underground tunnels and stuff all over the world. But here in America, way back in the day, they were actually using these tunnels to take the slaves, for the whole slavery Freedom Act, taking them from the southern states and moving them underground through these tunnels. And I've seen some of these pictures, and they're just like what I'm looking at there over in London and in England and stuff. It's like they're great, and it's like they wouldn't have just done that just to get slaves out. That has made it just big enough for you to walk through and go through. But I mean, we're talking arches and everything. And they're old. Yeah. But we couldn't build them like that with the brickwork and that they do that they used to use. We couldn't do that now. We haven't got that construction technique anymore.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. What that leads us nicely actually into the next little. Sorry.
Go on, exactly, because I just explain. All three of us have worked in heavy construction. So this next part for us just was a big wow, wasn't it, lads? Because we saw a lot of antiquity.
Which bit?
This part. If you play it from the beginning, we can show you.
Which part, mate?
You know the part with the shuttle work where we found basically which looks like ancient shuttle work.
Which clip was it? I don't know what you mean here, mate. Sorry.
It's in the video with the melting.
Was it Jon Levi melted?
Yeah.
Oh, right, cool. Yeah, that's right. Sorry, yeah, got you. I've watched a lot of his episodes recently.
Yeah, sorry. Anyway. We've all had a busy day today, haven't we?
Yeah, I mean, the agitation as well. I've just felt severely agitated. Do you know, I'm actually going to show you quickly. Where is Zoom? Sorry, Zoom keeps moving.
Symbolically, if you look at the symbols of what trains are, and when they go underground, they go through mountains and stuff. But if you were like way up above and you were looking down and you saw a train going into the ground, what would that remind you of?
Yeah, it's like a worm, doesn't it, or a parasite,
or a snake going into a snake hole.
Yeah.
Right, I'm just going to show you. This is what I had an hour ago. Let's not comment on this at all. Everybody knows we can't do it on this channel anymore.
Why can't we comment on the beautiful boats? They're beautiful.
So anyway, but everybody knows what we're talking about, strange clouds. But my point is, right, I realized today, only a mile or two away, pretty much under that grid pattern you can see there, there is indeed an SAS base on Thorney Island. And it's interesting the way I keep noticing, this is about an hour and a half ago, they keep doing what they're doing over that area. And I just thought that was quite interesting. Yeah, anyway. So let's get into the next episode. Find a clip here. 2 seconds, sorry. There we go. Right, okay, there we go.
In this week's video, I will...
You're gonna need a bigger boat.
Of course, we'll talk about...
Wait 2 seconds. My Zoom bar keeps on moving for some reason. There we go.
Wax on, right hand. Wax off,
a lot more.
left hand.
Thanks for being
Wax
here.
on,
and welcome.
wax off.
Here I'm looking at 2001 Space Odyssey pictures, and I think this is a metaphor for the truth. We are these monkeys, and we suddenly stumble upon a glorious monolith way beyond the ability of anything we're able to create. And suddenly, we turn on each other. The stronger and more organized begin to turn against the others, begin using tools for acts of war. And I just wanted to mention that a very small channel that I had, it was actually called the Jon Levi channel. I only had 500 subscribers, has been terminated, very strangely. I only had about 6 or 7 videos on there, most of them dealing with off-grid topics. I never had a strike or anything, and they've just terminated it. And I was just about to load a short off-grid video showing things I've done around my house, and that's when I noticed the channel was gone. And why? Is off-grid living on their radar? I mean, there's thousands of off-grid channels on YouTube with millions and millions of views, not seeming to be censored in any way. And maybe it's just something that I said in these videos. I have petitioned and sent a request of reconsideration, but really, that is probably the most important thing. Unbelievable to me that anyone should complain about our leaders, expecting them to do something or not do something. And I really think as individuals, as families and small communities, the off-grid idea is the most important. Detaching and still participating in the good parts of the system. But if the system should fail us, we'll be less affected. And I'm sure this could be done in small towns and cities, less oppressive ones, with less oppressive leaders. But while most will protest, or at least in our community, all the flexing of muscle by full...
I'm just going to interject. You guys don't need to unmute yourself. But this video in the corner playing, if we skip back the Jon Levi clip here to where this monolith, let's say, lands on our planet. And the depiction, I think, is in the original Planet of the Apes movies. And it's amazing because, do you remember the humans that went to see this new futuristic looking monolith? And it's literally like the movie. And it's the same with Wims' work.
Now, a parasite
watch this.
Decides to take us over. It connects to us, drills a hole, and creates a sun gate, shooting its DNA into our system. And before you know it, we're on Planet of the Apes, the king of the jungle. The BIOS code of this system is enclosed in a crystal and radiates the brain of the victim. Slowly, it is losing its hair, color of the skin, color of the hair, color of the eyes. What is this Benben stone? It is the BIOS code of the parasite. Follow this software and you create the world of the parasite. But a crystal is a very bad hardware. You need a better one. So this monkey is perfect. It is easy to manipulate.
Okay, that's enough of that. But it's very interesting the way both of the theories are very similar. I think Jon and Wim do talk to each other. Anyway, hope you're enjoying it as well if you're watching, guys. Also, the links to all the episodes that we are showing in this special tonight are in the description. So we're going to go back to, if I can get my windows all right, we're going to go back to Jon Levi and continue with the melted cities of the past episode.
For the truth. We are these monkeys, and we suddenly stumble upon a glorious monolith way beyond the ability of anything we're able to create. And suddenly, we turn on each other. The stronger and more organized begin to turn against the others, begin using tools for acts of war. And I just wanted to mention that a very small channel that I had, it was actually called the Jon Levi channel. I only had 500 subscribers, has been terminated, very strangely. I only had about 6 or 7 videos on there, most of them dealing with off-grid topics. I never had a strike or anything, and they just terminated it. And I was just about to load a short off-grid video showing things I've done around my house, and that's when I noticed the channel was gone. And why? Is off-grid living on their radar? I mean, there's thousands of off-grid channels on YouTube with millions and millions of views, not seeming to be censored in any way. And maybe it's just something that I said in these videos. I have petitioned and sent a request of reconsideration, but really, that is probably the most important thing. Unbelievable to me that anyone should complain about our leaders, expecting them to do something or not do something. And I really think as individuals, as families, and small communities, the off-grid idea is the most important. Detaching and still participating in the good parts of the system. But if the system should fail us, we'll be less affected. And I'm sure this could be done in small towns and cities, less oppressive ones, with less oppressive leaders. But while most will protest, or at least in our community, all the flexing of muscle by false authority, and even refuse their medical impositions, they may still continue to buy foods produced by these very same corporations that manufacture poisonous serums. As long as we are dependent on the system, it's easy to be controlled, and I would say we haven't seen anything. Even with all this craziness, I believe we are still free right now to move around and relocate if necessary. And here's a picture of Edinburgh, or Edinburgh, just an old world pic. Everything original and preserved.
And we're going to go
It is
long.
I just want to come in.
I just wanted to mention that a very small channel that I had, it was actually called the Jon Levi channel. I only had 500 subscribers, has been terminated, very strangely. I only had about 6 or 7 videos on there, most of them dealing with off-grid topics. I never had a strike or anything, and they just terminated it. And I was just about to load a short off-grid video showing things I've done around my house, and that's when I noticed the channel was gone. And why? Is off-grid living on their radar? I mean, there's thousands of off-grid channels on YouTube with millions and millions of views, not seeming to be censored in any way. And maybe it's just something that I said in these videos. I have petitioned and sent a request of reconsideration, but really, that is probably the most important thing. Unbelievable to me that anyone should complain about our leaders, expecting them to do something or not do something. And I really think as individuals, as families, and small communities, the off-grid idea is the most important. Detaching and still participating in the good parts of the system. But if the system should fail us, we'll be less affected. And I'm sure this could be done in small towns and cities, less oppressive ones, with less oppressive leaders. But while most will protest, or at least in our community, all the flexing of muscle by false authority, and even refuse their medical impositions, they may still continue to buy foods produced by these very same corporations that manufacture poisonous serums. As long as we are dependent on the system, it's easy to be controlled, and I would say we haven't seen anything, even with all this craziness. I believe we are still free right now to move around and relocate if necessary. And here's a picture of Edinburgh, or Edinburgh, just an old world pic. Everything original and preserved, and absolutely beautiful. And this thing has something to do with water. And here we can see the canals and much underground engineering here. And this is showing some ornamentation in some Cambodian temple. And over here we just see some part of our electrical grid, and we see a great resemblance. This was shared by IRS Media, and he was just combing the California highway, and he found many ruins right off the highway, and most of them overgrown, and yet are these pockets of survival. Of course, keeping in mind that mountains, not all, but many, could be melted buildings, plasmified, along with water and events that we know nothing of that occur during resets. And here again, absolutely fascinating. Off the California highway, I'm not sure what, I think 1. Here's coordinates. And look at this. This should be some historical site. And no, just ignored. And I'm just taking screenshots.
I just want to come in and have a little chat about what we've just watched. Jacob, I wanted to ask you, as you're the expert on plasma, I would say, do you want to talk about the plasmification of these old cities? Also, to me, that... Can you hear me, guys? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. To me, that looks like an entrance, doesn't it? And it's been blocked up by the council. Totally. What do you think about like plasmification and yeah?
Oh man, they're right on the money with a lot of this stuff. I'm under the suspicion that it was whether some kind of a large coronal mass ejection or flare, throwing out, all kinds of plasma at our planet, or it was a plasma type weapon just melting these rocks. We were talking about this the other day about how if you look at like in Peru, you look at the walls and how they turned to jelly almost, and they just kind of formed into themselves, and where everything was perfect and seamless. Well, if you liquefied it where it could do that, yes, but well, how can you do that? Well, plasma. And as I started listening into this, as we were researching it a couple days ago, I was like, there's got to be somebody that did some research on it, and I found a guy. And this guy, his research is like bang on the bucks. This guy was dealing with like 10 million volts of electricity. His name is Anthony Watts, or Anthony Perrott, L. Perrott. And he actually has an abstract paper that you can read. He's got a engineering degree in electrolysis and things with electricity, like plasma, everything. He actually created his own Van Allen belt in 1962. On July 9th of 1962, he actually created an aurora above Johnston Island. And there's actually a photograph of it that was taken from Los Alamos, Kansas. So, I mean, this is a long time, but it has to do with Z pinch energy. And we actually kind of mimic it, even though we don't know it. We mimic that same technology today. What is concrete? Well, concrete is stone that was crushed up into a powder, and then we just add water to it. We liquefy the stone and then harden it again. Well, what if you didn't have to do that at all? You just take these huge pieces of granite and you stick your charge on each side of plasma with all this electricity, and then you power it and you melt it. Well, that can happen. Well, he did the same thing. He took a cube, just a little cube, and filled it with a bunch of pebbles and stuff right to the top, and he charged that bugger and melted it, and sure enough, they all formed the exact same rock. And I didn't see the picture in her. I'd sent it to you so we could use it, but it's a perfect cube, and it was all thing. I saw it at one point, and I'm like, oh crap, and I couldn't download the photo. But they talk about the cube and how everything just formed all these little perfect little, and they were all 90-degree lines. They weren't like slanted. They were all perfect 90 degrees. However they formed.
Liquefaction of the rock. Yeah. It's like this looks like. Well, it reminds me. I've traveled Peru. It was my favorite country in South America. It was just Peru. This photo reminds me of Peru because, well, first off, the country has glaciers, surf beaches, volcanoes, the Amazon, sand dunes, oases. It's epic, Peru. I might sail there on my boat. I'm going to stop in Colombia, Cartagena. But anyway, back to the photo and what we were talking about, liquefaction and plasmification, the melting of stone, rock, buildings. And this photo reminds me of Peru, a place called Chachapoya. And Chachapoya, look at the guy in the bottom left of the screen. He looks like maybe Indian, Peruvian, Bolivian, I'm not sure. Anyway, but the photo, there's a place in Chachapoya where the cliffs exactly the same almost, and they found a load of skulls and bodies, skeletons inside these caves. And it's one place I didn't go to in Peru. I would now known about what I know about, but fascinating. And they also had this site in Chachapoya. I'm sure it's where they found the elongated skulls in Peru as well, in these caves. And just crazy, mate.
It's almost got to make you wonder, like, if the elongated skulls were found there, were they hiding out in these buildings? Because when I see this, I don't see this from like just a solar flare. I see an attack.
It looks like they've taken refuge in the cliffs more than they choose to live on the cliff edge.
And have you ever come across the Thunderbolts project on YouTube?
No, it rings a bell. Elaborate.
So they explain how, and this is years ago, how so the cycle, we're in cycles. Everything goes through cycles. And as Jacob explained, we've got cycles on the ground, as above, so below, and cycles above us going through the solar system. And sometimes you get basically catastrophes on Earth. It happens all the time. They're very, very regular. And you get plasma discharge, basically, which is where you're seeing all this melting from.
Yeah. It's like the detail inside on the ceiling there, but it's melted outside.
But like you said, they would take refuge, and these are what these petroglyphs and other different glyphs that you're seeing, where they're...
Sorry, you can screen now. Sorry.
Yeah, it's exactly. So it's been like this may be from a very early Yuga that had the technology to actually melt stone, like Jacob's explaining, or manipulate it to build stone houses and cities underground, sort of thing.
I mean, look at the rectangle cave on the bottom right. Look how perfect those right angles are and smooth.
Exactly. Beautiful. And this is getting to what we were saying earlier
that must have been by a Darwin monkey with a chisel and hammer.
Yeah.
No. He wouldn't have known about a chisel. He'd have just been using another stone.
Well, that's form work there, isn't it? With
it is a form work.
Yeah, and that's manipulating stone somehow to be stronger than the stone. Well, see, a building that we construct now, people, they need to put solid steel inside it, then use concrete to do what we call form work. Yet these buildings will crumble away within a few hundred years. How many thousands has that been there?
Yeah,
Well,
it's
if you look at it
carved.
like this, we were talking about the plasma and with the forms. Everything, we know that everything has a frequency and everything has vibration, right? We know this. It doesn't matter what it is on this planet. It could be a rock. It has a frequency. All you have to do, if we're talking about like ancient technologies, ancient beings that are like super advanced, I mean, we have readers and testers that, we can scan for like, how much, a multimeter. You can see how many volts are going through into your socket, for your house. Well, you don't think they're going to have the same thing to be able to read a rock? So all they have to do is just read, oh, this is the frequency of it. Okay, so they can tap into the frequency to meld it however they want. Then all they got to do is put in their own data and make it form a cube and hollow out it, make itself hollow out. And I mean, all it is it's just programs.
Or even more than that, Jacob. So this goes sort of tied to the law of one, where understanding that rock is 1D, which is what we were before. And if you're at a yuga where you're that in connection with your higher self and the rest of the universe and consciousness, you could basically talk to that rock and make it do whatever you wanted it to do.
So you're saying I used to be a blockhead?
Well, no, you'll be in touch with pure consciousness, which that block is pure consciousness, when you have fully understood yourself.
Yeah.
So you could actually ask it to just manipulate itself, possibly, into the most... This is why they're so beautiful, these old like BoAZ mysteries. You'll find some of the most amazing information on there about the old world, plus some of the most amazing images. And you look at these things and it's like maybe these were just created by someone's mind. Asking the rock to be what they wanted, they pictured in their mind.
It's like also like I want to give a shout out to the that New Earth channel that I showed the first episode with the Exo Knights. The stuff on that New Earth channel, the links are below in the description. Stuff on their channel, wow, it's amazing. It's next level. Some of the information.
If you guys look at the stairs and look at where the smooth part is, and look at how those bricks just come right up to it, and after all this time, you can pick it with this fall.
Machu Picchu, right? I've been here. I've got even my photos. It was before I was awake. I've said this before in different episodes, but I felt an energy. I felt an aura. I sat there for 2.5 hours looking at it, just content. Right, amazing. Anyway, but the story is right, and again, this story is one of their stories. Their stories. It's their history, and the story goes that the reason they have these what look like giant stairs now, they say they grow corn on them, and the different levels of altitude they could grow different vegetables. I also saw some of the fields in Peru. You want to see some of the, I'll bring up a picture actually, but some of the field, the steepness of the hills these farmers work on, and this is about 3,000-4,000 meters high. It's quite high altitude. So yes, they're fit as a fiddle, honestly. Wow. But honestly, Machu Picchu, it's the most magical place I've been to. I've got a photo literally like this one. It's so beautiful, really. There's actually a sun gate. Sun gate's up here. See there? And I think it's in the morning, if it's clear, because there's a lot of fog in the morning. The sun gate's here, and I think it's 9 a.m. or something like that. The sun lines up through this little hole here, and goes on a sun clock and shows the time. It's amazing. But yeah, just an epic place.
I'd love to visit that. That place would be awesome.
It was truly Peru. It's amazing. I saw condors, 2.8 meter wingspan, sand dunes. I'll show you another place I went to just to go, well, not off topic, but it's an amazing place, this place, right? Huacachina. It's near Ica. It's not far from the Nazca Lions, actually. This place, mate, was literally, this was how it was. We actually walked up that sand dune and rolled down it. Oh my God. It was good. But you can actually go on the river on peddlers and stuff. It's so cheap there. Like the hostel we were in, the hostel was back here, but it was a great bar. Yeah, it's just great, mate.
You know what's funny is that we're looking at this oasis right here, right? And most deserts don't have them, and yet this one place, this is the only place I've ever seen an actual oasis in the desert, and yet they're in all kinds of cartoons and stuff that we've seen, like the Looney Tunes and stuff.
Yeah,
But you've never seen them or heard of them in anything in geography that I remember. But there's one in Peru, just one.
Sam, you see these dune buggies, right? We went on a dune buggy tour. Sam, we were going off. The driver was nuts. The guy was going like full speed off these straight up vertically. Well, I'll just show you some of these dunes, mate. He'd go flying off that and just land. Oh, mate, you see the tire tracks going up it and stuff. But some of the jumps are amazing. It was brilliant, really was. Anyway, we're going off topic, but yeah, Peru, honestly, go to it. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant place. Anyway, so back to Jon Levi. You got anything else to mention about what we just watched in the first part of the episode?
No.
We've sort of talked about it a lot since then.
Well, we spoke about plasmification, but there's also a thing called liquefaction, which
liquefaction or liquefaction.
Liquefaction, yeah, and it's basically where the ground turns to
vibrates.
It vibrates so much that it liquefies. Basically,
it's like think about what washing gold in the sieve.
All these what do they call them? Not potholes. You know, these massive, great big
sinkholes.
Sinkholes. That's it. Yeah. They've been appearing all over the place. And this ties in with what Jacob's channels, where he looking into the resonation of the Earth and what's coming at us from above us as well. And this is all tying in together. I think it's like if something's speeding up, it's vibrating to the point where the cycle's changing.
Yeah.
It's actually coming up underneath us. It's actually underneath Venus right now. Venus South Pole is just bright red, just glowing hot right now.
Yeah. Right, we're going to get back into Jon Levi just because we've got quite a bit of GODVADGE to watch after this, and a couple of other little clips as well. So let's continue.
Example of this melted building theory. The top here just cooked like a marshmallow. We've all burnt a marshmallow and how it puffs up, and yet so much of the building remaining, and these little rooms and windows, and who knows what this structure looked like. But similar to what we were just looking at, where they want to tell us primitive Native Americans carved it all out, they want to tell us the same thing here in Turkey. And again, having a very similar feel, but yet having a lot of preservation, as you can see up here. Look at the ring around this cylindrical remain of some kind of tower. And here we can just see how it was flowing. And no doubt, a building that has melted like wax. And yet, thank God, some was preserved. Again, this is very, very nice up here, this example. Clearly, anything but natural. Showing signs of being built. And here again, the impressions are left for us. Right angles, archways, as we see here. This could be popped out. Here, another archway that could be popped out. Here an opening leading up into another level. And here are some of the best examples. This is as fine as it gets. Or actually in Petra would probably be as fine as it gets. This is very Petra-esque. And you see the beautiful columns that have cracked off and still affixed to the top. And you can see the beautiful structure that it was, and now has this burnt marshmallow around the top of it, just dripping down. And I believe that somebody has popped these out, probably got in through the bottom and popped these windows out from the inside. And here in the background you see more buildings, all marshmallowed at the top. So now we just reverse engineer. We just walked these examples from less recognizable now to almost absolute certainty that this was a structure. And it's been hit hard from the top and from the bottom, seeming to be cooked from the top, but having been sucked clean from the bottom, as if everything was just being sucked up from the ground and we can get a good look at this ground sucking at the Hovenweep National Monument, which is found in southern Utah, bordering Colorado as well. And we see these ruins, and we see signs of absolute melting and destruction. But many of these structures appear to have the earth around them completely displaced. Sometimes towers resting on little stumps like we see here, as if everything around it has either been washed away or sucked away. And this is something that's been a mystery to me for some time. I've actually physically been here and plan on returning. And here was something shared by Paul Cook. Again, very similar. Pockets of preservation surrounded by complete disfiguration, things like this, and played off as primitive. So here are the Wise Up photos, and he's outlined these portions of engineering that remain. And I don't believe that he subscribes to the melted building idea. He, as of recently, seems to believe that these buildings are covered with volcanic ash. And again, I think that could be a possibility. I'm not here to tell you what to think, and I'm not quick to decide or make an absolute conclusion for myself. I think there's many ideas on the table, and I appreciate everyone discussing all these different ones. Regardless, I think all the different angles in this community would agree that this is the remains of something advanced, and not just some primitive carvings done by primitive people. At some point, Wise Up was talking about a lot of these structures being made of wood, but sometimes he talks about steel, and I believe they could be wood in some cases, and in other cases steel and concrete and everything that we use today, just in complete ruins. Here again, he was showing an example in the Ukraine. So I just think this really ties in well with everything that we've just been looking at. And regardless of what you think happened, I think everyone can agree that these are the remains of structures, whether they've been covered in volcanic ash or plasmified, anything but primitive. This is super advanced, even in its complete ruined state. And you see the block lines have just fused from such a heat. And yet this structure must have been diesel. Maybe this thing was made of thick metal or something. And here again, without the red, and clear as could be, nobody's coming up here and carving this point here. And look at the beveling around the door. But this thing seems to have buckled right here. Just the heaviness, the mass. And yet here would have been an opening and a platform that has just tilted on its side and melted in on itself. And here again, I think he's done a great job of highlighting the unnatural portions. And here again, Cappadocia and more Cappadocia. And this is what I'm talking about. This is my favorite. When we look at the inside, and this showing us that this is a cast structure at one point, that this is a cast concrete, which would require tons of steel and reinforcement. And here we can even see the steel poking through, it seems like. Just beautiful. And not a mountain, not carved. Come on, with this honeycomb. Here's another one he shared, and some other ones. I just love this, like a skyscraper, reminding me of something I would draw. Just a building in ruins showing slit windows, and I love this one.
I'm just going to come in quickly, guys, okay, because he's talking about Cappadocia, Turkey, okay, Göbekli Tepe, let's say, Istanbul, Constantinople, all these cities that we know about. And I'm just going to bring up the picture again. This, well, it comes from a thread that I actually did at one point on Twitter. And there's a story, I think it was Nefertiti, or not Ramses, I can't remember the pharaoh, the one that got cast out of Egypt, and he ran off to Scotland with, I think it was Nefertiti, apparently in deep tunnels going from Turkey to Scotland. Have you heard about this theory?
Mm-hmm.
But they're massive. But yeah, this picture, I love the picture on screen. I just think with what Jon is talking about, there's so much. Jon's really good at picking out like certain cliffs as well, isn't he? And just it's all about imagination as well, isn't it? You know, I'm very good at it. Some people can't see it. Some people can.
There's a similar story to the pharaoh one you were talking about with King Solomon's son that he apparently fled, which was actually the son of Cleopatra, because that's what supposedly the Ark of the Covenant was.
Well, actually, I'll just finish this.
America.
Yeah, I'll just finish the story about. Sorry, some more came to me there. So apparently they both ran off, or she got away, he got away as well. But he had red hair, and this is where the Celtic tribe bloodline sort of came from, I think, apparently. Actually, true. There's a percentage of the Scottish population have a genetic similarity to the Egyptian race. I've heard that from some episode I watched, which is interesting. Anyway, Jacob, sorry, continue. That was my story.
No, there's in the Bible, King Solomon's son was the son of Cleopatra and King Solomon. So, and he actually went to Egypt with Cleopatra and fled with a whole bunch of treasure and supposedly the Ark of the Covenant, and ended up in the one place that nobody, in a 20-mile radius here in America, that nobody's allowed. It's a no-fly zone in the United States.
It was the British Knights that took the Ark of the Covenant, and we know what's in it. It was the Benben.
No. This is just the story. Okay? It's just the story.
It's a GODVADGE special.
Right now, now it's just the story, like I was saying. But the thing is he ended up in the Grand Canyon, and now we're talking. Now we're going into King Canyon. Yeah, and there's pyramids. I mean, if you actually look at the Grand Canyon from Google Earth, I mean, there's
I think there's some.
God, it's insane.
There's some Greco-Roman as well, isn't there? I think in the Grand Canyon, and even I've been to the Grand Canyon. My God, it is epic. When you drive up, it's in a national park near Flagstaff. It is epic. When you drive up, it's at about 6,500 feet. It's quite high altitude. But when you drive up, you go through the last forest, and you're going through the trees, right? And you can start to peek through the trees, and you can see the opening in the ground. And honestly, it's bigger than you can imagine. It really is 90 odd miles long, I think. But it was epic. It really was massive. And again, pardon me, sorry. I think there's a lot of theories about it being a mine as well, isn't there?
Yeah.
Well, if I could just interrupt here, that getting back to that is said to have been caused by a plasma charge, the Grand Canyon.
Yep.
I've heard this. Yep.
Same thing in Mars.
Yeah, exactly. The one on Mars, the big crater in
what's the name of it? Not
it's
the
like
volcano,
10 times
the
the size
crater.
of Grand Canyon. It's massive.
Yeah, I think you can fit.
Go on, mate. Go on.
You can fit the Grand Canyon in one of their small side canyons on Mars.
Right.
Well,
yeah.
Bear in mind, but I think Mars is like another crater, which is just a NASA ride away.
But that's more plasma charges. Exactly. No, but then this ties back to what he was saying earlier on about. So if you've not come across Paul Cook's channels yet, people, it's simply Paul Cook, and it's interesting because he lives in.
He's not far from me.
No, he lives in Southend, I think.
Yeah. Southend, is it, Sammy? It's Southend.
Yeah, and Southend, mate, Southend. And it's interesting because it's only a little way away from me, and I've got. So if you look back at some of the old videos, he shows you Tartarian type buildings in Southend.
He looks into the finish of the stone, the geo. Can't remember the name of it now. But it's funny you say Paul Cook because I've messaged him once. But I was gonna drop one of his videos in this to go with Jon and Wim.
But what he's saying about they're both right sort of thing. So when one of these cataclysms happen, not only you're going to get plasma, but afterwards you will get the volcanic ash that will settle on top, which will then like
set
to rock, won't it?
Yeah, it solidifies essentially.
It will take a form of some sort, won't it? And that's it. But that will be everywhere because every single volcano, even the ones under the sea, will go off.
It's like that's the photo. That photo there, what John was showing earlier, that could exactly that. Look at the greyness of it and the brown sort of sticking behind it, kinda.
Yeah, and the biggest volcanoes, the super volcanoes, are all under the sea.
Yeah,
so you've got to imagine a sea dispersal as well. So these super volcanoes will not be under the sea anymore because the sea will be
they'll come up. They'll come up.
They'll come up. The sea will be elsewhere.
Like this, you've got a double whammy on that. I mean, think about the physics of a bag. Okay, if the Earth is like a medicine ball, okay, and let's say a comet or a huge micronova happens to go off, the Earth is a punching bag, and Mike Tyson, his fist is the one that's popping that thing. So when the fist goes in, you've got that initial impact kind of causing that crater. So everything's going to kind of stretch and break loose. And then there's the rebound. And on that rebound, after everything's already loosened up, that rebound, that's when you're going to have a lot of your bad stuff coming out from there. I was actually, as we were doing this, I was if you go back to that one photo, Rob, there's like the last one,
guys,
the white building.
I thought I was actually sharing the screen because I was talking about sorry.
Yeah, that there. That's perfect.
So just because I made a mistake. This photo on screen now.
Yeah, with the ash, you can see the line. You can see almost the line where the tree on the right hand side. You can see a big bush. If you follow that up to top left. You see what I mean?
Platform.
You've got that extra bit on the top there, haven't you?
Yeah, I'm fighting John's mouse.
Almost like it got hot and folded over and just kind of melted down.
Or fell on top of it and just set.
Yeah,
it's the same as the color, like what we're talking about the ash. With you can see the brown undertones down here, the brown, and then you got the grey. So like volcanic ash is normally dark to medium grey, isn't it? Like light grey.
But we've got to think about all the other particles that are going off at the same time.
Yeah.
That will be interacting with different, and these are probably things that science now doesn't even understand because they've not even experimented on it. But all sorts of, you've got all these different particles going off with plasma discharge, different elements that are coming down and settling because you've got burning embers of all of the plant forms combining with the ash, and it's probably stuff that science doesn't even really understand now.
Yeah.
Now, if you think about, I was actually looking this up as we were watching this, and because I want to know numbers. Do you guys know how hot something has to be in order for these rocks? How hot they have to be in order to melt?
No,
they have to be.
Well, this is the other thing, Jacob. Exactly. So the different heats as well will be a factor, isn't it, bruv?
Yeah, because you're looking at in Fahrenheit, it's 2,400 degrees Fahrenheit for rock to melt and become molten rock. Okay, so in Celsius, that's 1,300 degrees in Celsius. Okay, so but for how big of a rock? So we're talking about like a regular rock in order for that to melt. How long would those rocks have to be exposed to that kind of heat, or was it even hotter to make it happen in a short amount of time? We're talking about an immense amount of heat and energy just going right into that rock and just melting it like butter.
Exactly, and after one of these, you'd get instant cooling as well because you with all of that settling down, you instantly almost go into an ice age, basically.
Yeah.
So that would be a factor as well. It's just it's mind-boggling, basically.
Yeah. Right. So let's continue because we've Jacob. So we've still got a lot to go through, mate. So we're going to continue with the video, and we can finish this segment. Then we're going to look at some more GODVADGE in the Crater realm. So we've got 5 more minutes of this. We can comment and then go to the next section.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
Which would require tons of steel and reinforcement. And here we can even see the steel poking through, it seems like. Just beautiful. And not a mountain. Not carved. Come on. With this honeycomb. Here's another one he shared, and some other ones. I just love this, like a skyscraper, reminding me of something I would draw. Just a building in ruins, showing slit windows, and I love this one. Just a mega structure, rendered into a blob. And here in China, I had an old friend from Boston named Jim, and he would say China, add an R to the end of it, and I liked it. China, here we are in China. And you see how they've built little wooden windows, just availing themselves of this engineering. Here WiseUp says this looks like it would have been a water wheel, and yes, some kind of tech that has now just been sandwiched into this mess. And again, all these windows are waiting to be popped out. I'm sure it was a great pastime to the people of the past, and I look forward to finding one. Certain popping it out. And what it seems to be is these structures are marshmallowed, burnt, crispy marshmallowed on the outside, and the inside is completely preserved like this. This is so beautiful. Look at this. Nobody carved this. This is pure preservation. And here it looks like the support columns have just melted perhaps, and somehow it's holding up nicely. And here again, and I believe WiseUp was saying this was metal, like it looked like rust, and it does. And this is a gorgeous picture. So beautiful I can't even comment. And look at this. Unbelievable. And I think we had this stuff in the Southwest as well. I think all the beautiful national parks are actually just cover-ups. And before they let tourists in, they either bombed or covered up a lot of this, making it look natural. And next I'd like to go to India. But real quick, this is in Utah, and I think this is a cover-up. And here I wanted to show a few pictures from Praveen Mohan. Many of you have probably seen his stuff. And just mind-blowing. He was showing this column, which looks like a little cathedral in India. It just looks like a little cathedral. And we could discuss the artwork and so many different aspects, but what I wanted to talk about was how it spins. This massive, massive column spins, indicating that it is a machine and that these buildings are indeed machines. And it had ball bearings, and it would have been this temple here, the ancient Chinna Keshava temple in Karnataka, the rotating pillar. And this thing was amazing. And we've all seen these pictures of these columns in India. That's amazing that it lets me highlight a picture that it knows. Unbelievable. And here we can get a look at this rotating pillar. And if you have a chance, check out his video. One of the parts of the pillar, I think this top one, still rotates, having some ball bearings, which he was saying were stone. But truly, I think, of course, it was metal. They were metal ball bearings. They wouldn't make some intricacy like this and put stone ball bearings that are just going to turn to powder eventually. But nevertheless, the bearings had seized, especially at the bottom. And this thing was actually serving as a map, he was saying. All these are like miniature parts of the temple, beyond comprehension what's going on in India. In my opinion, maybe there's nothing more advanced in the realm than the things we see in India, at least preserved. And why is it so important to control us? And not just control us now, in this time period, but if we believe any part of our history, seeming to always have been controlled. Most understanding of the nature of this realm being kept secret, and the people being taught and running a program. And you can be controlled in certain ways, and I think to a certain extent some control is necessary. And I think most people respect one another. It is only those in control, ironically, that do not respect the people. But what they will never be able to control is your mind, and the mind is the most powerful thing, and they will try to control the mind by filling it with obscure ideas, filling it with necessities that are unnecessary, and you'll run around in circles and essentially be controlled. And many feel hopeless, as if they can't change anything. And it is my belief that we can change things with our minds. We are all active participants in this dream, and most things seem fixed, but we see exceptions to everything. And what would this place become if everyone realized they were able to participate? Well, I think that's it for today. I have a organic...
Okay, I just want to stop because I might get copyrighted on the music. I might unmuted. Let me just check. Where's Zoom? Yeah, cool, very good. Well, I want to comment just briefly on that, because I want to get on to the other material. We've still got a lot to run through. Is when he finishes talking about being controlled and also the program thing, the more I've been researching AI, alien intelligence at the moment, yeah, it really seems like this realm, are we in some sort of AI video game? Like, and it's projected through our thoughts, feelings, emotions. Wild theory, but could be. I don't know. Anyway, right, let's continue. I'm going to show you a very quick video. This is also Jon Levi. It's just, I love this video though. It's a fantastic piece of building. Yeah, check it out.
This is a little share by Zen Atman, and I thank you, Zen. Told me to check out the Palace Alpha Read. Here it says the place. Not really sure, but we've all seen pictures of this before. Something seeming reminiscent to Petra in Jordan. Yet, this is about as random as they get. Is this anomaly packaged with a good explanation? Let's see. The Hegra is an archaeological site in Hejaz, Saudi Arabia. The majority of the remains date from the Nabatean kingdom in the 1st century AD. The site constitutes the kingdom's southmost and largest settlement after Petra, its capital, again referring to this Nabatean kingdom. And in 2008, it was made a UNESCO heritage site. It was chosen for its well-preserved remains from late antiquity, especially the 131 rock-cut tombs with their ornamental facades. So this is today's tomb. Who knew tombs were so exciting? Some of my favorite tidbits. And according to Islamic texts, these people were punished by Allah for their practice of idol worship, and they were struck with earthquakes and lightning blasts. And the site has a reputation as being cursed. They're trying to overcome this and draw in some tourism. So I guess we can say this is a mystery as far as the mainstream is concerned. No talk about construction or what kind of other explanation could be given. We are told they were blasted with lightning and earthquakes, part of the truth. However, they tell us these are rock cut. Even if they were rock cut, still wouldn't work with our timeline. Built in the 1st century, laser-like precision, where's all the remains? If it was cut, and if it was melted, a very strange melt, almost looking like some acid or elemental reaction that would cause this to swell and balloon out. And is it the case where all of these have the same side that's preserved? That would be interesting to find out. And here, let's have a little perspective from the air. Here we go. Are we looking at 2 different resets here? The first reset rendering a building into a blob, and the second wave we have the brilliant facaders who came in with some futuristic technology, at least to us, and did carve it in some laser-like precision. Perhaps they were trying to access the treasures in this former reset surviving building, really seeming like this had a concrete footer and foundation, and the top may have been brick. And I have hypothesized something like this in the past, whereas all mining sites simply be people finding access to the inside of these devastated buildings of old. I'm really not sure, just a theory, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on this unexplained, even by the mainstream, site. I could tie this theory into the Nazca idea, where clearly somebody seems to have been performing a job, making grids, perhaps surveying the land for mining operations, or who knows, and then just doodling a little bit on the side, perhaps calibrating their instruments and drawing a hummingbird or a spider. Or maybe those depictions have a greater meaning, such as depicting our luminaries above. Either way, we're talking about super high-tech in a supposed very early time period. And here's another little picture, and in this picture really seeming melted. I can almost see little openings under here, and I'm sure if this site was excavated, it may reveal more. We can can really see the flow and how this may even have had a pyramid-like taper to it here, supporting this massive building. What do we see up here? There's another little window. And if that is the case, then why did these parts survive? Did these tapering buttresses deflect the energy around them? And I can almost imagine this beautiful building now. Hundreds of little windows along this part, and this would have been the grand entrance to the building. And here again, there would have been hundreds of little openings. And we can see that also back here. All smaller living quarters, and this being a grand center. And we can almost see the triangle shape here. On its left, and there may have been windows.
Okay, I actually wanted to just comment on I don't know, there's something actually wrong with that clip there. I actually saved that on my mobile, and I think it's speeded up for some reason, so that's the reason why I was slowing it down. But this Khazar Alpha Read, this is fantastic. What do you think, guys?
Well, you can tell with what we've been talking about earlier that that's not how it originally looked, was it?
No. But when he talked about the facades, it's amazing, isn't it? Like the technology they use.
Yeah.
Well, it kind of has to make you wonder if you look at it from like the one especially is just a big round lumped up rock that's just sitting in the middle of the desert, in the middle of nowhere, and the one on the top left, they're just these stones, and let's just cut it out and make something really fancy of it. Like, why would they need to do that? Like, for what purpose?
Yeah, in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, in the middle of nowhere.
I've actually tell you what. I've got the perfect video. What you just said there, structures.
Well, because it wasn't like that. That was lush and green before.
Yeah, it was tropical, like Egypt.
Yeah, and may well be all those other mounds are just melted even more, so you can't actually see any of the grand structure that's been melted is inside of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at the top of that one there.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
the top of it. It's like it's melted and mushroomed down.
It's even like the Grand Canyon. Think about it. The Grand Canyon could actually have been a big city that's melted. Maybe a mine, could be a city. Egyptian artifacts found there,
Well, in the Grand Canyon, you've got a lot of stuff exactly similar to this inside the Grand Canyon. They found loads of stuff like this.
Yeah, they're actually saying
that
the Grand Canyon is actually the original location of either the first Egypt or Atlantis. Some are saying Atlantis, of course, but everybody says Atlantis is everywhere. No, it's in my backyard or something, whatever. But when you consider the pyramids, that one huge pyramid, and there's a huge opening in the side of it that's way on the north side. That of course, the no-fly zone. But it's got to make you wonder, like, what happened? How did that happen? Was that from a huge coronal mass ejection of plasma, or was it a directed energy weapon of plasma of some sort in that area to just annihilate a species that was there?
Yeah, no, definitely. It's actually, I'll just show you a little bit of this video. This is also from Jon Levi.
Sorry, Rob, can I just? So something just come to my mind is the the big Buddha statues that were destroyed by the Taliban.
Yeah.
In China?
No, they were in Afghanistan.
Afghanistan,
they were images of the Buddha, basically, weren't they? If I believe that, if I've got my memory correct. So that the old world that is everywhere, if you understand what I mean. There are ripples of east in the west, west in the east, and everything else in the middle as well. You understand what I mean? Which is almost that past, future, present, all happening at once, because it was all over the place at one point. These teachings were everywhere at one point here.
If I'm just going to leave this video playing in the background, this is what I want to show you. It's the video from Gary Schoenegg that John covers. And did we show this earlier in the video, actually? Oh, sure we did. It's in my head. Anyway, but this guy was like John thinks he was part of, let's say a 3-letter agency collaborator where they go around smudging Google Earth, etc.
Do you know what that is?
He reckons that this guy was like a whistleblower, let's say.
Rob, go back to that image where it was showed up. Okay, like that. Hit pause. That right there is an electron. It's a magnometer.
So this is part of the grid.
A capacitor. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but yeah, this is what I wanted to sort of like. Let's turn it up actually and just listen for a bit.
Intelligently and with purpose, and just the faintest husk remaining. Here we can see sharp corners to the left of this. We're at about 30 degrees north, 32 east, and much intelligent design out here. And he's moving quick. He has a lot to show us in this area. Oh yes, a bunch of these patterns now. And everything just unrecognizable. And it would be fascinating to get some boots on the ground out in some of these locations. Now this clearly looks like a structure right here. Clearly, clearly, clearly. And I really do think this man was in the know. Again, the same thing. Straight lines surrounded by these circular patterns. And I've been wanting to do this video for years. And I really think that some of the greatest clues can be found in this series that he has left for us. I know I used to spend a lot of time doing the same thing, just combing the deserts and landscape for anomalies. And all the things he has discovered would probably have taken me a lifetime. And therefore there's no point to even noodling around on the Google Earth anymore, but rather exploring these sites in which he's left us coordinates for everything. Again, this same flower-like pattern with a square structure in the center. And it's very difficult to just skim through all of this. I feel I'm not doing it justice. Just thousands of these water deposits found everywhere. Really an amazing silent education on what came before everything, or at least what's left of it. And here a great example of what...
Sorry, Rob, can you pause it there a minute, mate?
Yep.
Right, so what Jacob just said, if you look at those, and then, so what they look like to me, and the thought I got was, these are really ancient sites that were learning to how to siphon...
Harness free energy.
Harness the energy. And it's moved on to the point where we've
gone backwards, mate.
We've gone backwards. We've gone, well, no, in fact, we are more futuristic than they were, but in an ugly way. So we've got these massive cities.
Barbaric way.
In a barbaric way. So we're pulling out more energy with these cities that we've got that are built up like circuit boards. And this is all... see, this is like we get to whatever's in control here, but the people that are in place have got all of this memory. Yeah, they've got got the whole hard drive, and they understand all of this stuff.
I think these parasites, these demons, we know who we're talking about here. They can avoid mind wipe when they die. That's what I think.
Yeah.
So you're telling me
one of the things I found,
or they pass it on as well. But I believe, look at we need to be very careful talking about the lodges, etc. Say no more about it. Yeah. But I've had streams taken down about.
Video I watched a while ago that were about remote viewers, and they were all given a remote view to do. Didn't understand anything about it, and they all came back. There's 4 of them with the exact same. Conclusion, and they explain this realm as being a place for souls to come and learn, but there was something else in control of it, that the only way that they could explain it with the understanding that we have of words and explanations was it was like a great big mechanical AI of magical performance that they couldn't understand. And they all said the same thing, that we come in here with our mind wipes to learn, whereas something else is coming in with all its memory that it had from its past life.
It keeps building every life, every regenerative life that they have in this realm. And I think that's what this metaverse, that's where I think they want to take it. They want this synthetic soul where they can transfer a person's consciousness, let's say Klaus, Klaus's consciousness from his meat suit body to, let's say an 18-year-old little Bavarian lad's body. He'd love that, wouldn't he? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
but that's what they want. That's what they want.
Yeah, a carry on of
consciousness,
the soul process, the consciousness, and but then this is the thing. So that process I just spoke about, when you can see that, I sort of imagine it as a torus field, and you've got they're coming in with all that memory, but on a negative path. We're coming in with no memory, but trying to regain and this is why we research all of this. Yeah, we're still trying to find it again. That's almost a yin yang with the different energies that are flowing together. And we get. Do you understand what I mean? So it's and that is our experience here, which we're just experiencing through the most advanced meat set
do you know what, mate?
Ever think of.
Sorry.
And it's the experience, isn't it?
Yeah. It's like do you remember when I called you earlier when I felt just agitated and stuff, and I told you I was trying to have a nap this afternoon, right? After all the fake skies today, really heavy this morning, fog for hours. But anyway, the story goes. So I was trying to have a nap, just drifting off, and my lovely boat neighbour Mike said, "Robbie, you're on the boat," and I was like, "Oh, I was wake up." Anyway, but I was so ratty. Just funny.
And that's what they want us to be.
Yeah.
They want us fighting against each other, getting the aggro. Whereas really, we should just go in ourselves for a little while, do some breathing work, and then just float, push it away.
It was almost like my attitude. Sorry to finish the story, I got a bit lost there. I am tired, but I hope everyone's enjoying the show as well. I'm really glad we did this tonight. We've still got a lot to show, but yeah, my point was I got really ratty, and it was just funny the way that I was in such a not give a fuck mood. Do you know what I mean? With the skies, it's ridiculous, mate. Like the photos I dropped in
the super fog. The super fog we've been having.
So somebody was commenting they could smell chlorine today with that this morning. Interesting.
No, it's just for me to have the same sky as you, and how many miles are we away from each other?
150, 200, 100.
And we can both look out the window and we know we're both getting the same sky.
Same. I was talking to someone this morning up in Oxford area, which is like a triangle from Oxford to here to you. Is like a triangle covering London, actually, and we all had the same sky. I even saw people up in Preston, South Devon, all had the same sky.
Well, my friend in Crete, she's having it. Katrina, bless her. And the super fog is off the scales at the moment, mate. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's heavy, and it's like, mate, exactly what we talk a lot off camera, and like when I said earlier about. I felt agitated today for no apparent reason, and obviously the fog this morning, and there was a day last week. Do you remember? I also felt agitated, same sort of experience, and frequencies combined with this gas. I'm just going to call it gas. We all know what I'm talking about. Those two things combined can cause agitation, mood changes. Let's say suppress your. You know what I mean? Interesting. Yeah. Next level.
The same thing happened with the Spanish flu.
Yeah. Get careful talking about
something started then, and
it was radar.
Exactly, and whenever they introduce this new field into our field, it's going to cause changes.
It's like it's like I'm putting it now. I do sound like I've got a bit of sore throat. My dad's also got a sore throat. I know another guy with a sore throat. And you look at these fake skies, and I've also been hearing tinnitus more than I would normally.
Oh, do you get them pingings in your ears?
Yeah, I got one, Sam. I got one about a month ago, and it was like wow, like really, really. Wow. I think it's frequencies hitting you.
It is frequencies. A lot of those that we hear, I'm actually very cosmically sensitive, and when the Schumann is like skyrocketing is when a lot of people are noticing that they're getting that ringing, that tinnitus in your ear. Sometimes it can cause you a migraine.
See, I just want to touch on this as well, just so we're all on the subject, and we can. Sorry, have you got anything more to say, Jacob? Actually, sorry.
No, I was just saying the Schumann resonance plays a large part of it, because the Earth's normal frequency is 7.83 hertz, which is what the human body likes to regulate at. Well, the Schumann, when it spikes, it also causes agitation and irritability and tiredness, ears ringing, migraines, all that kind of stuff. Some people that have heart conditions, if you have a pacemaker in, you have a problem. You have to be aware of it and stuff. So it all ties together.
I'll just add this as well. The more spiritual you get, the more attuned to this you become.
Yeah.
And it will affect you more and more and more and more.
Yeah.
Yes.
I promise you that. And that's something else to deal with through your spiritual awareness and journey, basically.
I tell you what annoys me. Obviously the fake skies, but sirens. And what color are ambulances? Blue and yellow. And
they're the tourist field, because you also get the white flash as well.
Yeah, in the middle.
Are you talking about the lights or the ambulance themselves? Because here most ambulances are red and white. They're light.
They're different. Yeah, you got Viking ambulances. We've got the Swedish blue and yellow MK ones here.
We've got the full control of the tourist field over here.
Yeah, right. Let's finish the video. Then we're gonna take just 2 secs actually, guys. With
would have been built upon in all the streets, connecting like spokes in a wheel. But in this case, in the middle of nowhere, no one harnessing this ancient potential, except for this guy down here. Here again, spokes on a wheel. And this is really fascinating. Even with all the farming, unable to hide the past. But again, most people will never see this. What can be said of this? What were they doing? Like some web? And again, the vegetation does not grow over these lines, implying some kind of technology, leaving an energetic residue behind. And I think we're just all living on top of this. And if there's even a shadow of a doubt, things like this should put it to rest. I mean, nothing natural about this. Here he takes us in to another central point, in this case wells or water deposits around it. And I love this kind of research, this ability that we have now to examine the whole realm, and only then can we try to make some kind of sense of what this place really is. And I love these because they're just in the middle of nowhere. If they were in the cities, they would tell us these are industrial parks, but really seeming like components in a circuit board. And here what looks like ancient dams, and these can be found everywhere, even in my area. And this is just fascinating. Is there a city buried under here? And here's something I often call the raking of the earth. It looks as if everything has been raked and wiped clean. And here he goes into some triangles. Again, ancient triangles, seeming like the center part of the airports that we usually look at. And this is really interesting. We can see the coordinates down there. 13 south, 75 west. And these look like the button roads in Peru. And here just a massive range of these buttons. I'm not sure, like some machine of the past passed through here like it's a track. And this really looks like the remains of a city, melted and buried right around these tracks. And here again, look at this faint footprint of a past civilization, and really seeming as if the mountains were these structures and have just collapsed, just melted into blobs, but yet we still see traces of intelligent design. And there doesn't appear to be any roads out here. This is the middle of nowhere. And I really do think that's what this man is trying to share with us. Nothing is natural, and only in its destroyed and wiped out state, and examined small section at a time, does it appear to be natural. But when looking at it from this perspective, we can see that we're clearly dealing with something else. And this place was completely built out for some purpose and has completely been annihilated. And all we have is these faint remains. And here again, if this was in a populated area, they would turn these into rice fields. But there's nobody around. We continue along this whole ridge, and there's just no end. Here now, he zooms into a pyramid. We see nothing from up here, and then we zoom in a little more, and we actually see a pyramid. And I know there's pyramids and structures that have yet to be explored and excavated, and if the so-called experts get to them first, they will erase them. And this is the kind of things that I'm always looking for in my area. My area looks just like this, a wasteland. And things like this reminding me of Chaco Canyon in New Mexico. And they try to tell us that the Native Americans built it. But again, I think this is something much more ancient and more advanced than the Native Americans, as seen out here. What else could I say? I thank you all for joining me, and do have a blessed day.
Okay, so we're going to go to the next clip. We've still got a lot to go through, and I'm going to try to keep it around about an hour. Sorry, Sam, I just want to say...
A lot of liquefaction, a lot of the images you saw in the last part of that clip were images of that. Sorry, Rob, crack on, mate.
Yeah, no, sorry. Just got a lot to go through, that's all. Anyway, hope everyone's enjoying the show as well. And the next clip is some GODVADGE in search of the Benben Stone Part 1. Fantastic episode. It's kind of like a 3-parter. So we're going to sort of start playing out with this. And we will come in to comment later in the episode.
So the Ark is, in my view, a synthetic life form. Origin, probably Atlantis. Or Atlantis was the previous victim. So maybe there is another bigger Earth with a different signal. Then the Sun would be a portal. Elementary in this story, I believe, is the Benben Stone. The Eye of Ra. The Eye, symbol of the invading consciousness. The Benben Stone is probably the transmitter of the Ark signal. So the Ark might have its own reincarnation cycle. The gods, heaven and hell, the Ka and the Ba. Crucial in this story is the female womb, is the spirit entering the body through the synthetic portal or the organic portal. Let's dive in history and see where this organic portal has been taken over by this synthetic one. Center of the story is Jerusalem, not the one in Israel, of course. My guess would be that the first signs in history of this Benben Stone would be the Ark of the Covenant, moving water and opening the Red Sea. After wandering in the desert for a few years, passing Sodom and Gomorrah, crossing the Jordan, arriving at Jericho, where it destroys a whole city. Here we witness for the first time the powers of the Benben stone. From there it is probably brought to Jerusalem, where it is put in an amplifier, the Temple of Solomon. Crucial in this story is a group of people who decide they are going to serve this new AI god. Oh God, what shall we do? Shall we slaughter some more people? Do you want some more blood sacrifice? Let's fast forward in history, where we meet the Ra men, or the Romans, the Khazars or the Caesars, playing the AI agenda, subjugating the whole crater. Julius Caesar, through marriage with Cleopatra, almost conquers the whole crater. It is my belief that the story of Jesus Christ was the propaganda story of Julius Caesar, laying at the root of Christianity. So Julius Caesar dies at the age of 33. Well, we have another guy dying at 33, Alexander the Great, trying to subjugate the whole crater. Are we seeing a pattern here? Let's fast forward again to the Crusades. In 1100 there is a division between Christians and Muslims. Both believe in God. But there is also the figure of Jesus Christ. Christians believe that Jesus Christ was the Son of God, while the Muslims believed that he was just another prophet. So in 1100 the Muslims decide they are going to cut off the Christians from their worship of the Benben stone in Jerusalem. And the Christians of course decide they are going to take back Jerusalem manu militare, by the use of force. The Annunciation of the Lord. Becoming pregnant of the Lord. What would this mean? I can think of only one way that could happen. Put a woman in the first weeks of her pregnancy on top of the Benben stone. That way, the synthetic spirit can enter the body instead of the organic. The Christians call him Jesus, the Muslims Isa, and the Romans Caesar. Reminds me of the Planet of the Apes. So I think that Julius Caesar probably was some kind of hybrid, and that was the reason he was killed. But one small detail. Julius Caesar had a son, Caesarion. Now some stories say that the Merovingians are the descendants of Christ. What if Cleopatra and Caesarion moved to France, and the offspring of Caesarion became the Merovingians? So in 1100 we have Godfrey of Bouillon. Godfrey of Bouillon was one of the first crusaders, and his task was to secure the Holy Grail, So if the story is right that Godfrey of Bouillon was a descendant of the Merovingians, then that would make him a descendant of Jesus Christ himself, the royal hybrid bloodline. Here we have another one claiming to be a descendant of Godfrey of Bouillon, probably too much inbreed.
Fool me once, shame on you.
In 1099, the Crusaders conquer Jerusalem, and Godfrey of Bouillon is declared Advocatus Sancti Sepulchri, protector of the Holy Grave. Until today, there is still an order and a church of the Holy Sepulchre. But what would this Holy Grave be? The symbol of the Holy Grave is the Cross of Jerusalem. What if you put the Benben stone in the center of Crater Earth? That would give you 4 different energetic force fields, one for every side of the pyramid, 4 different compasses, and maybe 4 different sun and moons. The Holy Grave, what would it be? Let's fast forward to 1259. We're almost at the end of the Crusades, when a major cataclysm is happening. I can only think of one solution. The Crusaders, realizing they will never be able to hold Jerusalem, decide to take the Benben stone and bring it back to Europe. This, of course, had catastrophic results, because we know the powers of the Benben stone. It is able to move water and land. So by moving the stone, they create a new energetic field. And this creates a massive flood, catching up with them in the middle of their journey home. Not only are they destroying their own homeland, they are also killing millions of people. So they are stuck now on an island with a stone. So where would it be? Well, at first I thought, of course, it must be Jerusalem, the new Jerusalem. But Jerusalem is not in the middle of the New World map. But Britain is. So I was thinking Britain in the center of the world, but then I thought, of course, you have the prime meridian, the Greenwich meridian. So I'm pretty sure that the Benben stone must be laying on the Greenwich meridian. And when you draw the cross of Jerusalem, exactly. For people who remember this one, a 12-year-old girl discovered that all presidents, except one, are directly descended from a medieval English king, King John of England, who signed Magna Carta in 1215. Oh, by the way, and the girl is also a descendant of this bloodline. This is a diversion, of course. Born on Christmas Eve, sure, on 1166. That's a lot of 11s, 22s and 33s if you ask me. King John, his nickname was Jon Lackland. His brother was Richard Lionheart. And of course we know this figure. Movie after movie after movie they are showing us this character. But let's start with Richard Lionheart. Let's play a bit with the letters. Richard brings us very easily to Christ. You have the lion, the Ari, the Lion of Judah. The Lionheart, the heart of Christ. Richard Lionheart killed by an arrow, Christ killed by the spear. So Richard is the good guy. Let's move on to King John. Jon Lackland. John has no land, of course. He just destroyed half the crater. King John was a very bad king. He lost a lot of land and people revolted against him. So they made him sign the Magna Carta. It was all about English freedom, justice and democracy. Sure. So we have the Ka, good guy, and the Ba, bad guy. Put the two together gives us the Solomon Star. Brings us to Robin Hood. Robin Hood. Ra-ba-ka. Steal from the rich and give to the poor. You can reverse that, of course. That means steal from the poor and give to the rich. My guess would be that this whole story is a cover-up, hiding the identity of a crusader responsible for the death of millions of people. And finally, the Knights of the Temple of Ra disappear in history, playing their favorite act, the burning of the Phoenix. Where they morph from victim into perpetrator. So let's dive deeper into the land of the angels.
Okay, we're back. So that's actually one of my these 3 episodes, in search of the Benben stone. They're brilliant. They are really. He kind of wraps a lot of his work up, I think, in these episodes. So yeah, big up to him. Fantastic work. I'm looking at time as well. Are you there, Sam? Are you there, Jacob?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
Yep.
Let's follow the track of the Benben stone. Maybe the original place of the Benben stone was the organic center of the crater. Later it was moved by the invading Solomonsters to the center of the crater, Jerusalem. Next, the Crusaders brought it to the left half of the crater. By moving the Benben stone in 1250, they ignited a mini ice age. To hide their crimes, the Templars started falsifying history by removing 450 years and starting the Holy Roman Empire. The popes suddenly became successors of JC. But there was also probably another falsification in the other direction. In 1700 you have the rise of the machines. How could a little group of people conquer the whole world? Maybe they had a technological advantage. So this industrial revolution might have occurred much earlier, maybe 1250, the moment the stone arrived at the left part of the brain. In 1700 you have the time period, the Enlightenment, the use and celebration of reason. Let's take the sacred geometry and the flower of life. Put it on our crater with the 7 chakra points. In the center you have the green color, Emerald City, Jerusalem. With the cross of Jerusalem. Soon the crater was filled with sacred buildings. But when the Templars decide to transport it, a major cataclysm is happening. The whole force field is short-circuited. So from there the force field has to be rebuilt, but on one half of the crater, with Britain as center. So from there the whole world is reconquered, and the Benben Corporation takes over the world. A new world is created. Symbol of power is the globus cruciger, by the grace of the royal hybrid bloodline. The new world order, all based on a gigantic lie, of course. So what we are looking for is, where is the Benben stone? Let's follow the first lead, the Greenwich Meridian. That brings us to London, Greenwich, or is it the Green Witch? Green is associated with Jerusalem, or the center of the world. That would mean, of course, that London is the center of the solar system, the real solar system. How would this system work? Well, maybe the solution lies in the cross of Jerusalem. 4 different suns, 2 turning to the right, 2 turning to the left. So the right turning sun would be hot and the left turning one cold. We are not talking about real suns, of course, because these are reflections in the dome. That brings me back to my original concept, being a real sun, a reflected sun, and then 4 reflections in the dome. But Houston, we have a problem. When we zoom in, we can see the curvature of the Earth. Our good friend Mercator invented the Mercator projection. So where would be the real Greenwich Meridian? So maybe the stone is in one of the historical buildings of the Greenwich Meridian site. We have one building there in the form of a cross, the Royal Observatory. We certainly find a strange statue there. Yuri Gagarin. I thought the Russians were the enemy. Now look where Yuri Gagarin is standing on. Half the crater with a Möbius ring. The Möbius ring, of course, is a trick of perception. How to make a ball out of a circle. Another strange building there reminds me of the intro of The Prisoner. Looks more like an indoctrination center of the Flying Ball Circus. Look, it's a dome. Let's follow another lead. Follow the flags. In the center of the world, Britain. In the center of Britain, England. And in the center of England, the city of London. Let's take a look at the symbols. Domine, dirige nos, Lord, lead us. And who is the Lord? The Lord is a metallic, robotoid creature. And who is we? The dragons. The dragons ask the Lord, lead us. And then we have the sword. The two dragons is the story of Merlin and the legend of Dinas Emrys. Here it is, lying in the north of Wales. Dinas Emrys, so you have Daenerys of the series Game of Thrones. Daenerys Targaryen, land of the Aryans. Daenerys Targaryen, Dragon Mother. We know, of course, the Aryans very well, where they come from, who they are, the von Sachsen-Coburgs. And Daenerys sadly dies with a dagger in the heart, like Richard the Lionheart, Jesus the Christ, Julius the Caesar. Are they showing us the royal wound? Just a thought. Let's suggest that someone wanted to destroy the Benben stone by putting a sword into it. He who could pull out the sword out of the stone would have total control of it and become ruler of Britain. Let's go back to where it all started. So you're stranded on an island with a group of army people carrying a stone. What is the first thing you're going to do? Build a defense, of course. Well, the only building that fits the description and the time period is the Tower of London. Typical for the tower are the yeomen and the ravens. Well, Odin had two ravens. Odin hanging on the tree of life with a spear in the side. There is a story about Odin thrusting a sword in a tree. Nobody seems to be able to pull it out, but later the sword is used by Siegfried to kill the dragon Fafnir. Then we have the yeoman. What a strange word, yeoman. I wonder if yeoman stands for Jehovah man. Protectors of the stone. Wearing some protective clothing. Let's take a look at the logo of Elizabeth II reign. ER. Take a look at the crown. Take the map of the earth and the 4 force fields, with in the middle the Benben stone. The Templar's cross is the unfolded pyramid. So my guess would be that the tower was the first hiding place of the Benben stone, guarded by the priests, the yeomen. Let's take a look at another building from the same period. It's the Temple Church, built by King John, situated in the city of London. Inside the building you have the graves of some Templar knights. Most of them are anonymous. 3 of them have a name. You have William Marshall, Gilbert Marshall, and last but not least, Geoffrey de Mandeville. How strange, you have the story of John Mandeville traveling around the world. All the adventures can be shown on the Hereford map. Strange that a man with that name is lying in the church built by King John. Let's take a look again at Magna Carta and the seal. Only 2 pictures are known of King John. Take a look at his helmet and the helmet of Geoffrey de Mandeville. King John with the Globus Cruciger, and with the sword, and it wouldn't surprise me if that were Excalibur. Or are we seeing something completely different here? Is King John sitting on the ark, holding the Benben stone and Aaron's rod? Then Magna Carta is maybe Moses' Carta, the law of the Lord. Well, I could be wrong, but it is my guess that John Mandeville was the first king of the Benben Corporation. King John, mass murderer and psychopath. Let's do another exercise on following the flags. Scotland blue, England red and Wales green. The Ka, the Ba, the green Solomon star, Sun, Earth, Moon, and the Eye of the Dragon, the Eye of Ra. Let's take a look at the Dragon of Wales. Let's zoom in on the capital of Wales, Cardiff. First thing I notice is a very strange building. It's almost like a fairy tale. A circular island with a tower in the middle. It's almost like an eye. Zoom out again and here we go again. Crater Earth. In the center we have a hexagon, St. David's Hall. If we put some lines through it, it seems like the tower is hexed. On the upper side of the hexagon we have Motorpoint Arena. Seems like the red dragon has been put in a spell. Remember this one, where Disneyland is encircled by a railroad track. Let me guess. Compare the entrance of Disneyland and Cardiff. In Cardiff we have the rugby stadium. So it seems to me that the red dragon has been put in a spell. So the red dragon would be the Welsh dragon. Red dragon, white dragon. Where would the white dragon be? Seems like obvious that the second dragon would be in Scotland. What is the capital of Scotland? Or should we say Odinbara? Seems like obvious we end up in the castle of Edinburgh. Reminds me a bit of Minas Tirith, the castle in Lord of the Rings. Again, the same patterns here. But let's zoom in on Holyrood Park. There is a special place there, and it's called Arthur's Seat. And when we do some investigation, Arthur's Seat is the place of the sleeping dragon. Well, that was easy. But how would you put a dragon in a sleep? Maybe the same way you put a cobra in trance. Sometimes I wonder why they have these strange hats. The dragoons, the dragon guards. Well, I keep bumping into these dragons. So let's recapitulate. You have the organic life form, red dragon, white dragon. Then you have the Benben stone and the sword, responsible for the creation of this synthetic overlay and the manifestation of Yahweh, the synthetic overlord. Let's go back to Cardiff Castle. In the wall is hanging a rugby ball. I keep thinking that these ball games are part of the spell. Take a look at the vintage rugby ball. It's almost like they are showing our world. Well, there is something about this castle. It's like a fairy tale, an old spell of the Brothers Grimm. There is something like spell casting, but you also have broadcasting. Let's continue our search in part 3. See ya. Let's take a look again at the old conspiracy theory about the 3 pillars of the New World Order. The first pillar is the religious center in Rome with the pentagram Castel Sant'Angelo. Second pillar, the military one with the pentagram, the Pentagon. So if London is the third one, the financial one, where is the pentagram? In search of the Benben stone, I thought, well, how could you amplify the radiation of the Benben stone? What about television? And there it was, the pentagram of London, the television center of the BBC. Take our crater. Sirius B seems to be on the other side, so let's mirror it. And again, perfect copy. This was the original building. In 2012 it was sold, partly demolished and rebuilt. So if you are looking for a mansion and you have £10 million to spare, oh, how nice it is to be part of the Illuminati elite. Take a look at the shape of the mansions, and now take a look at Jerusalem on the Hereford map. Another observation. It seems like Sirius B has been connected to our crater. Who or what is hiding there? Let's take a look at the center of our crater, center of the Hereford map. So what is in the center of the BBC television center? It's a statue of Helios. Hell on Earth. In the center we have the hexagram. The hex, based on the Solomon star. The division in 12. Time. King Arthur and the 12 Knights. The old system of the Hereford map. And Christ and the 12 Apostles, symbolizing the New World map. Take a look at the word BBC. We all know the number, of course. The Holy Trinity and the 12 Apostles. The old test cards of television. Analyze the word BBC with the Karaba system. British Bara, Broadcast Baraka, Corporation Karaba, Broadcast Corporation. Corporation is the mirror of broadcast, Baraka Karaba. Abracadabra. Or the word camera, Ka. Mer stands for pyramid, and Ra, of course, is the gateway. Remember the double slit experiment?
They put a measuring device by one slit to see which one it went through and let it fly. But the quantum world is far more mysterious than they could have imagined. When they observed, the electron went back to behaving like a little marble. It produced a pattern of 2 bands, not an interference pattern of many. The very act of measuring or observing which slit it went through meant it only went through one, not both. The electron decided to act differently, as though it was aware it was being watched.
Why are we starting to behave crazy when a camera is put on us?
Rolling in from, excuse me.
Hardest hit on the
Excuse me, madam. Don't bring liquor here. Ve Taksim'de tamamıyla hayat normale döndü.
Let's talk cameras. Who or what is the observer? Are you sure you are looking through a camera, or is something watching you? The all-seeing eye, AI. Take a look again at alien invasion. This would be the flying ball circus way. Creatures landing on our little planet. So I had another idea. What if we had an alien invasion frame by frame? What if we had an invasion frame by frame? What would be the first frame? History tells us this was the first photograph ever taken. But what would be the year 0 for this new life form? Was this the first image that landed in our crater? Take the word God and flip the D. That reminds me of some event in the Bible. Then God said, "Let us make man in our image." What if this was a mistranslation? Maybe it was, "Then God said, let us make our image of man." Maybe this image was the first negative ever made. Compare it with a negative of the Queen. When you make a negative of the positive, you make a Solomon system. You create an energy flow from negative to positive. Is your negative image taking over the positive? Are you becoming your evil self? Take a look again at Mecca, perfect copy of our crater. What is in the center? The black cube. What is on the black cube? The black stones. 8 little pieces. Compare the size with the hand. It is my guess these are coming from the bigger Benben stone. If little pieces are in the center of Mecca, could the bigger piece be in the center of the BBC television center? In 2012, the BBC building was sold and restyled. In 2016, Helios was put back on his place after restoration. In 2017, this was happening.
A catalogue of safety breaches at Grenfell Tower contributed to the rapid spread of the fire. That's according to experts testifying at the Grenfell Tower inquiry.
I have never seen a building where the whole of it was on fire. Nobody has ever seen that. It was incredible. It was so alien to anything I had ever seen.
Well, let's take a look at the position of the Grenfell Tower. Take a look at Helios again. What is this red line all about? Forever in our hearts. You can take that literally. Let's try to look at the angle of the statue. The only way to be absolutely sure, of course, is go there and measure the angle. Let's presume the angle is right. Remember this one? The ending of the movie They Live. Take a look at the dish. And take a look at the dish of Helios. You have the first dish and then you have a second one. Well, that is something strange there. but in 2016 it was covered up. And what is this? Is this Aaron's rod? So in a way I could say now, yes, I got it. It has to be in the monument. But then I think, would you put your most valuable asset out in the open? Well, the answer is no. The stone will be at a highly protected place, constantly monitored. Okay, let's recapitulate. We are looking for a box somewhere in London. Crushing organic life. Inside the box there is the Benben stone. The Benben stone is creating a counter-rotating torsion field. Who is controlling the machine? Who was playing the musical box? Maybe a DJ? A lot of people mailed me, the Benben stone is in the Big Ben. You have, of course, the word Ben. So let's compare the shape of the TARDIS with the shape of the Big Ben Tower. Slow in Latin is TARDIS, so the box must be slowing down time. But the Big Ben is not the tower. It is the bell. What struck me was the hole in the bell. The official version, of course, was that it was damaged by the hammer. But what a striking coincidence! One of my viewers attended me to the fact that some of the pyramids have holes in them. So I wondered, could Big Ben be the Benben stone? Are the stones of Mecca fitting in the bell? But when I compare the hands with the size, I don't think they fit. Besides, because of the radiation, I don't think anyone can touch the stone. And only high-ranking people would be allowed to handle the stone. Therefore, I think that Big Ben is a resonator, copying the shape of the original signal. But because of the resemblance with the TARDIS, Big Ben Tower might be the box. Could the stone be in another part of the building? Take a look at Westminster Parliament. Blackrod's Garden. What a strange name. So you have Big Ben, Black Rod. Big Ben, of course, reminds us of the Benben stone, and Black Rod reminds us of Aaron's rod. So I wonder, are we seeing here the two towers of Lords of the Ring?
The Addams Family. Her Majesty the Queen, accompanied by His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales, making their way through the Royal Gallery as part of this great procession.
So we have three attributes here. We have the crown, the cap of maintenance, and the sword. The cap of maintenance, well, I have no idea what it is. When you take a look at the word sword, you have the word rod in it. Could the crown be the Benben stone? Would you be walking around with some TNT on a pillow?
Signal is given, and the signal is received by Blackrod. Blackrod's approach has been successful. And Blackrod, as usual, reminded us is impending.
It's Blackrod. Open the door.
Blackrod! Into the chamber has come the summoning MPs to come listen to the Queen's speech.
Mr. Speaker, the Queen commands this Honourable House to attend Her Majesty in the House of Peers immediately.
Describing that process of the Ark coming and being brought, if you like, in state. There are sometimes things that we can watch on television, aren't there, that big state ceremonies, like the opening of Parliament, for instance. You know, the Sovereign comes to the House of Lords and is seated there, then she sends word via Blackrod to the House of Commons, and he or she turns up and has to knock 3 times. Isn't there a song on that somewhere, I think? Knock 3 times in order to get in, and then the Commons are then summoned to listen to the Sovereign as she makes the pronouncement on what's going to happen. So we watch that sort of thing. And in a way, the psalm we're going to read, which is Psalm 24, I think is designed as one of the psalms that reflects this final process of the Ark in its journey being brought into the capital city. So it had spent all those years journeying in a tent, and they transport it to the last stage.
So the Ark is taken to the house of the Lord, or should we say the House of Lords? Joachim and Boaz. Take a look at the shape of the throne. In Westminster Parliament there is a painting. It's called The Vision of Sir Galahad. Look at the shape of the throne. The bloodline of Jesus is sitting on the throne of England. Put some lines on the throne. Zoom in on the Peers lobby. There you see the same geometrical figure. Same for the central hall. What would generate a pattern like this? Take a look again at the throne. Seems like the perfect hiding place. Wouldn't be difficult to slide the stone under the stage. So every time you see the crown, it symbolizes that the stone is under the throne. Rotation to the right gives you the Christ. Rotation to the left gives you the Antichrist. The counter-rotating energy field of the Benben stone gives you the Monarch, or should we say, the Archon.
I see. There is no life in the void. Only death. You cannot die.
Let's play a little word game here. Message from the synthetic overlord.
God also said to Moses, say this to the Israelites, Yahweh, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, and this is my name forever. This is how I am to be remembered in every generation to come, which is our generation. All right? So, the name of God is I am. That I am.
Maybe it's all about a crowning. Are we going to witness the crowning of a new Lucifer? The whole story of the Ark is filled with blood sacrifice. Blood sacrifice for the new representant of God on earth. The Pharaoh, the spirit of Ra on earth. And they have nearly finished the restoration of Big Ben. Will the bell open a new reign of terror? But we have one advantage, people. When a bloodsucker is sucking your blood, it is at its most vulnerable. So you wonder why they are cheating and lying and hiding their presence? So let me all wish you a happy new year. Not 2022, but the year 1, first year without the parasite. This will be our great reset. Hasta la vista, baby!
We are removing
The greatest
this
trick
queen from the hive.
the devil
And by
ever
doing
pulled
that, we've got
was convincing the world he didn't exist.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
Losers always whine about their best. Winners go home and fuck the prom queen.
I see dead people.
The Matrix is a system, Neo. That system is our enemy. When you're inside, you look around, what do you see? Businessmen, teachers, lawyers, carpenters, the very minds of the people we are trying to save. But until we do, these people are still a part of that system. That makes them. As we understand
advanced tech. So on here we have the Nabatean Empire, and you see these like openings in huge mountains, like actually it was Jon Levi that inspired me to sort of get onto this.
Yeah, about Jon Levi, mate.
He's absolutely like legend. But yeah, I mean, look, I mean, these openings in the mountain, these dwellings, let's say, you know, these are
Look at the precision.
It's just.
Are you trying to tell me the whole rest of the side of the rock is weathered, but you've got that one face of the rock that's completely smooth after hundreds or maybe 1,000 years?
It looks melted as well. It looks, even if you look at the picture on the left, the big picture. So if you look at the top of the pillars and then the balcony over the top of the pillars, you see the drips. What is that? You know, like it looks like it's been melted.
But there also looks like older cave structures here as well. Well, much older.
Do you know what years ago? Is this the same place they had on that TV series with what's his name? Where he used to travel around.
Yes, I was going to comment about this.
Simon Reeves, is it?
Or Bruce Parry, something like that?
No. It was before then. It was before Bruce Parry. I can't remember who it was.
Ricky Gervais.
Oh, what do you mean? Ricky Gervais's mate, Carl Pilkington.
Carl Pilkington. Yeah, that's right.
The guy that said he's an idiot. What was the
Idiots Abroad?
Idiots Abroad. Yeah.
Idiots Abroad. Yeah, because
he probably went there and said, "Oh, nothing to see here. Rubbish."
No, he said, which is the best one to live in? The palatial one where you're looking at caves, or live in the cave where you're looking at the palace.
Because didn't he sort of ask the local, and they said this is where the poor people lived and this is where the rich people lived, or something like that.
Yeah,
I can't. Yeah, something.
But the rich people,
and that's when he made the joke, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Strange.
I'd like to go and see these things for real. This is a good thing. When I go to Mexico, I'm going to go and see all the Mexican pyramids. I'm going to do videos as well to bring back to everyone.
It's funny you mention that, and there's a little theory behind. Look, if you look at where all the wars and conflict zones have been in the last few years, say the last 2 decades, so you got Assyria. There's been a war, and there's a lot of
stuff like this is all throughout Syria.
So you got Iraq, you got Syria, you got
Afghanistan.
There's another country as well, but all these wars are in places of interest to archaeologists.
Well, if you think about where the biggest conflicts in Africa are, it's in those North African places where there are ancient civilizations to wipe out.
Close to Egypt.
Somalia as well, Mogadishu.
Libya.
Yeah, Libya.
There are actually some I think it's in Ethiopia. I think the oldest pyramids in the world are actually the old Ethiopian. It's not, maybe the Aramaic. I'm not sure what they are, but they are the oldest pyramids in the world. I'm pretty sure that, but they're quite small. But anyway.
Bruce Tansey, I'll take a photo of me on the plane wearing no mask. I'll post it on here. Don't worry.
There was,
you've got to sing. It means you've got to spit tunes all the way.
I'll just freestyle all the way.
The Great Pyramid isn't the largest pyramid in the world, is it? Though there's one which is larger. I think it's under the. Is it either in Antarctica? Oh, it's underwater. Or is it in Antarctica?
Or underground.
It's something like I have a recollection of watching something about the largest pyramid.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm sure Giza is not the largest pyramid. It's probably in China. We're going to take a break.
I think that's what he was saying.
Yeah. Break it up. Right, guys, we'll be back in 10 or 15 minutes. Over Beats, take it away.
Glory be to the Most High, Emperor Haile Selassie, Rastafari. It's my life, who's gonna live it for me? And it's my eyes, Selassie blessed, now I see. I am who I am, and I know my destiny. And it's never contrary, that's why me have to burn the fire and me now go retire. Full time now the wicked expire. Anytime, anywhere, no matter what them transpire. Can't face the truth cause me know say them a liar. People burn the fire and me now go retire. The fire purify and take the fire, take we higher. Burn out the murderers, thieves and vampire. Come along, bing denier. How good and how pleasant for us to live benignity. Let's take a night. Let's love humanity. The Lord is our shepherd. He'll forever be with me. I am a lioness, treading powerful and mighty. It's my world, and I've gotta take control. You see the beast, he only tries to steal your soul, rape you, mock you, and leave you out in the cold. But with Celestia I can never grow. That's why me have to burn the fire and me nah go retire. Full time now the wicked expire. Anytime, anywhere, no matter what them transpire. Can't face the truth cause me know say them a liar. People burn the fire and me nah go retire. The fire purify and get the fire take we higher. Burn out the murderers, thieves and vampire. Well come along, bing denier. How good and how pleasant for us to live benignity. Let's take a night. Let's love humanity. The Lord is our shepherd. He'll forever be with me. I am a lioness, strutting powerful and mighty. I love myself, 'cause that's the only way I can love another. And I love Christ. He told me I should love my brother. I love King Selassie, the earth's rightful ruler. Well, him a the conqueror, that's why me burn the fire and me nah go retire. Babylon system me can't admire. Them a bloodthirsty, blood-sucking vampire. Can't face the truth cause me know say them a liar. People burn the fire upon the Queen Empire. The fire purify, it'll take you higher. Anytime, anywhere, no matter what them transpire. Come along, bing denier. Let the king rise, and his enemies are scattered. Let Babylon fall, and them kingdom are shattered. Let lion tongue see, me them could never ever flatter. Rastafari, I got to follow after. Can't stop on the fire, me nah go retire. Babylon system me can't admire. Anytime, anywhere, no matter what them transpire. Can't face the truth cause me know say them a liar. People burn the fire, nah go retire. Well them a bloodthirsty sucking vampire. The fire purifier, and the fire take me higher to the sky. Yes, bing higher.
He turns to me and he says, serious.
I can't jam on a smoke, yo. Found a sense upon the board, yeah. I grade, hey. No judge me through my eyes red, yeah. I just the ganja man a smoke and a mess. And it's just a good lamb's bread, yeah. Light up the chronic and we floating again. Load up the country cause a time for your livet. Me and me hydrant them a bun it, make it marinate. Blessing from the earth, one of the best things Jack create. Stresses of the world must let the cess eradicate. Yo, it's so good me have to light it as my wake. Read a couple scriptures and then go meditate. Fun King Selassie wisdom make the message resonate. It purify my mental state. Me tell you say no judge me through my eyes red. Yeah, I just the ganja man a smoke and a mess. And it's just a good lamb's bread. Yeah, light up the chronic and we floating again. No judge me through my eyes red. Yeah, I just the ganja man a smoke and a mess. And it's just a good lamb's bread. Yeah, light up the chronic and we floating again. The healing herb of me I read between the lines. Yeah, guess that's why Babylon no want it legalized. More we burn the earth, the more we see the King as Christ. Not the up way, just like the ancient Nazarite. Yeah, and that the dirty Babylonian, them no lie. Them not go see we burn that thing, they not them fight. Now go turn no cokehead on the sniffing off the white. Not the poor head off a matches when it strike. Alright, now judge me through my eyes red. Yeah, I just the ganja man a smoke ornaments. And it's just a good lamb spread. Yeah, light up the chronic and we floating again. Now judge me through my eyes red. Yeah, I just the ganja man a smoke ornaments. And it's just a good lamb spread. Yeah, light up the chronic and we floating again. The herbs on my tonic, boil it in my tea, sweeten it with the molasses. Plant it in my garden with the lettuce and the cabbage. Check the pharmacist, say how much medicine come from it. I'm talking about that chronic, when me check it, me astonish. It neutralize cancer cell, it good for cure colic. White still illegal, Rasta man can't see the logic. Still all be steaming up and taking off like it's a rocket. Chilling in the tropics, now judge me through my eyes red. Yeah, I just the ganja man a smoke ornaments. And it's just a good lamb spread. Yeah, light up the chronic and we floating again. Now judge me through my eyes red. Yeah, I just the ganja man a smoke ornaments. And it's just the good lamb spread. Yeah, light up the chronic and we floating again.
Milk was a
ganja man a smoke down.
I get man a play.
Yo, in linear terms, my 33rd degree in the third words that give you 33rd degree burns. First, I write 33 lines to a verse about how I created the earth out of 33 quotes. 33 of my peers never thought it would work. For 33 days, I started my relentless research, and I figured if Chicken could do 22 twos as an MC, then I could do 33 threes. Suddenly it occurred at 3:30 on March 3rd. It came to me like God's word. I started to load my 33 caliber Mossberg. Went to the top of the Empire State on 33rd. 33 gunshots was heard. 33 pedestrians lay wounded and dead on the curb. 33 squad cars rushed to the scene as soon as they heard some madman had gone berserk. I demanded 33 million, who I was gonna kill 33 of the women and children in the building. I gave them 33 minutes to respond. Then I proceeded to arm a backpack nuclear bomb. I set the timer for 3 hours and 3 minutes long. Told them not to try nothing funny or I kill them all. They still never responded till I saw 33 of the SWAT team jump out of 3 helicopters. I told them for the third and final time, if they cross the line again, I take 33 lives. 3 of the hostages started crying. 3 of them started wilding and convinced 3 more that started uprising. 3 of them stood to their feet and started freestyling. I didn't know what to do, so I started rhyming. I tried to kick 300 bars, but I got picked off by a sniper from 33 yards. The bullet hit me, but it got large. The ricocheted off 3 organs, 3 inches away from my heart. My name went down in history as the illest MC. Rewinded and counted 33 threes.
Revolutionary Volume 2. It's on now, motherfucker. Lock and load. This is the point of no return. I can never go back. Life without parole, upstate, shackled and trapped. Living in the hole, looking at the world through a crack. But fuck that, I'd rather shoot it out and get clapped. I've gone too far, there ain't no coming back from me. Auschwitz gas chamber full of Zyklon B. Just like the Spanish exterminating Tainos, raping the black and Indian women, creating Latinos. Motherfuckers made me out of self-righteous hatred, and now you got yourself a virus stuck in the matrix, a suicide bomber strapped and ready to blow. lethal injections, strapped down, ready to go. Don't you understand? They'll never let me live out in peace. Concrete jungle, guerrilla war out in the streets. Nat Turner with the sickle, pitchfork and machete. The end of the world, motherfucker, you not ready. This is the point of no return and nobody can stop it. Malcolm Little when he knelt before Elijah Muhammad, the comet that killed the dinosaurs, changing the earth. They love to criticize, they always say I changed for the worse. Like prescription pills when you misusing them, nigga. The Templar Knights when they took Jerusalem, nigga, and figured out what was buried under Solomon's temple, Al-Aqsa. The name is not coincidental. I know too much, the government is trying to murder me. No coming back like cutting your wrists open vertically. How could the serpent be purposely put in charge of the country? Genetic engineered sickness spread amongst me. My people are so hungry that they attack without reason, like a fucking dog ripping off the hand that feeds him. Immortal technique is treason to the Patriot Act. So come and get me, motherfucker, cause I'm not coming back. This is the point from which I can never return. And if I back down now, then forever I burn. This is the point from which I can never retreat. Cause if I turn back now, there can never be peace. This is the point from which I will die, succeed, live in the struggle. I know I'm alive when I bleed. From now on, it can never be the same as before. Cause the place that I'm from doesn't exist anymore. This is the point of no return, nigga, you better believe this. Mary Magdalene giving birth to the children of Jesus. The evolution of the world, bloody and dramatic. Human beings killing monkeys to conquer the planet. The kingdoms of Africa and Mesopotamia. Machine gun your body with depleted uranium. This is the age of microchips and titanium. The dark side of the moon, in contact with aliens. I started out like Australians, criminal minded, broke into hell, tore it down and built a city behind it. Southpaw, murderous methodology, nigga. Remember that I'm just a man, don't follow me, nigga. Cause once you pass the point, you can never go home. You gotta face the possibility of dying alone. So tell me, motherfucker, how could you die for the throne when you don't even got the fucking heart to die for your own? It rains acid, one day the earth will cry from a stone. And you'll be looking at the world living inside of a dome. Computerized humanity living inside of a clone. This is the place where the unknown is living and real. Wormwood, the planet X, and the seventh seal. Universal truth is not measured in mass appeal. This is the last time that I kneel and pray to the sky. Cause almost everything that I was ever told was a lie. This is the point from which I can never return. And if I back down now, then forever I burn. This is the point from which I can never retreat. Cause if I turn back now, there can never be peace. This is the point from which I will die, succeed, live in the struggle. I know I'm alive when I bleed. From now on, it can never be the same as before. Cause the place that I'm from doesn't exist anymore.
Like that. From the Frankendank side of things like a brand new vet. When them gear shift change, we out of there. With your honeys in tow, I'm the one she really want. You a dummy with dough, it's just the way that we love you. You think it's a curse, we go out and live lies put down in the verse. And the verse is really real, they reality based. So you gotta stay real with the role you play. And I'ma play mine and continue to grind. And if you ain't down to shine, you can stand behind and watch us do it all. We keeping it moving, the same big move making you be claiming you doing. You ain't really doing much, you fucking around. So me and my man's gon' hold it down.
And you can bounce with a bounce with niggas that's off the meter, rockin' a white beater, yo. And we got a pimp strut like Fillmore Slim, and we do it cause niggas wanna feel more slim. And we looking way pimpish in our jeans and Timbs. Put everybody on pause and we freeze the gems like bounce. Bounce with a bounce with a bounce. Bounce with a bounce with a bounce. Bounce with a bounce with a bounce. A bounce. A bounce. You can bounce with a bounce with niggas that's off the meter, rockin' a white beater, yo. And we got a pimp strut like Fillmore Slim, and we do it cause niggas wanna feel more slim. And we looking way pimpish in our jeans and Timbs. Put everybody on pause and we freeze the gems like bounce. Bounce with a bounce with a bounce. Yeah. Bounce with a bounce, with a bounce. With a nigga who skate like roller skaters, but my skate roll on 20s need adapters and spaces, so my shit don't rub like I'm rubbing on these asses. Smile in the face with every intention to smash it. That's what that ass get for chopping with a player. I'm flagrant like Rasheed Wallace of the Trailblazers. So let me blaze something. I leave a trail of broads like Bismarck when they caught the vapors. I'm a person into making papers, so bitch please, I'm searching for a chicken that can get at my cheese. I'm saying, pay my rent or something, or let me hit for nothing. Make your next move your best move and stop fronting. And when you do it, you'll be happy you did. You can put this joint in and rock slow with your friends and learn how two true players is living. And when you need it, you can get a double dose of this pimping. You can bounce with a bounce with niggas that's off the meter, rockin' a white beater, yo. and we got a pimp strut like Fillmore Slim. And we do it cause niggas wanna feel more slim. And we looking way pimpish in our jeans and Timbs. Put everybody on pause and we freeze the gems like bounce. Bounce with a bounce with a bounce. Bounce with a bounce with a bounce.
That gangsta shit, yeah, that gangsta shit, that gangsta shit. What you love, huh? That gangsta shit. What you want, huh? That gangsta shit. Now what we live, huh? That gangsta shit. Yeah, that gangsta. Recognize my presence. This rap game specialized for legends. I drop shit, niggas try to memorize in seconds. You criticize but still visualize the lessons. And one of us to put aside the questions before they find out who's the realest, who done spoke without one joke about the illest shit that ever happened. And this rapping beyond rapping. Joe the God, it ain't so hard to start clapping, but I lay low, create flows for the pesos. Now we got extra hoes, one in the chase shows. I take foes and break them down to minerals. We went from street corner thugs to white collar criminals, individuals with no peace on the quest. The iced out piece on my chest from the east to the west. Never sleep in the sweat, keep the heat with the vest. Ready for the occasion, blazing, getting deep with the best. The police wanna test my strategy. Got half of the world mad at me, but very few challenge me. Perhaps you will be the first to approach this lyrical dope shit. Cartagena arena blown like explosives. What you love, huh? That gangsta shit. What you want, huh? That gangsta shit. Now what we live, huh? That gangsta shit. That gangsta shit. That gangsta shit. Fuck the whole world. All I need is my dough and my girl. And even she can get it. Everybody go to hell. I don't need y'all. Disrespected on and I'ma see y'all. Hit you with the tech and the arm make you seesaw. That's my steez. If I don't kill you, I'ma clap your knees. Action peeps if I ain't half the beat. Sounding Japanese. Coughing blood. That's what you get for talking thug. Run up on your preacher with the sweeping feature coughing slugs. Once the thug, always a thug. Always a drug dealers, fillers, killers. They wanna chill all day with us. They love the dawn. These words are more than just another song. If I said I slit your neck, your juggler's gone. Ain't nothing artificial. Joe the God, the terror squad official. Got a lot of pistols with missiles, prayer lies with you. The shit you say it get you sprayed with the clapper. Just remember, Joe the God is not your ordinary rapper. What? That gangsta shit. What you want, huh? That gangsta shit. Now what we live, huh? That gangsta shit. That gangsta shit. That gangsta shit. Now what you love, huh?
Yeah. This is for the I am culture. A poor bumper's offering for the altar. See a tranquility. I'ma show you what I see. See a tranquility. I'ma show you what I see.
Your best. Losers always whine about their best. Winners go home and fuck the prom queen.
In the industry that will ignite the rebirth of MCs lyrically. What see your tranquility? What will it really be? What does the future hold? What can you really see? I see the partition of God's religion become united by our bars and our calm and visions. Been a long time spitting long rhymes, but I never left you. Always came back, bust some rhymes that was special. Back then,
you want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
And it kills me. Right, yeah, I'll read it to you. Have a look at this. Wait, all right, hold on. A Tory MP, David Warburton, was suspended from the Parliamentary Party on Saturday after a series of allegations relating to sexual harassment and cocaine use. However, in a statement posted on social media, the Tory MP claims that the substance he was pictured with was not cocaine, but dandruff. That's the geezer. That's the MP, right? David Warburton, whatever his name is. And that's his dandruff. That right there is his dandruff. Fuck off, Davey boy. Hold on, let's read out his statement on this. I have for some years now relieved stress by brushing dandruff off my shoulders into a pile I keep in the kitchen. I accept that this is uncommon, but it's not illegal. It's just a particular habit. Not so different from biting your nails. Pass us me bank card, please. Why? Because I want to rack up a couple of lines of dandruff. It's been a tough day in Parliament, I'm telling you. Oh, yeah. That feels better. Babe, you ain't got a note, have you? Cheers. Fucking dandruff. Dandruff. Look at that. I ain't an expert. But that's about a gram there. How fuck's your head got to be to get a gram of fucking dandruff? Dandruff, yeah. The fucking devil's dandruff. Fuck. No, I ain't much of a cook, but that is the best use of a baking tray I've seen in a fucking while. Fucking hell, it's killing me. This is killing me, mate. Have a look at it. What about that? What's in the glass? What's in the glass there, David boy? Is that whiskey? Oh, no. That's urine. Urine, why? I just like to come home and piss in glasses when I'm stressed. I'm sorry, I feel my heart goes out to anyone that gets caught in the media because you'd be feeling like shit right now. But come on, man. Imagine me going, yeah, I just spend the weekend rubbing dandruff into me gums. No, babe, I swear, I was blowing dandruff up her arse. Like, ain't gonna fucking happen, is it, mate? Sorry, that tickled me, man. Woo. So I guess the moral of the story is, David boy, if you're gonna be a low-life, wrong-un, degenerate, coke-sniffing seshhead at the weekends, like the rest of us, just fucking admit it, eh? Know what I mean? Woo! Lovely!
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
Now we look at the part of the past, which moves about the
Get dark and dangerous, very, very dark, and we be very, 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 very darker, very, very dangerous, very darker, very, very dangerous. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The most explosive matter is the sound you can't touch. Double check the measurement, write that shit on testament. Laced with untold relevance, my lyrical intelligence. A new stage, a new development. In the everlasting race, I've identified this element. It's named with the drum and the bass, we're checking the pace. The tempo, never heard before. Flagship rubber, baby culture, busting up the floor once more. From this day until the end of time, your own beat, spin the rhythm, double L will speak and rhyme. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, dust. It's Friday night, it's the last Rise Above it 2021. We've got more. We've got more from Rob. Esoteric Night of Malta coming very, very soon. Oma beats on selection. Listen up, my brethren. Checking out the session. People tell me what you reckon. First things first, vinyl on the slip mat. A side or B side, which way's he gonna flip that? Second of all, I'm saying finger dabbing the fader. Micing out of the mixer, tell me what you gonna give them flavour. Alright, it's Friday night, we're getting wavy. We're getting wavy. Sound of Oma beats. MC double L, and I'm coming live and unique. Live from the Rise Above HQ, 9 PM GMT. Yo, we're live from the streets, huh? What on, Omar? Oh yeah, I know we're having fun. I know we're getting mashups tonight, but still, come on.
You want answers? I think
That's
I'm
right,
entitled. You.
Gideon. Yo, yo.
The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist.
Has everyone seen Oma Beats' Satan Tree jumper? How we sound in the comments?
Águila del monte será, se le oyen las voces como el pavo real.
Reject the Soviet Union, comrade. The t-shirts are available right now. Get on the website. RiseAbove.news/shop.
You want answers?
T-shirts are available right now, comrade.
You want answers? I want the truth. You
These
can't
aren't available
handle
right
the
now.
truth.
You keep watching for these ones.
Águila del monte.
Sound of Oma Beats. Andy PG stepping up.
Águila del monte será, se le oyen las voces como el pavo real, se le oyen las voces como el pavo real, se le oyen las voces como el pavo real. Siéntelo.
This will not circle around. Ministers.
You must see grunting Andy PG. Listen. Sound of Rise Above on your Friday night, wherever you're tuned in from the Crater realm, north, south, east and west, even if you don't believe in the compass. What can we believe anymore? Wherever you're tuned in, all across the crater. We're all on the same frequency tonight. It's Rise Above. Extinguish fear when we generate love. My name's MC Double L. Welcome. Welcome to the rabbit table. Let me sip my anti-Soviet lemonade, comrade. Listen. Allow me to elucidate. Allow me to elucidate.
Águila del monte.
Sound of Karno and Crooked. Featuring Mefjus.
Águila del monte será, se le oyen las voces como el pavo real, se le oyen las voces como el pavo real, se le oyen las voces como el pavo real. Águila del
just on that circle line riding.
Yes,
Ministers
Andy
are
PG.
useless, drug dealers are more enterprising. Hiding from the past, just biding our time until the future's.
Pirate Radio Sessions. Oma Beats is in the studio. Let's get straight down to business. Run the track. Welcome everybody. It's Friday night. We're broadcasting all across the crater. This is Rise Above. Hang tight, Andy PG. Big shout to In the Guardians. Let us know how we're sounding. Get those flashy lights on, Omar.
Let me show you what the signal strength
Yo,
looks like.
I was told to change my ways, but now I learn to embrace to be an individual. You live criminal or invisible. Set pace, subliminal messages tell me comply, consume, cooperate, never fight. Follow the rules, have a nice life. The flames of rebellion burn me inside. Pass the petrol, I'll ignite. More gas hit the pedal, we're leaving tonight. You rust it with metal when powers collide. Souls can't settle when we're facing a fight. Moving the shadows in attempts to evade. The all-seeing eye with the all-seeing gaze. A route to the gallows is easily made when your debt to the beast ain't easily paid. Yes, Omar. Hang tight, everybody tuned in. Let us know how we're sounding. What are the levels like? Omar Beats on the fader. And PG. Double LMC, we're here.
Let me show you what the signal strength looks like.
Yo, it's like Clash of the Titans, blood splash, fantasy violence, run from the harpy, the siren, the werewolf, the lichen. You hide, dash for the silence. The way that I build up a lyric is the same way a psychic summon up a spirit, spelling out words from the letters on the Ouija board. From the demons you're reaching for, evil thoughts from a greasy horde, speaking life from the other side. There's a mid-state move with a force, there's a few points to clarify. Then want me to turn to the dark side and make a deal with a life force parasite. That's a burning appetite, observing the herd from a Death Star satellite. Yo, them are serving the serpent, further the birth our purpose is working, under the watchful guise of the all-seeing eye. Yo, agents are lurking. Omar. Come with that, Omar.
This one shows that there's
Yo, bear witness to this phenomenon, a clear sickness as it's coming on. That's their business, so I carry on, beating my fist on the walls of Babylon. And it's vicious if you're a vagabond. In the British Isles, it's not Avalon. The ambitious escape to the Amazon, life is malicious, climbing the echelon. We gotta break them chains, speak personal best, and make them dangers a hurtful mess. So abstain from eternal threats and a long campaign. Enough stress, so we're gonna maintain. Yeah, and I can't complain on a global flex, so we're gonna maintain. Oma Beats, yo. Inside the Leviathan, catch wind on the ice conspiring. Yo, sound of the firing, fuel to the flames of the furnace is firing. Not expiring, expanding, inquiring to gain understanding. The fall from the top equals the crash landing. You got fooled by the devil's rebranding. Yeah, rise above, extinguish fear when we generate. We rise above and extinguish fear when we generate love. That's right, rise above, extinguish fear when we generate love. A single candle lights up the darkness, that is the power that we all harness. Holy shit, Oma Beats. It's Friday night, it's Rise Above. Big up Sabah Jassal, big up Ross Holt. Dangerous statements. Third degree burns and hospital patients. Far-reaching increased engagement. Fast-speaking procedure replacements. Unleashing a verbal wordplay. Leave them seething, gasping, barely breathing. Fasting, no more eating. No more 8-bar repeating. You can't greet me with season's greetings. Not when we've got preachers teaching kids. Satan's teachings. Degrading heathens. Concrete beliefs with no reasons. False idols. Let me leave with a demon. Across our secular region. Imam, rabbi, pastor and deacon. From the studio to the stadium. Your basic levels, I'm raising them. I drop knowledge to expand the cranium. Free your mind, bruv, never enslaving them. No games, I don't play with them. I make a sound boy sweat gymnasium. Under the radar, subterranean. Bars made hard like a forged titanium. From the booth to the bleachers, install the truth in the mouth of the teachers. Elevate the youth from Babylon's reaches. Yeah, the disfiguring features purge inconsiderate creatures. From the earth to the love increases urge. All the literate leaders learn my word, give birth through the speakers. Yes. Yeah, big up Lucidity, big up Team Robbo, big up Paul Fleming, everyone tuned in all across the crater realm. This is Rise Above, and I tell you one thing, yo, Study the timeless hypothesis. Fare better in the greatest apocalypse. Some pilgrimage to where a prophet lives, but a polymath place where the knowledge is. Same place where the demons and gods exist. Tread the path of a syncretist. Since Master Lee taught me the synthesis, I feel powerful, I was made for this. Unallowable, hidden and infamous. Unaccountable, wickedest impetus. They illuminate.
Do you really think you have a chance against us, cowboy?
Wave your banners of war. Purse my lips and I'm hammering more. NPC's what you're stammering for when I grip on the mic like the hammer of Thor. Slap Hermes and grip the Caduceus. Blood his hand with the flames of Lucius. I'm the messenger now. Eternal recurrence, nothing ain't new to us. We move in the shadows. We move in the shadows. In attempts to evade. We move in the shadows. We move in the shadows. We move in the shadows. Big up hard man. Yes, Thomas Young. Wakey, wakey. Andy PD jump bars.
Oh, we'll be having a mix though.
Cohesion, together, resist their lesion. I never stop it when I'm still breathing. Forever hot on the topic, I'm steaming. Forever seen psychotically reading. Documenting their plotting and scheming. Neurological teaching, leave me yearning for a topical preaching. Peeling back the layers of deception. Mirror traps, untrue directions. Peer through the cracks in perception. I say my prayers and face my reflection. Oh, my beats, man.
Losers always whine about their vest. Winners go home and fuck the prom queen.
Any code for your weasel, let it be known. Rise above your parasite wars. You could come with a tank or a horse, you could drive with me at 33 miles per hour in Bill Gates' Porsche. You will get bun and torch. Judgment Day, natural law. Lord Schwab and your global course gonna put your plans on a total pause. We remain tougher than leather. Do your worst, I'll recatalyze better. Don't survive at the end of your tether. Thrive in the greatest apocalypse ever. I said, don't survive at the end of your tether. Don't survive at the end of your tether. Thrive in the greatest apocalypse ever. Big up Master Lee. Big up Helen. In the Guardians. Yo, listen, I'm a lifelong student of the occult. Searching for verses locked in a vault. Yearning for scriptures buried in a tomb. Burning pictures in deep catacombs. Yo. It's Rise Above Pirate Radio. Big up Sarah. I'm a lifelong student of the occult. Searching for verses locked in a vault. Yearning for scriptures buried in a tune. And I'm burning pictures in deep catacombs. Learn the prophecy buried in dirt. That's why Double L's heavy with words. Draw for the sword and I bury them first in the samurai tongue. Severing nerves. Focus. Intent. Remember. Execute. Manifesta. Fire the system that we presented from. Inner guardians, inner protector. Inner guardians hidden within. Deeper than flesh. Deeper than skin. The room goes quiet when the drop of a pin comes loud in your ear, bruv. Now we begin. Let me break it down to the first principle. Apply trivium, analytical, quadrivium, metaphysical, never horizontal or literal. We're ascending, not traversing, in a standing without rehearsing. Protect your soul from eternal thirsting. Why is that? Cause a brand new earth is emerging, while the evil energy surging. The demiurge is determined to drain your soul with guilt and burden. Cruel nursing, no reversing, a sack of moon fertilizer bursting. You've got to put the work in away from this message, MCs are shirking. Nowadays everybody wanna chat. Nowadays everybody wanna spit. Nowadays everybody bum wax. Nowadays everybody, yo, it's Double L, you've heard of me. The flow's poisonous liquid mercury. Hear my voice when I curse this beat, I let it wash it up and then it's surgery. Guilty as charged, repeat offender. Revealing elitist agenda. Still at large, delete the data, success or defeat, no retreat or surrender. And I can't let go. A killer artist, Charlie Hebdo. A false flag with actors in tow. Blame Islam for the media show. 2 weeks later, Copenhagen couldn't be bait to these global pagans. These traitors feed off people hating, so nothing's changing. Guilty as charged, repeat offence. Again, my arse is back on the bench. The prosecution speaks my offensive views and my form of defence, so hence sort the wheat from the chaff. Covert conflicts, rearrange maps. Government funded hidden bloodbaths. Misinformation is way off the graph. Seek out multiple sources. Be beware of malevolent forces. They steer clear minds of courses. Hold your aura strong like a fortress. Operate in a lawless state. The internet's like an open gate. I gain knowledge at a raucous rate, then I disseminate with a flawless pace. Weapons of mass destruction.
You want answers?
Fired by war in faction. Fearful thoughts gain traction. Step one in a chain reaction. Weapons of mass distraction. Fired by war in factions. Step one in the chain reaction, breaking down your human attraction. A war going on for our minds, for our attention, for our lives, and it keeps going on because we remain blind. The system is shoveling shit in our eyes. Consume this, watch that. Anything on the big screen that's flat. Distractions come in a many format, but your time is one thing you never claw back. Playing GTA, no, you're flushing your focus away. I'm cruising for a 3D illusion. Why do I need your game to play? This is real. Are you feeling me? It's all vice in the city, no liberty. Put down the Xbox controller. Let me bust my verbal soliloquy. Woo. Yeah, Feeling good in the studio tonight. Rise Above family, how you lot feeling? I oppose all covert forces. They can come with their tanks and horses. Driving 33 of Bill Gates' Porsches. Rise Above is a mental fortress. The most deep and the walls are enormous. You can't storm us. Not climbing a pile of glorious corpses. Don't come with the eye of Horus. You still couldn't see our auras. We hunt rabbit way across the borders. With the vertical rising forces. The third force installers. The fourth force installers. Control the miniature tour right inside the Taurus. Please, you can't stall us. Rise Above. Rachel McCaskill, Bradley Golden, all the family. Shout to an eye for an eye. Hold on, ha! Hold on when I draw for the force. A Jedi, Rebel, Star Wars, and then sling metaphors while fools just lay down foes in 10-place draws, spraying out flows in a lyrical war. Well, that's old quick draw McGraw. Fuck that, back to the force. It's the power that binds us together, of course. It's why the massive rave together in hordes, feed off the energy source. A crowd of people move to their music in sync. Emits and aura beyond what you think. The body is a vehicle, more than flesh. Just the first stage of the next step. Don't be afraid to pass the last test. Life is another part of death, and I'm done. I can't steal the rest. After this, it's a mad complex. Quantum mechanics and shaman flex. Physicists don't know where the spirit is. Scanning brains, running tests. No explanation from mainstream section or any religious sector. I'm never gonna lie, it's a big concept from the grave to the cradle. Willing and able, I won't conform to the norm of a label. Gotta be the genuine article, every single molecular particle. It's Double L, you've heard of me. Yeah, it's Double L, you've heard of him. Flame for the sound boy like Burger King. Listen, yo, revitalise more fresh than before, so blessed. Better reach with a call, no stress. Put a foot to the floor. Double L, come and settle the score, never acquiesce. We break from the source, unique with the natural force. So sleep, no time for a pause, but I bet there's time for a round of applause. Stop, breathe, pause. Roll up your hands if you're really down for the cause. Face, brace, jaws. We hit the floor, get down on all fours. We rewrite laws. Spit it that down back and wait for applause. Style, come forth. Take it in, let me hear your thoughts. Let me hear your thoughts, Rise Above family. Remember, the original metaphysical MC, I told you. Since 2012, I tried to tell you. I said, a poison dart, straight to the heart, mate. That was some boy never want to partake. It's not a game, it's no arcade. I shoot like a cupid without causing them heartache. Yo, brothers, sisters, join the resistance. I said, brothers, sisters, join the resistance. Brothers, sisters, join the resistance. This is big, we need the assistance. Hard work and a lot of persistence to stop their plans, gonna end our existence. Listen, this is Rise Above. We wanna allow the reset? No, not in a million years. They've shed a million tears. I promoted a million fears. Yeah, my reptilian senses, my mammalian brain. I'm combating the Schwabian forces. I'm bringing them ultimate pain. Why? I'm an agent of the awakening. Transcendental 5D changing in. I chose to manifest now. Right now, 3D me straightening. I remember my past life and 5,000 before it. I battled these demons 100 times, so I come on and settle this score tip.
Reebok black backpack with the goods in it. Big body flow on the road as if I should get it. Back and forth from Peppertoy to town until the hood get it. I can spy your bitch and make a list of why I should hit it. Reebok black backpack with the goods in it. Big body flow.
We're still waiting for Magics to arrive as well, you know.
Back and forth from Peppertoy to town until the hood get it. I can spy your bitch and make a list of why I should hit it. Like the hottest in town, party pill pop right now. Float like a goblin now, she gobble it down. Need some goggles right now. Pussy wet properly, drops in trouble your way. Since you got something to say, don't get punched in the face. We ride double age, double down on my shit. So now I double the pay. We up in this bitch, still back, but I had no whip. Yeah, I was so making a trip, never calling the quits. I just call up the click, them boys are all with the shit, still moving it low. She wanna ride in my cockpit, put it in cruise control for some peace of mind. She wanna get high, so I tell her go reach inside now.
Okay, listen. Ready for a new one? This is World War 33. Big up Spitter. This is World War 33. I said, this is World War 33. They crawl on hands and dirty knees. And again, this is World War 33. They crawl on hands with dirty knees, climbing dirty trees with more than 32 degrees.
Building back better means giving support to the most vulnerable while maintaining our momentum on reaching the 2030 agenda, the sustainable development, and the SDGs. Canada is here to listen and to help. This pandemic has provided an opportunity for a reset. This is our chance to accelerate our pre-pandemic efforts to reimagine economic systems that actually address global challenges like extreme poverty, inequality, and climate.
Silent weapons for quiet wars. Epic violence will silence yours. Invasive procedures, Brian laws. Violating your bio clause. Schwabian tech permeates your pores. Severing souls straight from their source. Violating all natural laws. You're a fourth industrial war. And the states at the forum. Social credit point scoring. That protein block from yesterday morning. It came with a carbon reduction warning. The carbon is you. Fourth industrial biofuel. The moon is hungry, he's gotta eat too. We can't deny him of his gruel. That's food for the moon, I explained that literally on this tune. It's gotta be too much for the room, but they're gonna learn soon. This is World War 33, and I'm a general, double LMC. Salute and march with me. First we end them all, then we ascend. This is World War 33, and I'm a general, double LMC. Salute and march with me. First we, then we ascend. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Live in the booth with the truth. Thank you very much for the letter today, Eye for an Eye. I will feature that on the next customer service. All about the interaction, Stuart Rogers. Richard Alvis, man empowered, yes, yes. Everybody tuned in. Welcome to the Soviet Union, where human rights, you're losing them. Welcome to the Soviet Union, human rights, you're losing them. Young minds, we're abusing them, grooming them with that toxic pollution. Poisonous airborne aluminum, a precursor, transhumium. Our ethics, attack eugenics, it's all Schwabian and Malthusian. Problem, reaction, solution, no questions, no conclusions. Fourth industrial brain transfusion. I said since day one, let's do it. Yo, Omar, since day one we've been going in militant, not same, bruv, oh so different. Abstract sonance, no equivalent. Omar beats, no equivalent. MCLL coming on militant. Yo, since day one, we rides above. Yo, this is more than 232s in the hook. You want lyrics? I write books where you heard double L overtook with a statement you can't overlook, and I write rhymes you can't unhear. Bloodlines never unclear, and I tell them direct to your ear. I doubt the signs that guided us here, and these lies from lost puppeteers who cut through throats like Schwartz buccaneers. Call to arms, don't volunteer, don't take orders from brigadier. From war and carnage they disappear. The march goes on till we disappear. It's my duty to interfere, smash them system like chandelier. MCs chat about whips and cars. I write bars about pyramids on Mars, other weird subjects, hidden figures, locked in cars. Strap your protective mask, inform your collective that war will start. It's a harrowing task and I'm swimming in fears on a narrowing path. Offbeat. I'm swimming in fears on a narrowing path. You can't force feed no truth to us. Break it down to the nucleus. Omar on the buttons. Big up Sasha English. Big up Spitter, nobody knows. Yo, they turned up the pressure and the speed of unfolding agendas. Endless needs more meat for the blender. Away from your breathless dream, unconsciously rendered. You surrendered all ways and means to fight and combat a killer vaccine from a war machine. No hesitation to bomb that. Any destination upon map. Lacks ability to bomb back. I never take up arms against my brother's soldiers. Tell me, are you on that? I write these dreams to push the extremes, and I'm tired of the blood flowing in streams and the fire in scuds with the luminous dreams and the clouds in the sky, no cumulus. I'm serious, far from humorous. Biopsy results are tumorous. The outlook is dubious. And the bad news starts since you exit the uterus. Do we really stand a chance? Well, that's a big question to ask. When you're stood on the edge of the precipice, you can't look back and reminisce. We will be getting Spitter back soon. Manic was supposed to be with us tonight, but sadly he couldn't make it. He apologises. Hang tight, all the Rise Above affiliates. Massive shout to Terror Slim. Big shout to JD. can't wait to see Mark Devlin next week as well.
Gosh.
Mark Devlin live in the studio next week. Yeah, so just to let everyone know, next week is Mark Devlin and the week after that is JD Gorilla.
Gosh.
We're popping things off here at Rise Above each and every Friday night, 9 p.m. Live from HQ. Broadcasting from us straight to you. Straight to you. Straight to you. Listen up, ladies and gents. Listen up, ladies and gents. Stand up, get your ass off a bench. We're hitting up all types of events, clubs and raves and a big top tent and a big bashments. You know it makes sense. It costs money to get better safe pence. It's gonna be one thing or the other. No time left to sit on the fence and it's big. That's how we rave, man. Yo, if you got no game plan, that's just how I go on, fam. It's double L, not my nature to harm, man. Electric shock. Shout out to Jim Eldred. I am going to be doing a t-shirt giveaway in the show tonight. Details of that will be coming up soon. Get on to t-shirts.
Don't call me local. I'm internationally blessed with my vocal. I tell you this. Don't call me
true.
local artist when I'm an ambassador in this reggae business. Don't call me local.
You're gonna need a bigger boat.
Remember, t-shirts are available.
No local artist. And this and this. And this and this. How can you disrespect the queen? It's a long time.
Sounds of Queen Omega. Original.
Do you really think you have a chance against us, Mr. Cowboy?
I can do anything. Nothing is impossible with the king of kings. Me just hold up pipes and sit down and redeem. Don't call me local. I'm internationally blessed with my vocal. I'll tell you this. Don't call me no local.
This is Rise Above Pirate Radio Sessions, roughly once a month, Friday nights, 9 p.m.
I'm internationally blessed with my vocal.
Big shout to all the family tuned in. Remember, the ladies' t-shirts are available in multiple colours right about now. www.riseabove.news/shop. Support the cause, support the glorious stream, comrades. Keep us going.
Decepticons, beginner assault.
Big shout to Oma Beats.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
Yeah, a little public service announcement on behalf of the Secretary of State, Joe, in Truro. There was supposed to be a global freedom rally tomorrow. That's the 19th of March in Truro. It has sadly been cancelled. If you were heading down to that, please don't. It has been cancelled. Check out the Facebook for details of upcoming events. How are we sounding? It's Oma Beats, live in the studio. Double LMC, big up Andy PG. So once again, the Freedom March in Truro is cancelled tomorrow. Let anybody know that might be attending. Gosh. Thank you very much, Richard. We're sounding good, we're sounding good. Big up Earth Empress number 2. The second coming.
Losers always whine about their best. Winners go home and fuck the prom queen.
Ring a ding ding, style me a bring. Live in HQ with the rise of a ting ting. Oma Beats is mixing, MC double L announce on the mic, me spitting tin. Yeah. Yeah, once again, Joe is very sorry to anyone who's going to attend at the Freedom Rally in Cornwall tomorrow. Big shout out to all the Truro crew. Big shout out to all the Cornwall Devon crew. We are broadcasting to the crater. Out to all the pure blood organics. Out to anybody that's opposing the Soviet Union. Shout out to all our agents of the Third Force. Third Force Igniters. All my rabbit hunters. Remember, t-shirts are available. Pick up these goals. Shout out to Kobe and Dissident, Thomas Young, Nick Longsworth. So Nick Longsworth says there is a worldwide freedom demo at 12:30 at College Green, Bristol tomorrow. Maybe you want to head over to that if you can't make Truro. Rise Above Fibre radio sessions live on your Friday night is Oma Beats. Alongside myself, Mr. Double LMC, as we are broadcasting out to each and every one of you, the family. Yeah, that's right, we rise above. We extinguish the fear when we generate the love. A single candle, brother, you're with me, lighting up the darkness. You know that is the power that each and every one of us harness.
Means getting support to the most vulnerable while maintaining our momentum on reaching the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the SDGs. Canada is here to listen and to help. This pandemic has provided an opportunity for a reset. This is our chance to accelerate our pre-pandemic
Friday night, otherwise, wouldn't it?
Just wouldn't be without some full rabbit.
Serious.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
Wicked sound over beats, come with it, run straight through. Bigger, badder, better, calm. Bigger, badder, bigger, bass and drum. Listen, we coming bigger, badder, better. Listen, my selector, all my beats, ready. Yeah, this is the Oma Beats S Club 7 remix. Shout out to Bob, your uncle, King 77703. Massive shout to Jacob of Ephraim. And of course, Mr. Bradley Golden each and every time. Friday nights just wouldn't be the same without a little bit of musical rabbit.
Big up all the raw admins.
Shout out to Sam Karno.
Let's keep those naughty ladies out the chat tonight, shall we?
Let's keep all the sex bots out of the chat. No transgation sex bots.
Naughty ladies.
It's time to straighten right out. Stop you running around.
Yes, Thomas Young. We're taking it as it comes tonight. It's Friday night. Come on. Big shout to Rise and Shine.
I'm giving you to the count of 5 to apologize to me publicly for calling me stupid.
That was perfect.
So it's tiny little
double checking the
flexible
measurements.
threads that
Right,
each
that's
at the very end have multiple little electrodes that if you get those electrodes next to a neuron, they can record what that neuron is doing.
The nature of the device that we're implanting and the way that we're
His name is drum and bass. Check the pace, the tempo, never heard before. The flagship of our baby culture busting up the floor once more. Once more. Gosh. Shout out to Marky. Bassline and snare, bassline and snare, the styles are gonna take you there.
We dig a deep foundation.
Yo.
We dig a deep foundation. We dig a deep foundation. We dig a deep foundation, rock solid, built to last. Setting pace, never move too fast. Not afraid to experiment, trial and error. Perfecting a recipe, blending the flavors together. Creativity can't be rushed. Expired ideas getting left for dust.
Shout out to Kirsty C.
We serve it medium rare.
You make our night too, darling, don't worry.
Baseline, snare.
Oma beats with the bassline and snare right there.
So that window had a
sounding crystal clear from the tip of my tongue, mate, directly to your ear.
And they move across.
We dig a deep foundation.
Look at the pattern.
We digging deep.
Same flashes every window.
Organic.
Cool and slick, that's the implementation. Tools in the kit, that's the instrumentation. For your information, we ain't following guidelines. Spectators getting left on the sidelines. Pathways in
the best. Losers always whine about their best. Winners go home and fuck the prom queen.
It's limitless what these four minds can do. We're digging deep.
Deeper than them, we're digging deep, deep. We're going deeper than them, we're going deep, deep, like 6 foot under. Time to bring the lightning and time to bring the thunder on the beat.
We dig a deep foundation. We dig it deep. We dig a deep foundation.
As above, so below. It's Oma Beats, he's digging yo a deep, deep hole. Ha! As above, so below, we're digging deep. Oma Beats is digging a deep, deep hole. Listen. Sounding kind of fresh and unique. Yo, nothing less than savage is the damage that we're causing. The impact is tragic, but the crowd is still applauding. Nothing less than savage. 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 Shout to Lady Boom Shankar. Yakon. Cheech McDuck. Don't forget we've got these beautiful new ladies designs for Trans Geisha. hand drawn by myself. It's a compost image. I nicked a few bits and pieces from elsewhere, but I hand drew it again. And we have got this in multiple colours. All t-shirts support the cause. All t-shirts are coded with sigil Aborigine magic. When you wear one of these t-shirts, you pump out that Aborigine sigil magic into the morphic field, comrades. Drum and bass woman, drum and bass man. We don't dump for trouble, don't want fighting in the jam. Please don't kick with your foot, don't punch with your hand. Yeah, beware the shapeshifters. Beware the shapeshifters. Trans-dimensional entities manipulate your destinies. Big up Bruce Tansley.
Do you really think you have a chance against us, Mr. Cowboy?
Big shout to Inner Guardians in the wings. We are going to be rounding up the week's Coviet news and some memes coming up very shortly. Who just said Chris Whitty has joined Azov Battalion? The comment section's on absolute fire, the live chat's on fire. Big up all you lot. Where is Lord Doodworth? That's a very good question. We're slurring my speech has become an obsession. Iron out the creases, perfection is a parody. I'll be on the touchline, cheering on the anarchy. Console transmissions. Whoa. Heavy bars, heavy beats. Don't forget to subscribe to Master Lee's channel, Inner Guardians. Sam Karno's put the link on the screen. If you want to go deeper with the metaphysical teachings. Big up Rakesh Chauhan. 9 bars, Ross Holt, Catherine O'Connell, I see ya. Everyone in the live chat, we see ya. It's Rise Above. Come down with it. Console transmissions. Tonight's all about vibing, all about connecting. Console transmissions, psychedelic airwaves, whole scheme, hair brain, situation pear shaped, flee with the rats from the test tube wreckage, washed up to shore like a bottled up message. Heavy, heavy, heavy. Oma beats each and every time. Only the baddest in the Rise Above stable. Haha, big up Dom and Chris, hangs out with the Sheep Farm family. We will be recording with Sheep Farm next week. Watch out for that. Watch out for that. MCLL, I'm coming live on the track. And Mr. Oma Beastie's coming with the boom back. The big old school, like Shack Attack. Listen. When I was a kid, when I was a kid, I couldn't wait to grow up, and see what life will throw up. I couldn't wait to grow up, I couldn't wait to be big and see what life will throw up. Yo, but now I've grown up, I wish I was a kid again. I've been around the block, blood, I've seen the world is sickening. I feel like the Highlander, stood at the quickening. Is the flame still burning? Nah, it's barely flickering, so let's not blow it out. People speak but they don't know of what they talk about, so now I'm feeling doubt. Fucking hell, Omar. Sounds like you just killed a transformer in the corner.
Aim and brakes flying all over the studio.
We're slaying demons in the studio right here. Omicron 3000. Pick up the Coviet Dissident, I see ya. I see ya. Second mouse.
Now back to its very beginning, DARPA has been at the forefront of support, advocacy, and leadership in artificial intelligence.
JCR Licklider.
Yes, Gary Elliott, I like that. Bananarama.
Hold on.
Hold on, it's Rise Above on a Friday night. Hold on.
Build back bollock.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
I used to be a renegade. I used to fool around, but I couldn't take punishment and had to settle down. Now I'm playing it real straight, and yes, I cut my hair. You might think I'm crazy, but I don't even care. 'Cause I can tell what's going on. It's hip to be square. It's hip to be square. I like my fans in business suits. I watch them on TV. I'm working out most every day and watching what I eat. They tell me that it's good for me, but I don't even care. I know that it's crazy. I know that it's nowhere. There is no denying that.
Build back better.
It's hip to be square.
Telling me there's a chance.
It's hip to be square. So hip to be square. Too hard to figure out. You see it every day. And those that were the farthest out have gone the other way. You see them on a freeway. It don't look like a lot of fun, but don't you try to fight it.
For a more angry world and how to prepare.
Don't tell me that I'm crazy. Don't tell me I'm nowhere. Take it from me. It's hip to be square. It's hip to be square. It's hip to be square. So hip to be square. Tell 'em, boy. Hip, hip, and everywhere. Hip, hip, so hip to be square. Hip, hip, and everywhere. Hip, hip. Hip, hip, and everywhere. Hip, hip, so hip to be square.
The robot is to be able to manipulate these threads and insert them into the brain. So the implant is kind of like this little puck of the secret sauce active electronics, and the electrodes are these tiny little flexible threads that each at the very end have multiple little electrodes that if you get those electrodes next to a neuron, they can record what that neuron is doing.
The nature of the device that we're implanting and the way that we're implanting it allows for minimal reaction of the brain tissue to our device to increase the lifetime. In order to do that, the devices are extremely fragile.
The threads that we insert that contain the electrodes are tiny, sort of on the order of like 50 microns wide, 5 microns thick, 20 millimeters long. And so if you take one of them and sort of toss it into the air, it'll sort of float off like a piece of hair. And those tiny little flexible hairs are too small for a human to handle, even like with tweezers, and that's where the robot comes in. Computer vision and software, essentially high reliability software, is really important. We've gone from not really being able to track the moving brain, which is critical for humans because the human brain moves a lot, to having this OCT-based system that essentially gives us this 21 hertz real-time view of a 3D volume of the brain that we're looking at. What you're trying to do is like very fine computer vision tasks and movement tasks to grab these threads. It's like an extremely hard engineering problem.
I would say the next big goal for the robot would be to make it so that there's minimal neurosurgeon interface, that a neurosurgeon can walk in and talk to the patient, make them feel comfortable about the procedure, walk them through exactly what's going to happen, and then essentially click go. And the robot will be able to figure out exactly what the specific topography of the patient will be, target the areas, and take the surgery from the patient coming in and sitting down to them walking out of the door that same day.
If we make this so automated and safe and fast that like anyone can get it, even the idea of really fast keyboard and mouse for myself that I don't need to use my hands for is like super alluring.
I'm excited for the robot to help a human patient restore someone's motor function that they lost. That would be super cool. Over the last 3 years, Neuralink has felt like it has grown from a garage project into a real product.
Not only do you get to work on robots, but you also get to interact with other people who don't typically use robots.
I knew nothing about neurosurgery before coming to Neuralink. I can come in as a robotics expert and know that there are neurosurgeons here, neuroscientists here who essentially can act as my like knowledge base for neurosurgery and neuroscience. That's why I think it's the place to be.
Let's continue. Futurologist Ian Pearson predicts the spread of sex toys into Old Western. Apparently is tall.
Plans and a total pause. We remain tougher than leather. Do your worst, I recatalyze better. Don't swerve at the end of your tether. Just thrive in the greatest apocalypse ever. Students of the timeless hypothesis. Faith in the greatest apocalypse. Don't pilgrimage to where the prophet lived. Polymath, place where the knowledge is. Yo, tread the path of a syncretist. Yeah. Since Master Lee taught me the synthesis, I feel powerful like I was made for this. Alright, let's get back to it. Big up Homer Beat. I've got that off my chest, like Blue Peter. Here's one we prepared earlier. Okay. All right then. I can squeeze one more out. Last chance in 2021. So it seems like they turned up the pressure and the speed of unfolding agendas. Endless means more meat for the blender. Away from your breathless dream, unconsciously rendered. You surrendered all ways and means to fight in combat, a killer vaccine for wicked regime with a war machine. No hesitation to bomb that. Any destination upon map. Lacks ability to bomb back. I never take up arms against my brother soldiers. Are you on that? So roll out these streams to push the extremes, and I'm tired of the blood flowing in streams and the fire in scuds with the luminous streams. Clouds in the sky look cumulus. I'm serious, far from humorous. Biopsy results are tumorous, the outlook is dubious. And the bad news starts when they exit the uterus. Do we really stand a chance? Well, that's a big question to ask. When you stood on the edge of the precipice, you can't look back and reminisce. It's too late now, you should have took heed of numbers, subliminal messages. Looked at the cracks and the crevices. Use your brain to identify the blatant menaces. Blinded by Babylon's benefits, denying the Amazon evidence. Readily consuming the remedies dispensed to you by your enemies. Taking the remedies given to you by your enemies, mate. Solidarity and cohesion, together resist their lesion. I never stop it when I'm still breathing. Red hot on the topic I'm steaming. Ever since psychotically reading, documenting their plotting and scheming. Their illogical teaching, leave me yearning for a topical preaching. Peeling back the lens of perception, mirror traps, untrue directions. Peer through, cracks in deception. Say my prayers, then face my reflection. Knowledge of self, power of mind, intellectual wealth, powers of mine. Come off the hour, I use my powers to burn down the tower that threaten mankind. What is this divine right to rule?
Losers always whine about their best. Winners go home and fuck the prom queen.
Where's it come from? My one hill that I always die on, right, is I say that when it comes back to day one, when the first person that was of your size and your stature that looked physically the same as you and me, that said, I have the divine right to rule over you because of my blood, they would have been claimed to have been the half-breed, bastardized descendants of the people or the entities that you're about to talk about.
And then, so can I just interject there?
Absolutely, it's right above.
Maybe.
No.
Maybe.
Yeah, no.
Maybe the, let's come the Anunnaki who came here and messed around with, or interbreeded or whatever, and then you had these demigods. Maybe they, well, maybe they were involved in some way rather than, you know, maybe that was the entity you're talking about.
Well, look, if we're talking about a time thousands of years ago, when potentially physical entities that were clearly physically differently to us, bigger, stronger.
Whether they're from another planet or not,
that's
anarchy, and also, so we have the Anakim, which were apparently as tall as they were as tall as large cedar trees, which I think a cedar tree is about 300 feet tall. They're huge.
Wow.
And
giant, proper giant.
Yeah. So these Anakim, and this is a massive rabbit hole within several rabbit holes. But when we look at the pre-Adamites, you look at Noah, you look at through the ages the sons of Lamech, Methuselah, Noah, and we keep going, and you look through. Well, if we look at geoengineering and the days of Noah, so apparently the Earth had a different atmosphere in the days of Noah, and we're gonna touch back on this in the presentation a little bit later, but what they're trying to do right now is they're trying to recreate the days of Noah, and that's what I believe they're trying to do.
Terraform.
Yeah, well, exactly, yeah, pretty much terraform. But it also, just go back to the point about what size we are, and from the Anunnaki, and how radiation generally like shrinks a cell and it slows the growth of a cell. And it also, I've heard theories about like humans used to be a lot bigger. We used to be 20 foot. We used to live for a lot longer.
Well, look at the theory of dinosaurs. If you believe in that, a Tyrannosaurus Rex ends up becoming a chicken.
But the dinosaurs died out 66 million years ago.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's what if you believe in it. But they say that the descendants have eventually evolved into smaller birds. But look at a massive woolly mammoth. It eventually evolves, if you believe in Darwinism, into a smaller elephant.
Yeah.
That's a tenth of the size or a third of the size, whatever. Well, why wouldn't that happen with us?
Yeah, well, that whole thing about like the dinosaurs.
I think Darwinism's a complete crock of shit, mate.
I didn't say it wasn't. I was just playing devil's advocate. You know, I have to be the host here. Remember?
No, totally. But if you look at the dinosaurs, even that number again, 6 million years ago, it's just a wind up. You know, like lack of creativity, whatever.
They like 6 million. 6 million people haven't taken the jab.
But like what we're going to look at in a minute, actually.
Yeah.
Actually, so I'll just go back to the previous slide. But talking about the dinosaurs and.
I've always wondered about this
those
picture.
Books, massive books.
Yeah.
So if we talk about dinosaurs, we go back to megafauna. And have you seen the film King Arthur, Legend of the Swords?
No.
It's good. It's got David Beckham in it, and he does that little.
David Beckham in a King Arthur.
Yeah.
Oh, I heard about this.
You know the one.
I've heard about it. I've never seen it though.
It's quite funny, but anyway. But there was a scene about halfway through the movie. I've got an episode on it's not on YouTube because it got copyrighted. It's on LBOI on my channel, but it's called The Anunnaki, Ancient Hybridization, and King Arthur. And it goes into well, if you watch King Arthur, it goes into giant animals. And you see giant serpents, giant rats, wolves, all sorts of big stuff. And yeah, again, and if you go back to the dinosaurs, it makes me think that dinosaurs might have been like the giants, like, yeah, not pet, but probably beings that they battled with. That's what I think.
And possibly interbred with.
Yeah, well, if we want to go into the like that just opens up doors, Andy. So
that's a possibility.
What does Master Lee think about that? About the dinosaurs and what I talked about?
Well, the thing is, with regards to evolution or sort of transmigration of species, there seems to be big gaps. So surely in recent history and older history, there would be more evidence of the morphing from one creature into another. There seems to be like big jumps from one species to another, or one creature to another. There'd be more of a graduation. So it kind of makes me wonder whether it's not the case, or whether these things are inserted as a complete creature, as opposed to an evolved creature. Personally, I think anything's possible. I also think that the timeline of our reality is much more fluid and flexible than what we're led to believe. So I think when it comes to, say, genetic modifications, I think that it wasn't a case of things evolving. I think things could have been done very quickly and inserted and taken away from our timeline.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Anything's possible.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's especially, there was an episode that GODVADGE did, and it was talking about that giants, the Nephilim, fallen angels, Chimera, Pegasus, all sorts of strange beasts, strange entities throughout ancient scriptures, even, Quetzalcoatl, various subjects. And everybody thinks a Nephilim means giants. Doesn't just mean giants. It really covers, like, for me, and what we're living through right now, is it really goes into the return of the modern Nephilim, let's say. And it more goes into, like, demons and parasites, and, like, the story of Jimmy Savile, It's just strangeness.
Because let me just interject. This is something everyone's always said to me. Is like, you talk about these families, these bloodlines. Who are they? Who do they claim to be? What is this divine right to rule? Where does it first come from? Okay, who's the first person to claim, I've got the divine right to be a king over you, you peasant? Where does it come from? My one hill that I always die on, right, is I say that when it comes back to day one, when the first person that was of your size and your stature, that looked physically the same as you and me, that said, I have the divine right to rule over you because of my blood, they would have been claimed to have been the half-breed, bastardized descendants of the people or the entities that you're about to talk about.
And then
I have a proposition for the communists. So typically, most of the communists I know are not big fans of AI. But if you think about it, AI is actually the fastest path to communism. So, if implemented correctly, AI could actually theoretically solve for abundance. Like, we could totally get to a situation where nobody has to work, everybody is provided for with a comfortable state of being, comfortable living. AI could automate all the farming, weed out systematic corruption, thereby bringing us to as close as possible to genuine equality. So basically, everything that everybody loves about communism, but without the collective farm.
The subject of my talk tonight is about something that is smarter than you are: artificial intelligence. In fact, a lot of people who work in artificial intelligence believe that artificial intelligence is 1,000 times smarter than we are. It will be moving at speeds that are 100,000 times as fast as we think, and it will be digesting information and data 1,000,000 times more than we can. What is artificial intelligence? There are a lot of confused ideas about this outside in the world. But the answer is very simple. It's one sentence. Artificial intelligence is software that writes itself. It writes its own updates. It renews itself. We normally tend to think of software as stuff that we created and that we wrote, and the machines do what we tell them to do, and we own it. This is not any longer true. It writes itself at speeds that we can hardly comprehend, and people who write it know that you can't take it apart again and figure out what it's done. It writes independently, autonomously. It develops its own way of thinking, and there are dangers associated with that. So a lot of people ask, when is it going to happen? When is artificial intelligence going to be smarter than us people? Some people say 50 years. Some say 30 years. Some say 5 years. I say it already has surpassed us in many areas of our society. Let's take, for example, some examples from right here and now, and I apparently have to point this. Okay. The examples that we're going to talk about are not science fiction. They're not visions. They aren't things that are going to happen at some point. They are things that exist today, for example, in the stock markets, whether Frankfurt or Tokyo or New York or London. The people you see down there working on your TV show and you're watching it, they're more or less extras in a movie. They aren't doing the big moving. The big moving is being done by high-frequency computers. They move so fast they make, in milliseconds, billion-dollar business. Computers have far succeeded what we can do. In fact, I did a film once about a company that moved 5 blocks closer to the Frankfurt stock market because at the speed of light on glass cable, they saved so much time getting closer to the computers at the Frankfurter Stock Exchange. That will give you an idea of how fast they think and how helpless we as human beings are. You may remember the old pictures of the stockbrokers with 5 telephones in each hand, running back and forth, writing things on paper. That was way before yesterday. Computers have taken over this very, very important part of our society, a heart of our financial community. And no one understands exactly how these algorithms function. They used to understand them, but they've been improved by artificial intelligence. I don't know how many people flew in today, but if you were sitting in an airplane, you probably had 30 different tariffs and prices in your cabin because the pricing is all done, same is true of hotels, by machines that are collecting global information, making decisions within split seconds what the price of that airplane seat or that hotel room is going to be. And where it's most critical of all, we're talking about life and death, is in medicine. Computers are better than we are as human beings in several areas already today. We're talking about here and now. This is not science fiction. I'm speaking next week at the Universitätsklinikum in Essen. And their radiologists, who are supposed to be some of the best radiologists in Germany, they say that a computer can recognize a tumor on an MT or on a CT, MRT or CT, faster and better and more precisely than a human being can. It's picture analysis, and it's done very well by computers, especially in medicine where it saves lives. Now, the robots are getting better and better. They're looking cute. They have these big baby eyes, the sweet way of looking at you. They can examine your facial expression and adjust theirs. But don't be fooled by robots, even when they get warm skin and even when they get perfume and they start smelling like us and getting really interesting, they are still machines. They have no warm blood in them. There's no sex in them. They have no mortality. They're cold code lines. And they shouldn't be misunderstood. Now, I want you to understand what the power of artificial intelligence is, and I have 2 examples. One is surveillance cameras. Everybody knows, that we're being watched by cameras everywhere, and most people think surveillance is a camera there, and it's me down here, and it's watching me. One person, one camera. Well, that's because we're stupid. That's the way we comprehend the surveillance, one camera, one person. We can't comprehend it when it goes beyond that.
This image was taken 17,500 feet above Quantico, Virginia, and covers 15 square miles.
This whole image is at a very, very fine resolution. So if we wanted to know what is going on in any spot along this image, say near this building at this intersection, everything that is a moving object is being automatically tracked. The color boxes represent that the computer has recognized the moving objects. You can see individuals crossing the street. You can see individuals walking in parking lots. There's actually enough resolution to be able to see the people waving their arms or walking around, what kind of clothes they wear.
Unlike the Predator camera that limits field of view, Argus melds together video from each of its 368 chips to create a 1.8 billion pixel video stream. This makes it possible to zoom in and still see tremendous detail.
And produces 1 million terabytes every day. That's a lot of data. And I'm telling you this because not that the sensors are modern and not that the photography is modern. Behind that is a brain or a cognitive intelligence. And that brain is in a position to analyze everybody down there. At the same time, in real time, they see where everyone is going. We can understand it when we reduce it to a single person, but we cannot understand it when you're talking about 100,000 people in a city. plus the vehicles, which are all recognized. Due to such systems, they have also redone facial recognition. You probably think facial recognition is from the front. But they've redone to do it from the top because that's where the drones are. And they look at your ears, they look at the way you walk, they look at your head. That's modern facial recognition. So that's one idea. As a human being, we think of one camera and one person. This is a little of their things. That it's taking all the details, all the music up to, and they record it so they can tell where that person was 2 weeks ago, 2 months ago, what stores he visited, what his whole behavioral patterns are. That's all part of the analysis of Argus. These are called tennis balls in military and intelligence circles. It's a new secretive sensoric thing. A cruise missile will fly into a valley in Afghanistan, and this is especially important because the troops have left many of these areas, and it will drop literally thousands of these sensor packages, or these tennis balls. They're all packed in foam rubber. They record with cameras, they record with microphones, they record with seismic measurements, they record with Geiger counters, they record with chemical sensors that can look for chemical things. That's not the amazing part of it, and it's not the amazing part that they have a little signal that goes over here to the transmitter goes up to the satellite. Old technology, nothing special. But the special part of it is, behind that system, there's a fusion software that can combine the audio and the visual and the seismic and the chemical, all of these signals, and make sense of them and analyze on the ground what kind of troop movements they are, what are the kinds of vehicles they're using, what are they transporting, is there radioactivity in that? It takes all of these different pieces of information and turns it through fusion software into an understandable picture, which goes way beyond our vision. Artificial intelligence only works if you have huge data masses. Artificial intelligence only works if you have big data. But big data only works if you have artificial intelligence to make sense of it, because human beings can no longer sort and sift and order the huge volumes of data that we have collected. And thus it is not surprising that the company that has the most information in the world, it's probably the most powerful country in the world, Google, is very interested in artificial intelligence and has been traveling around the world as a shopping queen, buying all the companies that are dealing with robotics. This is one of their robots. This is called Atlas. And they're buying artificial intelligence, all the artificial intelligence companies from around the world. Now this is, if you ask Google, it's a peaceful robot, right? He doesn't have a gun. He doesn't throw atomic bombs. You know, he just walks around and stands there. But you may have seen the superimposers DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. That is the research arm of the Pentagon. And then you see the video was made by Lockheed Martin, which is one of the most powerful and influential and richest weapons companies in the world. So why is the Pentagon investing this money? Why has Lockheed Martin taken over large aspects of the company? This guy's called Big Dog. He also belongs to Google, also DARPA financed. Peaceful dog, right? Unless he gets caught on a maneuver of the United States Marines as part of a military unit. So these are not flower children. These are robots that have a function, and robots that have a function and an intelligence, and perhaps an intelligence that goes beyond us, are dangerous things. Now that's a Predator drone. It was taken at a secretive United States Air Force base in New Mexico. Predator drones you've seen, right? You've seen them on TV, you've seen them in the newspapers. They're old. They're 20 years old, the technology. This is, I mean, it looks very scary when the Spiegel and the ARD write modern technology and the guys in the joystick and killing people and Taliban and in Afghanistan far away. But that's what a modern drone looks like. This is not a Predator, this is a Pegasus. It's an X-47B. It's owned by the Navy. It's a jet-powered machine, not like a propeller-driven Predator. It goes 2,000 miles into enemy territory. It carries 2,000 kilos worth of explosives, and is run by artificial intelligence. It starts alone, flies its mission alone, comes back alone, and here's the clue, it lands all by itself on an aircraft carrier. Talk to any pilot you've ever met. What's the most difficult landing area you can possibly imagine? They say it's an aircraft carrier. Short runway, things moving, very hard. This thinking drone can do it, but here are the two keys to Pegasus. Thinking drone can do it, but here are the two keys to Pegasus. Pegasus is invisible. Now, I'm not talking about stealth and being invisible to radar. I'm talking about invisible to the human eye. And you won't find this in any newspaper anywhere. It's invisible to the human eye because the bottom has an LED layer on it, and the top has cameras, which have been removed here in the picture, which film the sky, and they project at the bottom a live picture of the clouds up above the aircraft, and you can hardly see it. And they're responsible for a lot of these UFO sightings in Nevada near the testing areas. Jet engine propulsion, a reach of, oops, this is in German, of 2,000 miles, start and landing all by itself. Stealth is optical stealth, you can't see it, and the kill decision, which is required by United States law to be made by human beings. Human beings must be in the loop before someone is killed by a drone, but it's in the machine, and it doesn't need people. It can decide by itself whether or not it kills somebody. And the experts say it's going to make less mistakes and less collateral damage than the human decisions. The kill decision in robots in the air, in robots on the ground, in robots in the water or underwater, where there are also drones, is made by, or can be made by machines. And in my book, I quote many official United States government documents which say, our goal is to have the kill decision made by them. The problem is, artificial intelligence, sometimes they make mistakes. This is Talon. He's an automatic cannon. I mean, they can, a lot of ammunition in that thing, and you can also put rockets on it. And it's in Iraq since 2007. At a demonstration with US generals and experts, the damn thing got out of control and started pointing at the audience. And there was a Marine there, thank goodness, running across the field who tackled it like a football player and threw it on his side and probably prevented a couple hundred people from being killed. Now, this wasn't reason enough to take a lucrative contract away from the company that built it, and it wasn't enough to take the Talon out of Iraq. It's just sort of off duty for a moment because, you know, there were some early stages of development, you know, that kind of problem. But don't underestimate
the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist.
And it's going to scare us. And now I'm right at the right time where I say stop. Because I want to take a look now. This has all been here and now technology. Let's go to the future. Not far, just a little bit to the Internet of Things. To artificial intelligence as being spread out. It's not a central machine in a box where you can pull the plug. Artificial intelligence is networked like the Internet of Things. And part of it may be in a smart watch or a refrigerator or in a supercomputer. And the intelligence exists only by networking it together. If the supercomputer needs more computer power, it goes there and gets it out of the Internet. If the computer needs better programs, it goes there and gets those programs. And if it needs more information, more data, it goes there and gets more data. It sets up a spontaneous network for its needs, which collapses when it no longer needs it. It does this. It does this without us. And you have to imagine, like, there are these intelligence nodes all over the place. And they're like drops of mercury on a glass table. They will find their way to each other. They will find their way together. Now, we have to be very careful because survival is an issue for artificial intelligence. It needs to exist to be able to do the things it wants to do according to its program. So it lays, like insect eggs, backups and computer programs all over the world, thousands and thousands of them, so that if we do destroy part of it, it's still alive. My job to you is the wake-up call to make you aware of the problem. Your job is to figure out how we're going to stop this before it kills us.
we'll think of first. So let's just go to that. This is a slide I put together when I really made the change and I started trying to have to explain to people what 5G means from the point of view of really a customer-facing, right, sales and partner organization in a company that's much more of a compute and cloud-focused company than a telco company. And so I looked back at the history, and I think this is going to be worthwhile for us, right? It used to be simple. 1G was analog voice, right? And essentially a circuit-switched voice network. Then came 2G, and we switched to digital voice, both on the application side in terms of vocoding, but also on the communication waveform side, right? We went to TDMA and the first generation of CDMA with IS-95, right? 3G was also all about technology, right? It's packet switched data, right? Introducing the packet switched network, evolving the physical layer mobile waveform to be able to deal with data communication in general, as opposed to just voice communication. Likewise, 4G was very simple, right? Introduction of OFDM, introduction of an IP-based core so that we have a natural integration of IP data. And then we went to 5G, and the answer stopped being simple. And the reason they stopped being simple is 5G really is for the industry something very, very different. And now some people, and I think this was a fairly wide opinion in research, in the research community, really defined 5G as, hey, millimeter wave. And it's true, millimeter wave communication is a key component of 5G, or it will be eventually, right? It's going to be necessary to really deliver on the promises of 5G. If you look at 5G deployments today, millimeter wave is either absent, or it's kind of a byproduct, or it's there as a marketing thing, but it's not really widely deployed. That's not to say that 5G is not widely deployed, right? So 5G turned out to be about something completely different. Using a diverse mix of technologies at every point in the system, from the way we do physical layer communication, right? From fairly low waveforms. I mean, T-Mobile in the US is having success in 5G because they have some great, awesome spectrum at very, very low frequencies that provide some coverage, right? All the way through the kind of frequencies that 4G operated on into millimeter wave. So that mix was there. But the mix was there at every level above as well, right? In the core network, above the core network, how the mobile core network was going to be integrated into the broader internet, what was happening with the concept of a cloud, right? With the cloud essentially having to evolve from something that was far away and kind of monolithic from a user's point of view to a topic that's near and dear to me with edge clouds, right? So there was this evolution of components that was really driven by the need to support some very, very different sets of use cases with very different requirements, right? So what did the industry see? I think if we go back to the beginning of 5G, we had a very rosy picture, right? Common infrastructure with virtually architected networks, which would allow us to dynamically compose what we today call a network slice, right? Which is essentially a virtual network to support a particular type of use case that could coexist on the same physical infrastructure with another slice, right? So with another virtual network, which has a very different architecture to support a very different use case, right? So we really evolved from this focus in 4G, for example, on how to architect the core network at the time of design or at the time of standardization by 3GPP, to in 5G, how to allow the operator to architect the core network on the fly. Right? The benefits of the cloud, the disaggregation of proprietary components, the
value upon which our nation was built. We paid for it in blood because our founders understood its value. I'm a 13th generation American. I had a great grandpa, times 8, fight under George Washington in the Continental Army. My earliest blood came here in the mid-1600s. And to this day, people from all around the world seeking freedom and opportunity, like Elon himself, still migrate here. Why? The freedom to pursue happiness. Gosh, it's almost as if Elon watched our previous episode. The freedom to build rockets and go to space. To speak the truth, like men can't get pregnant, no matter how much the woke simps hate it. Or to lawfully own an entire arsenal of AR-15s if that's your jive. Those who despise the freedoms we have and want to restrict them for others whom they disagree, who silence or wish to silence their political opposition, don't know what it means to be an American. Now that we've clarified why Americans would name their ride to space freedom, we can now move on to Crew 7. The commander and pilot for their mission has been selected. American astronaut Mo Belly will command her first mission to space. Her Danish pilot, Mogensen, while more experienced, will be the first foreign astronaut to sit in SpaceX's number 2 position. They are expected to launch no earlier than 2023. And this just broke from SpaceX as I was editing this video today. NASA has ordered 6 additional space station resupply missions from SpaceX. Dragon will continue to deliver critical cargo and supplies to and from the orbiting lab through 2026. And now it's time for today's honorable mention.
Yeah, big up Mark Devlin. What a gent.
So I've got I've been thinking about so I want to change the subject ever so slightly. I want to talk about the Gretaverse.
Go on.
Right, so I can't remember exactly what Lee said, but Lee said something a few weeks back, and it's been sticking in my head, right, about dimensions. Right, so you have to bear with me a second.
No, fine.
So we're in the 3rd dimension. We're 3-dimensional entities, but we are actually multi-dimensional entities due to our consciousness, I believe. So our 4th dimension is essentially a floating consciousness. We aren't 3-dimensional anymore, but we have the same sort of thought process, I suppose, I imagine. So the metaverse is going to promote that we have this. You know, this is the move forward. But if you think about it, that's actually a 2-dimensional interface. So we're moving backwards in dimension if we go through their process. You know, so I mean, this is something which I think hasn't been considered by a lot of people who are investing in the you know.
We're downgrading to a 2D
completely.
platform.
That's exactly my point. And we should be moving forward into a 4-dimension. So if you think about the awakening, what's happening? That is a direct conflict of the awakening, because you think you sell yourself into a meat sack void that you'll be in with your little headset on, projecting you into the Gretaverse. You'll be under the impression that you are in a 4th-dimensional environment when actually you're in a 2-dimensional and you're just being meat sacked.
Yeah, meat sack hijack. Oh, headphones. Yeah, there you go. See you later, Mark. Yeah, I think in a Guardian sort of touched on that the other day.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. He mentioned something, but he didn't say it directly. But I sort of wanted to ask Lee, is that what you were hinting towards, that we're going backwards in that sense?
Yeah, so what they're promoting as moving forwards is actually a step backwards.
Exactly that, yeah.
I'm totally down with that. It makes perfect sense.
So that's something which I think maybe a meme could be really powerful to promote that thought process about the moving forward and backwards of dimensional consciousness.
You have to be a serious memetician to convey that.
Yeah, I know. That's what I've been trying
real skill.
I've been trying to think about how you could portray that in one image.
Virus Man, you're up.
Yeah. Well, all of them. So we go.
Yeah, I'd probably have to give that out to the whole team and see.
Talking about our memologists, right? Where is Auntie Kobe? I thought she was coming in.
What, to the studio?
Yeah, I thought she was doing a mix or something.
No, that was Millie.
Oh, it was
Millie and Daisy
friend.
Bruce are supposed to be coming to the studio.
That was last week, wasn't it?
Yeah, but they couldn't make it. They'll be coming to the next Pirate Radio.
Also, this little message to Millie. I was digging through my CDs the other day. Oh my days, I found some proper old school UK hip hop.
I thought you said you're going to find some more Jimmy Savile.
No. I've got some really good stuff. Louis Slipper's £10 band.
Oh, are you going to play CD tonight?
Well, yeah, might as well. I haven't got anything else with me, have I?
Yeah, you don't want to have to unplug all that.
just going back to what Omar was saying about 2D, the pyramid that's generally used for the dimensions is 2D is the metaverse, 3D is the matrix. So that's where we're in now. 4D would be Atlantis, and 5D would be Eden, which is complete freedom. So Atlantis would be instant manifestation. The matrix is relative freedom and relative free will. And 2D would be everything happens with complete autonomy and dependence.
Yeah, dependence, that's right. I've been thinking a lot about dimensional entities and dimensional consciousness and how they could use that against us, the lack of our knowledge and how that's mainly how they're doing what they're doing, because we're not aware that we're multiple dimensional entities, you know.
Yeah. Well,
and I think our consciousness is something which we should be really start to get to understand, you know.
Yeah. Well, this is, well, it's funny. Well, it's not funny. It's actually very appropriate that you brought this up, because it's something that I've been kind of working on over the last few years, but specifically the last few weeks. I'm thinking of getting a team together consisting of remote viewers, psychics, astral projectionists, cosmists, psychonauts, to basically explore, because I'm kind of going with the theory of simulation. And this is kind of, it's very profound, and we could actually find that we're a simulation of a simulation of a simulation of a simulation, because there's always that question of like, well, God created this, and then, well, who created God? Well, maybe another God created God. Well, who created that God? Another God created that God, and another God, and another God.
Logos, sub-logos, planetary logos.
Chicken and the egg scenario.
Yeah, or maybe we created God to hide something else. Distraction.
Yeah, well, the way that I kind of remedy that type of thinking is, we all know the term divide and conquer.
Yeah.
But we automatically assume that that term is used against us, yeah? Well, what if it's what we're actually doing? So if you consider the one is divided so that it can actually have consciousness, so it can have something to be conscious of. Yeah, so it can experience something else, like self, other.
Yeah.
So divide and conquer. So how would you conquer the divide? It's the return to the one. Now, you've got another agenda going along, which would be the singularity. So the artificial version of the return to the one would be the artificial singularity using technology.
Hijacking a natural process once again.
Oh, transhumanization.
Yeah, because when you look at every agenda, kind of, it makes sense, and it's good, and it's what we would like, but they're just doing an artificial version of it. When you look at the subject of immortality as an example, that's a perfect example, because the whole point of the process, of the stairway, of the path, whatever description you want to give it, is immortality. They're just trying to shortcut or hack the organic version of immortality into an artificial version of it that doesn't require any form of will. And that's where the problem is. It doesn't you haven't self-perfected, you haven't perfected your character in order to obtain immortality. And that's what they're shortcutting, and that's where the danger lays. And I think there are mechanisms in the cosmos put in place to protect souls from ever getting there, hence why we have to go through the process of the struggle in order to perfect our character.
Yeah, that would sort of back up something I was thinking the other day as well, because I was thinking, so going back to this multi-dimensional entities, so say for example each being has a limit to how many dimensions they're able to access, and our passing to the fourth and fifth and sixth, leaving the previous behind. So we must be able to go back and forward, you know, between these dimensions, otherwise we wouldn't be able to get back to a 2D world. You know, even though it will be a fictitious 2D world in the metaverse, it will be in our mind, which is essentially who we are anyway, the consciousness of ourselves. It's how we view ourselves. So our reality is what we believe it to be. So say, for example, you have these people who aren't able to pass further than a 3-dimensional existence, and their way of holding us back is because, like you were saying before, they may gain something out of that. Like they may be able to bunny hop onto another dimensional being, you know, and pass through where they can't pass through. The energy harvesting sort of idea. I haven't really fully explored this idea. It's sort of one thing I wanted to talk to you about. And going on to remote viewing, it's that could be something what they're using against us, and which we're not really aware of, because back in the day, the CIA, along with Corporate International, I think they were called, SRI as well, they invested a lot of money and time and effort and resource into remote viewing through Project Stargate, and that's all on the CIA website. You can read about it. Me and Lance spent ages reading their documents. So it's obviously something real, you know. I'd be really interested to know what you and your chosen group sort of look into, and your findings on that.
Yeah, well, it's all down to the ability to move, because if you can't move, then it's very hard to transverse into and out of different dimensions. In order to have movement, you need some form of energy. Now, we say the word emotions. I would say that means energy in motion. So it's all linked to the heart. It's all linked to the ability to contain a particular type of energy that will give you fuel to be able to transverse the dimensions. So when we look at the harvesting of energy and think about this deeply, what would be the side effects if you're having your energy and particular types of energy harvested? It gives you an inability to move.
Yeah, you'd be subdued mentally and physically.
And that means that you're going to be stuck in a very narrow band of frequency of perception.
Yeah, so that is essentially, if you were to be put in a meat sack like the Matrix and the CRATER, that is a physical representation of that, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, and the easiest way to do it is, we all know about fight and flight. Everybody talks about fight and flight, but very few people talk about the freeze. So you've actually got three components. You've got fight, flight, and freeze. Now, the easiest way to get somebody to freeze is fear. So this is why we're bombarded with fear, is to get people to freeze, so that they lose the ability to have any movement. Because really, in order to move, you need to reach a certain state of homeostasis, which is feed and breed or breathe. That's the state that if we were left alone and we did have a certain amount of development, we would be able to transverse, and it's very natural to transverse through different dimensions, and we wouldn't feel so trapped or imprisoned. And just on this point, it's very important, right? It's very important to reach a state or a stage in your life or life path where you no longer view this realm as the enemy. Because I think that is the number one problem with humanity. Deep down, somewhere in the psyche, we have fear of this realm. And it's not surprising when you think about it.
Because we've all been traumatized by it. Oh. My mic was off. Because we've all been traumatized by it, that's why.
Well, not by the realm.
On some, well, no, by things that have happened within the realm.
Yeah, well, it's
at various stages of your childhood and life, and you know, everyone gets beaten around, don't they, a bit by the satanic system that we're all forced to take part in. This is the
artificial insemination of fear from the.
You're going to need a bigger boat.
That's why they do what they do.
Senate, Council, faculty, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to stand here and to be bestowed with this honorary doctorate. My latest, let's say, intellectual product was the conceptualizing of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. And some people would say this revolution is characterized by the fight of robots against human beings. And we will win this fight.
find a hidden land that is populated by a complete community. This magnificent civilization lives in the realm of the story.
I see her rolling up, Uber black Cadillac, high heel boots and a sexy body full of tats. Baby's bad, oh baby's hella bad. After her there ain't no coming back. Wanna take a run at that. I think she's feeling me, turn it up a few degrees. My imagination of her body gets the best of me. Oh gosh, she's such a tease, bitten lips, bruised knees. I'm addicted to her, need her touching me, cause she got a bad little waist and we tearing down this place.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on a tight frame. All game, no shame, baby game, in a play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine.
The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist.
Of course, I'm the first personal assistant built by CyberLife. I take care of most everyday tasks like cooking, housework, or managing your equipment, for example.
Got a fine little body and her mind's kinda naughty. They say that once you taste it, you cannot replace it. She can get you high, all the dopamine inside triggers fast once she's naked. Her body's a creation. They say the devil made her for his entertainment.
Losers always whine about their best. Winners go home and fuck the wrong
statement. There is no replacement, a body by Satan. She got a bad little waist and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, got some egos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on a tight frame. All game, no shame, baby game, here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine.
First and most immediate need for a robot is to be able to make.
But look, at the singular, look.
What would you say you do here?
Beg your pardon. Swallow. You're gonna be.
Last one of 2021. Rise above.
Cause 100 years from now, we'll all be dead and gone.
Reset and gone. Schwab is
I'm not a good woman, but I'm good for you. 'cause I just live it like I feel it. There ain't nothing else I can do. 'Cause somebody put an urge inside of me, oh, to satisfy your kind of man.
The other channel is just called Rise Above. One sec, let me find it.
They call us low down and dirty. You know they talk behind our back. But them people living a lie. It's just a pot calling the kettle black. Oh, but we ain't gonna worry. We ain't gonna pretend. 'Cause we were made to be together. Just as sure as
This channel to see my videos from Mexico. This is the other Rise Above channel. It's in the comments right now.
قادمنا الحروب فوقنا جينا لجاي يعني ما فينا ضرب ولا حروب خالص شيء.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
It's a wonderful word and be a mad people. Beautiful word but be a sad people. We're seeking sense, searching for reason. Everybody trying to be even.
A wonderful world at pure mad people. Beautiful world and pure sad people. Mistrust and accusation of treason. But people still are changed like the seasons.
So many rainy days, but still not see no water. Fathers can't protect them, son can't protect them daughter. We need a little spark so we can be the fire starter. Bring back the joy so we can remember the laughter.
We should take it slow instead of going faster. What could be a joy could turn out in a disaster. If them knock you down, you get back up with the bruise and the guts. For every wound there is a plaster.
These are the signs of the times. Who is marching on, who resign, who will accept to decline.
These are the signs of the time. It is time for us to define who destroys, who designs.
Society heartless, some things need to address. The system so stink and leave this place in a mess. Handcuff with dream and place it under arrest. Me woulda like to see what you have under your chest.
Is it a heart you have? Is it a stone? Is this paradise? Tell me if I can call it home. We walking in the crowd but I still feel alone. We're born by ourselves and we're leaving on our own.
بعد شهر شهر يعني صار الحروب فوقنا وتعرفين الحال صار بعد عنا وصار البرد.
Eyes open, no fear, try for now.